How's everybody doing? Oh, shit. Oh, why is that not working? Hold on. Okay, there we go. The fucking chat already messed up. Let's see, Oski Woski with the 20. Really appreciate it, man. It's very kind of you. Big ups. Much appreciated. They hyping up the Xbox PC. Well, why wouldn't she, man? It's like the greatest thing that ever happened ever, obviously. Dude, I hope the EBT gets cut off, honestly. We don't need it. So it's literally just a fucking welfare check to the food industry and delivery companies and fast food restaurants. I saw like this thing too where it's like Walmart, you know, they're complaining that they're gonna have to close stores if EBT gets cut off. It's like, bro, our entire system needs to crash and fucking burn. Let it happen. It just shows you that the, you know, type of people who are shopping at Walmart aren't even spending their own fucking money. And they're gonna close down because, you know, they'll just steal shit instead. So, I say get rid of it. If people are truly gonna starve, beans and rice, man. Beans and fucking rice. El Rosario Soul with the 2. Hey, you. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the heckin' gay pair, bro. Yeah. If you type in, what was it? Is they, or is we getting, or are we getting? Yeah, it's all EBT. Yeah, how is Latwanda gonna maintain that beautiful BBW build if she can't eat, you know, 12 boxes of fucking Fruit Loops in a week? We need EBT immediately. So that way we can enjoy all of these. What? Bruh. It's crazy, man. We have an entire class of people in this country that survive solely off of government assistance and don't fucking contribute anything. It's a parasitic class of society. They just sit at home, pop out welfare babies, and, you know, collect their government checks. It's crazy, man. Yeah, I say keep the government shut down. Just use the tariffs to pay the military, and that's all we need, man. That's it. Ah, shit. They need to pay military members due to a lot of them are actually the few. Well, the thing is you want to keep the military loyal. That's the biggest thing. If you command the loyalty of the military, you technically control the country itself because, you know, good luck rising up against a actual well-armed and well-maintained military. So... Trump could very easily just divert tariff revenue to the actual military paychecks. You know, part of me hopes that this whole push for Trump to get all this private money to fund the government is actually some sort of back-channeled attempt for him to fully seize control of the government in entirety. But I don't know if I can be that optimistic. AngryHoese is pissed about Trump and Halo Yeah. Those are pretty good. I saw the one where it's like, stop the flood. I thought that's a great one. Yeah, for ICE. I think that's great, man. It's ironic. The fucking White House is doing more marketing for Halo than Microsoft has done in the past fucking decade. Crazy. Ah, I couldn't clamber up there. That's a shame. Where them bitches at? I don't know. On day phone? Most likely. Aw, shit. Yeah, I saw some video today of like some guy showing off his fucking phone messages or some shit. And he had all these women texting him like, how you doing? It's been a while. You know, we should meet up. Like, all these fucking fat black women, shocking, who now are going to be cut off from their food stamps. Who are looking for, you know, a man to cover their food. So, yeah. That was funny. But yeah, it was like some black guy saying like, you know, I thought they didn't need no man, and then it just cuts to his fucking text. And it's like all these, I think it was an Instagram actually, but yeah, it's like all these like, you know, large black women all of a sudden texting. They're getting nervous. While Griffin's phone, you're damn right, bro. I don't interact with welfare queens. You're goddamn right. Dude, I'd rather my phone be drier than the Sahara Desert than have that type of attention. When you called me a pedo that one time, More like 1,000 times. Ah, shit. Honestly, how do you survive not interacting with anyone? Like any other day of my life, I don't know what to tell you. That's sad, I guess so. I don't know. I've just lived this way for so long, it doesn't even feel any different anymore, so. The Sigma grind said never see. That's right. I don't know. There's not really anything I want to go do. And, you know, interacting with other people would require me to do a bunch of shit I don't want. So, I don't want to go out to bars. I don't really want to go out to eat. I don't want to go to sports ball games. I don't want to travel. So, there's not really much to do with other people aside from those things, so. L, no mods, we all hate you, Griffin. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I figure most people do hate me. It is what it is. Yeah, but I don't find those things fun even with other people, so. I don't like sports, which that's like 80% of what men like nowadays, is their sports ball. And then, you know, I don't really like going, well, I don't like going to bars at all. Not even like remotely enjoy it, so that's not an option. But yeah, I mean, I don't really feel like I miss out on anything, so it doesn't bother me. So I don't feel as though I'm lacking anything in regards to not having any friends. Doesn't really bother me. Ah, shit. Griffin's a controlled op. Yeah, definitely. If I won the 1.1 billion Powerball, what would I do? I would take my $200 million and I'd probably first buy a house, nothing crazy, like $2 million. And then I'd probably just stash the cash in an investment portfolio, put it in the money market, and then live off of the $10 million a year in interest. Just stick it in all 30-year treasuries, collect my 5% interest every single year, and just, you know, chill out. Griff Jew maxing? I'm not dumb with money, so there's a 0% chance of me ever being broke if I get money. Like, if I actually get real wealth, the likelihood of me going broke is 0%. Because I'm not a fucking retard with money. Dude, honestly, I don't even think my lifestyle would change if I got that money. Like, that's the thing. It's like, I don't really even know what the fuck I would want to do. The only thing would be is get a big house. That's it. There's not really anything else I'm, like, itching to buy. Nah, I don't really have a dream car. I mean, maybe I would hire, like, a staff of, like, people who, like, come and clean my house. Maybe, like, a chef and shit like that, but that's, like, such a minuscule amount of money that it wouldn't even scratch the surface of what you could make in interest with that type of money in the bank. So you could literally have a full-time, like, live-in maid, a full-time personal chef, a driver, and that wouldn't even be, like, I think 100th of the amount of money you make in interest each year. Like, you could have, like, literal fucking staff who do nothing but service you. And it wouldn't even dent your fucking, like, you know, monthly interest payments. Which is what's crazy. So, yeah, if you have that type of money, I mean, I don't know. There's not really much I'd want to spend a ton of money on. Like, I'd be hesitant to spend the money. Am I close to $1 million bucks? No. I don't have a lot of cash, so that's the thing. Griffin bought too many cards. I can cash out my cards at any time. Like, I could take my cards to any one of those, like, card shows and get 85% of the value off of them in cash on the spot. So, I could walk into, like, you know, the Dallas card show, for example, in Texas. And within 2 hours, I could have the full cash value of my Pokemon collection within, you know, that event. So, the cards are extremely liquid. They're better than cash because they actually appreciate. So do it? I don't want to do it.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
I'd rather have the cards than the cash right now. I have nothing to spend the cash on. Roth IRA is better. Roth IRA is way better. Definitely do a Roth IRA. Why is it better? Because you pay taxes up front, not over the appreciation. So let's say you invest 100 grand into your Roth IRA over the course of your working career, and it appreciates to $2 million, which is not uncommon. Okay? If that's the case, you paid taxes on the 100,000, not the 2 million. So you pay taxes up front when you put the money in, as in your current income tax rate. And then when you withdraw the money, it's completely tax-free. So you don't pay any capital gains tax whatsoever, which, you know, your income tax on the initial investments is way cheaper than capital gains tax on the total appreciation. So look at it this way. If your marginal tax rate's 25%, let's say, and you put in 100 grand, you know, theoretically you paid 25,000 in taxes, right? Well, if your account goes up to 2 million, which again is very possible if you do max contributions and, you know, the market holds to its current trends, basically what would happen with that is if you took the money out and you had to pay capital gains tax, which is what you have to do with the 401k or traditional IRA, you would pay 15%, but 15% of 2 million is 300 grand. So you're paying triple the amount of tax that you put into the actual account in theory. So that's kind of the reason why. It minimizes your total tax liability. Well, so you can, this is where I would seek actual advisement on this, but there is a way to exceed the $7,000 limit. You put your money into a traditional IRA and then you move it over to a Roth IRA account. I don't know the exact legality surrounding that, so you may want to, you know, consult an accountant, but that is an option if you want to put more than 7,000. There's loopholes. There's also a Roth 401k as well, which operates similar. Ah, shit. Damn. 7-minute man with the 5. The DHS calling the illegals the flood had me dying. I agree, man. It's the perfect comparison. Also, my God of War controller came today. It looks better in person. Nice, man. Did they sell out or are they still available? I did not get one. I need to sell some of my custom controllers. Like, I still have the Astrobot ones that I'm never going to use. I have the Helldivers one. I have the 30th anniversary one. So I need to sell those. I am not going to become a controller collector. I used to for the Xbox One, and I just ended up with a bunch of controllers I never touched. So I don't break controllers, so I only need one per generation, typically speaking. Yeah, I put 18% into my 401k of my paycheck, and then my employer has a 6% 401k match. So technically 24% of my income goes into my 401k. Oh, shit. Yeah, people have done really well on crypto. I don't know. It's not really something I have an interest in, and when it comes to, like, making money on stuff, I like to be interested in whatever it is. It's the reason why I've done very well in cards, is because, you know, I like cards, I enjoy learning about the market. I just don't really like crypto. And I especially don't like the community surrounding it. But yeah, crypto's an easy way to make money if you know how, you know, to time it right. Dude, I just wish I could go back in time and buy out the Gold Star Rayquaza stock on TCG Player back in the day. That's what I would do rather than buy a Bitcoin, I think, honestly. I'd rather just go back in time and, like, buy out all the fucking raw gold stars on TCG Player for, like, $3 or $4 a piece. Stick them in a binder and be like, keep this, Mom. One day it will be worth millions. Did you see Reforged Gaming crying that Ninja Gaiden 4 is too hard? Did he put it on easy? Didn't get past the first stage and said Ghost of Wokedei is more his type of game. So a fucking movie game. He'd rather watch than play. Is he one of those types of people that refuses to lower the difficulty on games? Because I guarantee you if he just lowered the difficulty on Ninja Gaiden and just played it to have fun, he'd probably enjoy it more than Ghost of Yowie, but... You know, some people have too big of a fucking pole up their ass that they refuse to fucking do anything to make a game fun. If he played it on hero mode, well, yeah, especially if he put the gameplay assists on. Yeah, I don't understand the, like, taboo nature of playing on easy. Like, you're a grown fucking man and you're gonna act like it's some sort of, like, you know, fucking cardinal sin that you're not allowed to play a video game on a fucking gameplay option. It's like, I don't get it. I really don't fucking get it, man. Like, just have fun with the game. El Rosario Soul the 5. I'm looking at Twitter right now and ass blasted Alejandro is getting pushback. That's good. The Flood are the, you know, oh yeah, man, the third world cultural enrichers that our societies desperately need. You know, the streets are just a little too clean. You know, the streets are too safe. Crime is too low. We need some enrichment. Well, yeah, dude, he's Indian. They have really bad muscle density. Indians are, like, extremely physically weak. So... The state of Idaho has more gold Olympic medals than the entirety of India. Got him. Oh, this channel's definitely a side hustle. It's not my career or anything. It's just a, like, I guess, fun hobby that also makes money at the same time. All things considered, I make more money at my actual job than I ever made on YouTube, because when you account for, you know, the insurance, the 401k matches, the bonuses, and all that other stuff I'd have to pay for, health insurance and stuff. Like, if I was just living off of YouTube, I'd be taking home way less money, because also YouTube income is taxed at an extra, I think, 7-point-something%. So, if you're self-employed, you pay a higher tax rate because your employer matches Social Security contributions. So you pay half your Social Security, the employer pays the other half. Whereas if you're self-employed, you pay the full amount. So YouTube self-employment income is taxed at a higher rate. Then you have to cover all your insurance and that type of shit yourself. So, not to mention you don't get like the 401k match and all that type of shit. So, I make way more money at my actual job than, you know, doing content creation. So, this is just a side hustle. Better than Raymond's hobby. What, gooning? We know you're jealous of Dreamcast guy. Oh yeah, man, definitely. Definitely. Ninja Gaiden Black. Now that's a hard game. Yeah, I think they said they're gonna add playable female characters, so I would assume that at least Ayane will be playable. Rachel would be cool, but I don't know. Yeah, the long-term earning potential of an actual job is way better than YouTube. Like, YouTube is very limited for most people. Like, your channel only really stays relevant for like 10 years, typically. I mean, you see countless channels that have millions of subs and they can barely get like 10,000 views on the video. So... you have to just be making obscene amounts of money to justify doing YouTube full-time as your only source of income. And you also have to save every bit of it possible and invest it as aggressively as you can in order to get a massive nest egg if the worst should happen. Like your channel gets demonetized, you get banned, or if it falls out of favor in the algorithm. Easy mode is hidden, and if you do find it, Ayane makes fun of you for playing on it. Dude, I love it when women make fun of me. It's so hot. Especially when they have massive tits and could beat your ass. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, the thing is, too, is once you've done YouTube for like 10 years, let's say, explaining to employers a 10-year employment gap is, you know, not really an easy thing to do, because you're automatically going to be seen as unfavorable in that regard because you've been out of the workforce for so long that they probably worry if you're able to adopt to that adopt that lifestyle. So being able to consistently show up to a job every day at a certain time and, you know, perform is a skill set in and of itself. Yeah, if Rich's tranny Jannies get sick of his bullshit, then he's in trouble, man. Well, Dreamcast guy said that Ninja Gaiden 4 sucked, so... I don't think he is going to review it. He probably would have already done it by now if he was. I don't know, man. Yakumo kind of gave off femboy energy in a sense, so... I guess he's worried about the backlash, I guess. I don't know. It hasn't stopped him in the past. Aw, seriously? Oh shit. Yeah, there's a reason why Dreamcast guy hides all of his fucking, you know, not reviews, his, PSN accounts and shit. When he does his reviews, he doesn't show off, like, any of his trophies or, you know. He privates all of his accounts because he doesn't want people to see how little he plays stuff. He probably just plays, like, enough time to get some decent footage and that's it. Oh, that works. My thoughts on Asmongold? I don't really like Asmongold's content, but I guess he's fine. He's just another, like, you know, leftist but anti-woke type of content creator, so... He's definitely a lefty, but he's like a less retarded lefty. So I don't really like his content that much. I don't really find what he has to say on topics to be super insightful or edgy or, you know, different. Ah, shit.
I can't afford this shit!
Daryl's on the 2. Griffin, I'm a Democrat. Do you hate me? No, but if you're a Democrat, you obviously hate yourself. Ah. I did alright. Dude, honestly, I feel like if we just took everybody that watches more than 2 hours of Twitch in a week, took a big ass, like, you know, what are those, like a bulldozer, and just pushed them all off into the Grand Canyon, along with said Twitch streamers, the world would be a better place. Because holy shit, man, I cannot imagine the type of people that just sit there and watch Twitch all day, every day. I saw recently that dumb Valkyrie bitch was like apparently attacking her friend for being too white, and said that the reason she's getting hate is because she's like the whitest person that she knows or something. It's like, bro, what the fuck? Can we just like get rid of all these people? Like, for real, genuinely. Yeah, she was saying some shit like, yeah, it's natural you're gonna get hate because you're like the whitest person I know. It's like, bro, what the fuck? Could you imagine if someone's like, yeah, it's no wonder people hate you. You're the blackest person I know. Like, bro, that shit would be like ban-worthy on Twitch. But if you say it against white people, it's A-okay. Like, it's ridiculous, man. The double standard damn near be triple at this point. Like, fuck. These fucking Asian... Dude, the Asian mid epidemic on Twitch needs to stop. Guys need to stop propping up these little cunt Asian chicks that think they fucking rule everything. It's obnoxious. Yeah, it's like mid-30s Asian mids, and it's like, bro, what the fuck? Like, just stop, dude. It's pitiful. Have some fucking self-respect. Nah, dude, it's the only female interaction that a lot of these guys get is listening to women talk on the internet. So they'll take that over nothing. And they, like, obsess over these women. Because it's the only, like, semblance of female interaction they get. And because they spend so much time watching them, they, like, fall in love with them. And then, you know, shill, you know, simp out, and, you know, just basically worship them. So, it's quite sad, man. It's just ironic, because all these, you know, white-hating, you know, Asian girls would literally be nothing without white dudes simping out for them. And the ironic thing is, too, is all these people want to talk so much shit about how much they hate white people, how bad America is, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, you're literally fucking Asian. Go live in your country of origin if the United States is so bad. If white people are so fucking bad, go live amongst your own people. You have the money. Go move. We don't need you here. But no, they want to live in white countries. They want to indulge in white culture. They want to speak white languages. But then they want to talk shit about white people. It's like, fuck right off, you dumb bitch. It's just all so tiresome, man. It's all so tiresome. Well, dude, that's the thing, is most women want to be white women until it's time to, you know, play victim. Then they all of a sudden want to be Asian, black, Hispanic, whatever. You know, all of a sudden, you know, they stop wanting to be white. But they'll buy skin whitening cream, they'll buy hair straighteners, wear wigs, you know, dress in white fashion, all this other shit. But yeah, when, you know, shit hits the fan, or they get any sort of pushback, or they have an opportunity to play the victim, all of a sudden they hate white people. So it's quite ironic. It's pure hypocrisy to the highest degree.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Tim Marco the 7, I found a pedo forum out there and reported their entire cloud content library to the service. Everything was taken down. It's Jover. Nice. At least they took it down. Yeah, dude, everybody wants to live in white countries, speak white languages, indulge in white culture, benefit from white inventions, but all of a sudden they fucking hate white people. It's like, yeah, one of these things is not like the other, huh? But it's also tiresome, man. That's all I can say. I'm getting sick of it. But let's see. So Daryl's on with the 2. I don't hate myself. I'm not a bad guy leftist. I don't know about that one, Chief. And Sauna with the 5. Angry Joe, yeah, is losing it over the Trump Halo memes. TDS has fully consumed him. It has consumed him for a while. Ass Blasted Alejandro is one of the original TDS retards, so.
You're shut up!
Dare I say it, hateful cunt.
Oops.
I can't afford this shit!
Daryl's on with the 2. I'm black and I love white people. Even you, Griffin? Aw, that's so sweet.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Derek HD with the 7 months. Which card grading service? PSA. I want to get some cards graded and have never done it. Thanks for the streams, pimp. Do PSA if you want val. So if you're looking to maximize the value of your cards, PSA. PSA is just the default. Their app makes it super easy to submit nowadays, so I would just download the PSA app, scan your cards in with the submission tool, and you should be good to go, man. But yeah, if you want to maximize the value, PSA for sure. And ease of selling, too. Damn, I have to sneeze. It's going away, though. Oh, my God. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, Actman had to pay his pound of flesh, so to say, to get his channel undemonetized. So he's compromised, bro. You know, he has to toe the party line now in order to maintain his YouTube monetization. I'll link the music when I die, but it's Gregorian chanting. No, YouTube allows you to say retard. Retard is fine. YouTube, whenever you upload, has a list of words that you can't say, basically, if you want to remain monetized. Like, Fanook is banned, which obviously not that version, but F-A-G-G-O-T. Or, you know, the N-word. You can't put fuck in your title. But really, you can say pretty much anything you want as long as it's not like, you know, one of those enumerated list of like swear words. And usually it more so just matters if you have it in the title versus the actual video. They've actually relaxed the standard a lot recently. That's the song that's playing. Ah, didn't kill him. I doubt he was ever sincere in the first place. He jumped on Gamergate when it was trendy and profitable and got off it so he could get... Oh, wait. He could try to get Quantum TV banned. Actman has no soul. Yeah, he's just one of those Reddit regurgitation channels. You know, just like Young, yeah, whatever the popular sentiment of the day is on r/gaming, that's basically the substance of all of his videos. There's not much genuine thought or opinions or takes or anything. It's just Reddit regurgitation, simply put. Ah, shit. Got him. Oh, shit. Daryl's
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Griffin, your chat don't want me around here because I'm black. What should I do? Well, you should try not being black. I don't know. Just stop being black, bro. It's that easy. Go back to the character customization screen and change your race. The Michael Jackson surgery. Yeah. Apparently Andy Pants lost custody of his dog. Bro, you gotta be careful with who you have kids with these days. Like, I don't know, man. The dating market is brutal at this point. You gotta be real careful with what you stick your dick in, especially with what you have a child with. Like... Why is it brutal? Because these women are crazy, man. Women are fucking batshit crazy nowadays because they're just pumped full of birth control, SSRIs, other psychoactive drugs. You know, they're addicted to social media. Most of them are depressed and have mental disorders. And on top of that, if you have a kid with them, they'll take half your fucking shit and take away the kid, and you may never see it again. Why do you never talk about men the same way? Because men don't have the same problem with the drug use. It's not anywhere near as prominent. And in divorces, men almost never get sole custody. It's almost unheard of. So, I think it's like 70% of women age 18 to 35 are diagnosed with a mental disorder. Most women go to regular therapy. A large portion of them are on permanent birth control pills. And then on top of that, like psychoactive drug use, I think is like over 50%. So men do not have those same stats. Like the effects that birth control alone have on someone's mental state, because it, you know, chemically alters the makeup of the human body, is already bad. Like, it makes terrible fucking mood swings, you know, headaches, other, you know, physiological issues, like irritability, mood swings, depression. And then you pair that with SSRIs, which have just as many negative side effects as well, and you have a recipe for disaster. You have someone that literally mentally transforms over a period of time due to the chemical makeup of their body being permanently altered. Would I prefer West or East Coast? I want nothing to do with the West Coast, man. Ah, shit. Dude, here you go. 65% of American women aged 15 to 49 are currently using some form of contraception. Jesus, man. So, women aged 15 to 19, 40% use birth control. But when you get to age 40... Holy shit, man. When you get past that age, it goes up to 75%. 75% above the age of 19. So let's see, what percent of women are on psychoactive? Yeah, 26% of adult women are taking some form of psychoactive drug. And then what percent of U.S. women have been diagnosed? With a mental disorder. See, young adults age 18 to 25, 36% of women have some form of diagnosed
either
mental
subscribe,
health
donate,
disorder.
Or get the fuck out.
So think about that. 1 in 3 women age 18 to 25, mental disorder. 1 in every 4 is taking some form of psychoactive drug. And then 3 out of every 4 is taking birth control. Like, it's over, man. Let's see. Call Drogo with the tier 1 membership. Appreciate it, man. Docs give these meds to anyone and everyone who walks in. Yep, because they get kickbacks for prescribing a certain number of people with the medicine. Same with if they hit a certain percentage of their client base who gets a vaccine. I remember the last time I was in the doctor's office, they were like really pushing hard for me to get like this vaccine or some shit. And I was like, fuck no, I don't want it. And they're like, oh, you should just get it just in case. And it's like, yeah, no, I don't want it. And they're like, but it's just good to have. I'm like, how much does it cost? And they're like, oh, it's only like $30. I'm like, yep, nope, I'm good. I don't need it. And they're like, but you should just get it anyway so you don't have to think about it. It's like, bro, they like try so fucking hard to push that shit on you constantly. Because they get like these kickbacks from the fucking vaccine companies. if their you know, customer base, a certain percentage is vaccinated. So it was like for some, you know, I guess disease that's like transmitted to women through sex or something. Like, it's something fucking retarded. It's like, bro, what? First of all, I'm not a fucking woman, so why would I get the shot? Doesn't affect me. Second, yeah, I think it was HPV. It's like, second, I'm not taking it. So, no, they just want you to fucking pay for it. And then also on top of that, they get their money or, you know, bonus from the pharmaceutical company. Ah, shit.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Fuck. Scotty Man with the 52 months. Will you play Tales of Xillia rematch? Probably not. Probably not. That was the old PS3 game, right? Downed him. Oh shit. Well, dude, if the elderly are vaccinated against COVID, why does it matter if you get the vaccine or not? If it actually works, then it shouldn't matter if you get vaccinated. As long as they get vaccinated, they should be fine. The way a actual vaccine works is they put dormant or dead like virus cells into your body, so your autoimmune system knows how to, like, you know, remove them effectively. It's to build up a stockpile of white blood cells against a certain disease. That's how an actual vaccine works. So if you get vaccinated, then it doesn't matter if everyone else gets vaccinated or not. You already have that autoimmune response ready to go. The problem is the COVID vaccine is not an actual vaccine. It's this weird experimental drug cocktail with mRNA technology that simulates the COVID virus. So it's not an actual vaccine. And it actually, you know, most people got COVID after they got vaccinated in the first place. So most people never got COVID, then all of a sudden when they got the vaccine, everybody got it. So most people only ever got sick after they took the vax.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Florida man with a 5. My mom was mega based. I never took any vaccines as a child. She used religious exemption. I now heal way faster and am way healthier. Yeah, that's smart. You don't need all that shit. So... You seen Space Camp? I don't know what that is. No. I don't really watch many movies, if that's what that is. So, no, I haven't heard of it. I don't like Flash Gets, so yeah, no, I probably will not watch that. I don't like Meat Canyon or Flash Gets personally, not my thing. I don't like animation in general. Nope, I do not watch Mark Ass Brownlee. I don't really watch any tech channels anymore because I don't really care about technology products anymore. Yeah, I just have zero interest in technology videos because it's like, bro, I already know if I'm going to buy a phone or not. I don't need to watch a review. And second, I don't need to watch 800 headphones reviews or whatever the fuck they make content on. Because it's like, I have a phone, I have my AirPods, and I have a laptop. What else am I actually going to buy realistically? I don't know, man. My interest and passion in a lot of topics is basically just dead. Like, I used to care about that type of shit. You know, this is the first year in my life I'm not buying a new phone. And I don't care anymore. I don't know. I just really don't care. All it is buying shit from a company that is actively trying to kill, you know, us off, so to say. The only thing I still enjoy spending money on is like my cards and shit, but it's like I'm also just buying those to sell at some point too, so. But I do like buying Pokemon cards and stuff still, but aside from that, man, there's not really anything I enjoy buying or doing anymore. Get some drippy clothes. Why? So I can wear them in my apartment? Or never even take them out of the box? Dude, I've got like 5 pairs of shoes I've never even taken out of the box, so. And they ain't cheap. They're not cheap shoes either, so. I don't know, it's just. There's nothing I want to go, like, spend money on or do, so. It's all just so soulless, bro. It's just soulless. Is $5 for 16 ounces of 80% lean ground beef? Yeah, that's a pretty good deal. Blood doesn't have a pair of Jordans? Yeah, I'm white. Either you have photos of these shoes or you're straight out cat. I can grab some of them real quick. Some of them are buried though. Here, I can see if I can find some. They're in my closet right here. Alright, I found 3 pairs that are easily accessible. Yeah, I've got like 3 more pairs in there I can't get to. They're buried under shit. Convenient, I guess. Well, they're pretty much the same, they're just different colors, so. Let's see. So these are the ones I could get to. Without digging too deep. So this pair right here is this color. And then this box is the same shoe, but it's all white. And then this is another type. These are the red bottoms, bro. Whatever the Louboutins, I think they're called. But yeah, they have the red sole. So yeah, those are some of my shoes. I've never worn them, but yeah. These are like $700. These are like 500. But yeah. I've never even taken them out of the box to wear, so. And I've had these for like 2 years, so I have yet to wear them. I have one pair of Gucci shoes I wear pretty much every day if I go somewhere. And then I have like Yeezys that I work out in, and that's it. So. But yeah, then I have like, you know, the Gucci dress shoes and all that type of shit, so. Yeah. But I don't wear them anywhere. Oh, while I'm on here, too. Someone asked, I forgot who it was, but the other night someone asked if I had... I took pictures. I took pictures of some of my current inventory here for my Pokemon cards. But yeah, this is some of the stuff I have on hand right now. I have a bunch more shit in my vault, which the majority of my collection is in my vault. But this is just some of, I guess, the higher value stuff I have on hand. Like, this is $2,000, that's like 3,500. That's like 2,000, 2,000. These are both 1,800, 1,600, about $300 for that. 5,500, 1,500, 500, 600. These two, it's about 700 for the pair. $1,000 for this card, which it has a swirl on its palm, so I'm probably never gonna sell that. This is $1,000. That's about 400, 800, 400. This is only like 150, but I like it. And the Ancient Muse, I'm not really sure. This one I think is like over $1,000, but you know, pretty decent value on those. I just like the Ancient Mew. But yeah, that's the first ones. And then this is the second batch. This is more so just shit I have that I'm probably going to sell at some point. It's not really collection stuff. But, yeah, I got a CGC Palkia and a Pristine 10. This Ho-Oh EX Japanese. 3 Charizillas, which these are pretty cool. I like these. They're like, I think $550 a piece for these. I think this is like $300. This is $500. These are about $550 a piece. I think this is like $350. This is $400. So Pikachu's are $400. The Lugia, I'm not sure. I think it's like $300 or $400. Same with the Charizard. I think like $300. I think Vaporeon was like $200. These I paid $170 for, but I think they're worth like $300 now. This Metal Arceus, I have no idea. Then just another Ancient Mew. This Dragonite's cool, it has a swirl right there. 2 Dark Blastoises, a Vaporeon, and then a Piplup. And then this I just threw in there because I wanted to show it off, because, you know, it's the best Yu-Gi-Oh card. The best Yu-Gi-Oh card, easy. So that's definitely a personal grail. But yeah, I mean, I would say I have pretty decent stuff on hand. It's not the best. My vault has most of my valuable stuff, and then obviously I have another card that is worth about 10,000 bucks, but I don't really want to show it off because I want to potentially be able to buy more of them. So but it's sitting on my desk right now, right in front of me. But yeah, it's a pretty decent little, you know, grouping of cards here. It's pretty decent. I really love this Mew, though. That's probably a forever card I will keep, because it's got the swirl right by its tail. But, yeah. I've got some decent stuff. I mean, this top row, what, 2 grand, let's say 30, so 55, 75, 950, or 9,500, that's about 3,500, let's just say, so 13,000, 14,500, 14,800. Then you add that one in there, it's about 20 grand, 22,000 there, 22,600. 23,400, let's just say. But yeah, it goes up high. It goes up high pretty quick. So this whole grouping right here is probably close to, like, you know, $27,000 worth of cards, I would say. It's a respectable sum, but not anything crazy. I don't have any, like, 20 grand cards or anything like that. It's kind of ironic because when I made this video, the title was kind of an exaggeration. So I titled it my $100,000 Pokemon collection. And now it actually is worth over 100 grand. At the time it was only worth about 30,000, so. But yeah, this is like the majority of my collection I have in the vault. But yeah. Pretty nice, regardless. But yeah, it's not so much clickbait nowadays because it's well over 100 grand worth of cards. It's well over 100 grand worth of cards. So when I say I have like 6 figures in Pokemon cards, I'm not exaggerating. That's just what they're worth. How did you buy them with a minimum wage salary? I lived on a pull-out couch in my parents' basement and ate ramen noodles. Why is the PlayStation Store saying Jedi Survivor is a horror game? Because it's horrible. I have no idea if it's bad or not, but yeah, that was an easy setup. $2 for my whole collection. That's an offer I can't refuse. But yeah, the nice thing is if I ever want to buy a house or something, I could always cash in my collection for a down payment or whatever. But for now, they remain in the PSA vault, untouched. I need to go to another drop-off event for PSA because I have a bunch of stuff I want to deposit. Oh shit. Oh shit. I don't know, I'm kind of tempted to switch to fucking Space Marine. I'm getting tired, which is not good. I only slept for like 2 hours today, which is not good. My reaction time is fucking cheeks. Oh, there goes my chat. Fuck. You have a Gucci wallet. Does that count as being rich? I guess so. Sure. Why not? Even I don't have that. Yeah, I fell asleep at like, I want to say 9 right before I got on tonight. And my alarm started going off at like 11, and I'd like really drag myself out of bed to stream. So it was an actual struggle. Here we go, the next Xbox is just a steeply overpriced all AMD PC. I know, man, I'm so excited. I can't wait to buy a pre-built computer with an Xbox logo on it. Gee, it's what I've always wanted. A computer that I can't upgrade or make changes to.
Gaming.
Yeah, I think I'll stick with my gaming PC. I think after this payment coming up this month, my computer's officially paid off, which is nice. I did the 6 months of payments just because why not? 0% interest rate, but yeah, this will be the last $1,000 debit that hits my account for it. Or more like 1,100, but who's counting? I bought my PC from CyberPower. Bro financed a $600 PC? That's right, man. No, a $6,700 PC. I mean, the thing is, if I can get 0% financing, why the fuck would I actually pay it all up front? That's stupid. If you can get 0% loans, then you should absolutely do that and just keep the money in your account and accrue the interest. So, there is such a thing as good debt, and that's definitely an instance of it. If you can get dirt cheap interest rates, where your money can earn you money while you wait to pay it off, it's like, yeah, why wouldn't you just do that? My credit score is fine, bro. It's like 800, I think. My credit's so good that I'm now up to like $27,000 monthly limit on my Apple card, so I'm fine. I have so much available credit that it's not even like being utilized like a third or a fourth or even a fifth most months. So I don't even come close to maxing out my fucking total credit. What's wrong with financing a PC? I mean, what's a better scenario? You pay $6,700 up front, or you pay $1,100 once a month every 6 months with 0 interest. So for the life of the loan, I get to hold on to the money. It sits in my account earning interest, and I just pay it off over time. So the answer is you want to pay it off over time if you have 0 interest rate. There's no fucking advantage to paying it off up front. You're quite literally just giving away your earning potential on the money for the time that you could be holding it. So anyone who knows anything about the time value of money would tell you that if you can get a 0% interest rate, you should absolutely finance it. Period. If you don't have to pay interest, pay it off in monthly increments. That is the way to go. Why is that? So look, if the value of the computer is $6,700 and you pay it off in 6 periods, aka 6 months, the interest rate, which in this instance is 0.1%, let's just say, which, oh, hold on, wait, let me adjust that. What would that be? Hold on. Let me get the accurate number. I don't think I changed it when I opened it. Let's see. I think it's 0.5. Let's do that. So, here we go. Where's my mouse? There you go. See? This is what you're actually paying for the item if you invested the money. If you invested the money into a money market fund that paid out monthly in terms of interest, you would have made $197. So therefore, you actually would have only paid $6,502 for the $6,700 item. So by paying it in 6 increments at a 6% interest rate, which you can get from the money market just about, you actually save money overall financing it by allowing yourself to earn the interest while you make the payments over time. Now imagine you did this shit over the life of like an auto loan that was like a 0% interest rate loan, right? And you did it for 5 years. And it's a $60,000 car. Watch how much money you save. Pretty good. But that's only if you invest the money. So that's only if you have the money to buy it up front and then you invest it instead of spending it on the car. This doesn't apply if you're making monthly payments and you barely have enough money to make the monthly payments. So even if you lower it down to 3%, look how much money you save overall. So, again, anytime you can get a 0% interest loan on a big purchase, it is better to finance it and take the actual amount of money you are going to spend and invest it into some sort of bond fund or something like that that pays out monthly. You will save money on the item you're buying, essentially, if you want to look at it that way. If you're making monthly payments, you don't have the full amount to spend anyways? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I literally had the $7 grand in my account, and when I got to checkout, I saw that they had a firm, and I was like, oh shit, I'll just do that. I already had the money ready to go to spend. So, no, that's not true at all. I was about to spend it all up front. But then I was like, oh shit, I'll just do that. And I saved money in the long run because I have my money in a money market fund. So. Yeah, taking on and paying off loans is good for your credit score. So, it's a good way to boost your credit score, is by taking out a loan and paying it off over time. But yeah, anyone who knows anything about finance will tell you that taking advantage of 0% interest is basically free money. It's basically a discount for whatever the risk-free rate is. In Section 8, they don't allow me to invest. They'll kick me from the program, saying I make too much money, so I can't. afford rent, but I want to invest so I can build my savings and not be on it. Poor people things. I've never heard that you can't invest in Section 8. That, I guess. I don't know. You'd have to buy untraditional assets like sealed Pokemon products. A firm can affect your credit score if you use a pay monthly plan or make a late payment. Yeah, but why would you make a late payment if you have the money? Again, we're talking about a situation where you have the money to spend. You just have it set to auto pay and you don't worry about it. You'll never have a late payment. You just let it sit there and make the payments on its own. Your credit score will not be dinged for a fucking short-term loan like that. It's only if you're making late payments it's going to be dinged. So if you're doing like a 12-month loan or something long-term like that, then maybe it would hurt you. But if you're doing like a 4-month like loan or a 6-month loan, most likely it's not going to even show up on your credit report. Unless you make late payments.
Bring honor to the chapter, brothers.
But yeah, you should only use that shit on big purchases. That's it. Otherwise, there's no point. Just pay for it up front. But in order to get the benefit of, you know, the 0% interest, you want to make sure it's on a big enough purchase to where it's actually felt. So, I would say like $5 grand and up.
Brother killed in action.
Imagine using a firm for Nike shoes. Well, I ain't black, so I ain't doing that.
Reclaim it at once.
I need to use Klarna for my Uber Eats. Jesus, man. Usury. That's just straight up usury. Oh shit.
Reporting permission.
Yeah, financing clothes is retarded, man.
Enhanced tactics ready.
Like, Jesus.
Active camouflage charge.
I saw the Halo video. You right, Microsoft is doomed. That's right. They don't have any idea what the fuck they're doing anymore. Dude, I'm just getting raped. Holy fuck.
I return, ready to take my vengeance.
I don't even order from DoorDash, so... yeah, definitely not. That shit's crazy. Using Klarna on Uber Eats and DoorDash. Like, holy fuck, man. That is usury.
The tide of battle has turned in our favor. Support incoming, brothers. Our allies are halfway done. It's away. Restored to combat readiness. We lost the advantage. Reclaim it at once. Reporting for mission. Redeploy for combat. We'll rise in the Spartans push for dominance. Throwing frag grenade.
The sweats, well, the sweats are all that are left, and I'm tired of shit too. So I'm playing like absolute dog shit right now,
Support incoming.
which isn't helping.
Iron Halo tactics. Reporting for mission.
Come back to Overwatch? Hell nah. No, thank you.
Astartes is dead. 3 minutes remain. Decimate them. Sending projectiles. Fragmentation device in play.
Ah, shit. There are women on there? Oh my god, I can practice my riz.
Has turned in our favor. Iron Halo ready.
A sleep stream? Only if we can hit the tip score. But nah, I don't want to sleep on stream. I want to go lay in my nice, comfortable bed. But that won't be happening anytime soon. Griff can bag some femcel Asian baddies. Oh yeah, man. I'm gonna smash those Asian baddies so hard they'll be rice pudding, if you get what I mean. Major Jeff with the 2. How's it going, man? Let's see. I can open it in a second. If I could use my mouse here.
I think I've endured enough. I think.
What in the fuck, dude? What is that thing? Oh my god. Bruh. That is cursed. Ew. Moment of sanity. Not when you fucking drew whatever the fuck that is. God damn, man. Alright, yeah, we can take a look. Holy fuck. That's scary.
Bring honor to the chapter, brothers.
The temple needs cleansing. We need to cleanse the earth, man. Jeez. Ah, shit. Yeah, he should be arrested as a co-conspirator to the Charlie Kirk assassination. I agree. Absolutely. No new Dreamcast guy video. I know, man. It's the end of the month too, so it's important to get, you know, your last final push of financial support. in order to close out the month strong so it reflects in your next paycheck. Am I going to any Halloween parties? That's a nice joke. You know damn well I'm not going to any Halloween parties. Yeah, honestly, with the way the modern Halloween is, you might as well just go to the strip club at that rate. Like, damn. The women might even be classier. I don't know. But I'm not a Halloween guy in general, or cosplay or dressing up. But also, I don't go to parties or get invited to them, for that matter. Sad? I don't think so. We need to make Halloween Catholic again.
Glory is within our grasp.
Nah, I don't really watch I don't really celebrate Halloween in any capacity. I don't watch scary movies or anything like that. It's not really a holiday I care about personally. I've never really celebrated it. No, so basically, I forget the exact timeline, but Halloween is like All Hallows Eve or something like that, which is the precursor to All Saints Day on November 1st. So basically, it's a Catholic holiday that was hijacked by, like, you know, spiritual paganist, we'll just call it that. But originally it was a Christian holiday. It has since been twisted, like, you know, they're trying to do with Christmas and Easter, where, you know, they try to remove the religious context of the day and then make it about the fucking Easter Bunny or buying and, you know, buying and giving gifts instead of, you know, the actual religious, you know, meaning of it. So, yeah. It originally was a Catholic holiday. But like everything else, it gets corrupted over time.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
But yeah, here, look. So soul cakes are spiced biscuits or small cakes traditionally baked in Britain and Ireland during medieval period for All Hallowtide, which Halloween. A Christian observance that includes Halloween, October 31st, All Saints' Day, and All Souls' Day. They are considered a precursor to modern trick-or-treating. But basically, yeah, it says poor children and adults would go door to door singing and offering prayers for the souls of the dead in exchange for soul cakes. So that's basically where the entire tradition comes from, is it's a religious holiday that, you know, got twisted into a consumer/pagan holiday, as many such things do. Scotty Man with the 5. Appreciate it, man. Thanksgiving and 4th of July are my favorite holidays. My favorite is Christmas, personally. But, yeah, I like 4th of July as well. I'm not a big Thanksgiving fan. I don't really care about Thanksgiving. Griffin, so many jealous of your success. Who? Why the fuck would anybody be jealous of my success? RTU is fuming that I don't have child support. That's right. Exactly. I like Thanksgiving because it's the start of the Christmas season. Yeah, I guess so. But then again, you might as well just say you like Christmas because, you know, the Christmas season starts. I'm just not a big... I don't know. Thanksgiving to me is just whatever. I don't really care about eating anymore, so... That, and I don't really like the traditional Thanksgiving food. I'm not big on, like, turkey and stuffing and all that type of stuff, so... I don't really enjoy the act of eating anymore. Griffin does like eating? Not really. You're jealous of my Aerith collect? Yeah, if I showed off my actual Aerith collection, I think you probably would be. Unironically.
Special deployment ready.
Maybe I'll dig that out and take a picture of it. It's hard to fit into one image, though. I'll just get the highlights, because a lot of it's duplicates. But I have a pretty nice Final Fantasy card collection, too. The Final Fantasy cards are pure just collector to me. I don't sell them. I don't sell my Final Fantasy cards. So, do you just not... No, I eat. I just don't really enjoy it. I don't look forward to eating. I don't really care what I eat. It's just kind of like, you know, I eat because I have to. Most of my Final Fantasy collection is Beckett graded, though. Not PSA, because I try to get the black labels for Final Fantasy because the card quality is so good. And then I have a big binder as well of Aerith cards.
He was weak, so he died.
Your latest Halo video was on point, by the way. Xbox 360, the Chud gamer era was truly something. It truly was, man. It was wonderful.
He was too frail for this war. Now is the time.
I was almost singing? What the fuck? Oh, speaking so eloquent. Okay, I was about to say. Yeah, I didn't think I was about to break out in song, bro.
established. New rally point established.
It depends on your state with EBT. Certain states let you spend the EBT money at fast food restaurants. It's pretty fucked.
New rally point established. Special deployment ready. Command is halfway there. Fatality confirmed. Now is the time. Dominate and defile.
Well, if you want to buy cigarettes on EBT, you just take cash out and then use the cash back to go buy whatever the fuck you want. That's how a lot of people do it.
He was too frail for this war.
I think in California you can buy alcohol with EBT, if I'm not mistaken.
The moment is now. Vision reveals the fallen to faith.
Shit.
Our warband holds.
The hell? Why does this not work? Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. There we go. Alright. Bruh, Elon Musk just said Halo Infinite's good. It's over, man. It's got shit taste. It is actually over. Alright, we'll do one more match and then we guess we can do videos. It truly is Jover. Yeah, dude.
I can't afford this shit!
Oops.
Our brother goes beyond the veil.
There goes the chat. Let's see. FBI with the 5 from your favorite. Oh, I know what that is.
Rally point updated.
I already know what that is. I see the Hideo Kojima. It's the fucking Loony Troon picture, yeah. Of Hunter Schafer.
Rally
Alright,
point
well,
updated.
I don't want to play as a different class. Let's see. Yeah. That's exactly what it was. Foul. Let's see. Alright, here y'all go. Hideo Kojima tweeting out, you know, his favorite Loony Troon actor. Disgusting. Actually fucking disgusting, man. A dude with a boob job. Brutal. His soul he doesn't have a soul, dude. People like Slop Jima don't have a soul. He is soulless. Alright, there we go. Alright, this seems like it's gonna be painful. Alright, one second. Let me do this real quick. Just need to open up a different tab. Alright, it's not over there. Just give me 1 second. Just need to do something. Okay. There we go. Now we're good. I had to verify my Google account again. Fucking piece of shit. Alright. Anyway. We're good now. Yeah, again, I've been streaming for 3 hours, and all of a sudden they're concerned about who's using my account, so... I don't know. I guess better late than never, but... Here we go.
I think I've endured enough. I think any more of this, I'm probably going to start taking psychic damage or something like that. We got another Hollow Knight review. So I recognize this name.
Yeah, I recognize the profile picture.
I feel this is just something that I have to bring up here. What is it with like 95-ish% of like all of the anti-woke losers and just straight up not being asked to like actually have like an original like profile picture or something like that? It's usually like something.
Dude, how the fuck are you gonna talk shit about anyone else's profile picture when this is your fucking PNG tuber and like what in the fuck is this thing? This looks like something like a literal fucking kindergartner would draw, but okay. Okay, bro.
From like an established like a series or something like that, and they just like sully it with their fucking opinion. Or anime. Usually 9 times out of 10 it's anime. Oh, Leto, Choto Freddy Fazbear. Also, what the fuck is this? What is this MS Paint disaster over here in the corner?
Oh my god.
Hang on. You guys gotta see this shit. Which one is me? Which one is me? It's this one. Look at this fucking MS Paint clip art disaster in the corner here. Look at this dumb shit.
Again, what the fuck is this thing fucking talking about when it comes to... Oh, look how bad it looks. Bro, look in the fucking mirror at your own whatever the fuck that is.
Looks like... Hold on. I need a full... And what the hell? Looks like some 9-year-old just drew that and decided to call it... Oh, it's right there. And
Sandy disappeared, oh no. But let's see here.
It looks like some 9-year-old drew that. This looks like a literal fucking infant drew it. That's retarded. Like, what in the fuck is this thing?
Piece of Hollow Knight Silk Song. Since I've never really played Hollow Knight before, I think
I already don't like this person because their voice is fucking obnoxious.
I haven't played Hollow Knight before.
I thought, what better time to go back and play this quote-unquote masterpiece, this masterpiece of the game, to go back and play the Mona Lisa of video games, this Vincent Van Gogh of video games, than right now. I think it's the perfect time to play Hollow Knight, and I'm just going to be upfront about it, okay? I think this game is extremely overrated, especially when you compare it to the greats of the Metroidvania genre, or even other games such as Bloodstain, which maybe this is a hot take, I don't know. Maybe this will piss off a few, fedora-tipping Redditors, but
I don't think you should be the one talking about fedora-tipping Redditors when you unironically sound like a fedora-tipping Redditor.
Oh my god. Again, you are not the person to be casting stones.
People who use overrated don't understand what overrated means, yeah, exactly. I cannot wait to see what your fucking critique of Hollow Knight is, and if it's fucking stupid, I'm going to make fun of you.
I think Bloodstain Ritual of the Night is better than Hollow Knight is.
Dude, how am I supposed to take this seriously? Like, this is giving off Sonic tranny vibes. Which it wouldn't surprise me if it's both a tranny and a Sonic fan.
Almost every single aspect.
You know, everything Latina Parfait he says is based and correct.
Oh no, don't tell me that this fucking bitch is a fucking synthetic man. Oh, I feel 2024 me awakening right now. I feel 2024 me awakening right now.
Now I'm just going to make this clear right now before somebody in a wheelchair rolls up in their fucking wheelchair, raises their hand and says, "Fuck you, motherfucker! How dare you say that Hollow Knight is a masterpiece? Fuck you!"
I'm sorry. Wait, hang on. There is so much. We aren't even in the fucking review yet. You spent a minute and 15 seconds whining and like comparing the game to a bunch of other games. One of which was Metroid. What was it? Metroid fucking Fusion? Or no, Metroid Prime. And now you're like stereotyping Hollow Knight fans as wheelchair-ridden Mexicans? Oh, that's a flag of India. Okay, never mind. It's not much better. It's not much better. It's still kind of fucking racist.
I just want to say,
oh my god, it's heckin' racist, dude.
Say this, okay? Calm down. Just because I think the game is overrated or not a masterpiece doesn't mean I think the game is bad or not good. For whatever reason, people can't accept the fact that games don't always have to fall on polar ends of the fucking scale, okay? That being, wow.
You being a fan of Synthetic Man and saying that is, bitterly ironic. Especially given that people like Synthetic Man usually only sway towards one side or the other on a fucking game. So, yeah, already with this video, I'm pretty sure your big daddy Synthetic Man is probably gonna come across this video and is gonna go like, how dare you not pick sides, fucking fence sitter.
Wow, bro, this game is a masterpiece and the best thing since canned bread. And wow, dude, this is the biggest piece of shit game I've ever played in my entire life. Like, this game unironically made my grandma kill herself. Like, games can fall somewhere in the...
I'm beginning to wonder if you've even scripted this video, because by now I would have actually gotten into the fucking review instead of bitching and whining the entire time. This is not making me want to watch the rest of your review if literally the beginning of it is basically you complaining, then comparing it to older games, then bring up a Synthetic Man clip, then being subtly racist, and then continuing.
I'm sorry, every time I look at this, it pisses me off. Holy fuck, bro. I think even as a 5-year-old child, I could draw better than that.
The bitch. Like, that's so far all I've gotten so far.
The middle, Not everything needs to be in the extremes of either dog shit or masterpiece. Just because we get a decent or even good modern game doesn't mean or make it a masterpiece because everything else that's releasing in comparison is dog shit, okay? Like, I don't know, South of Wakanda, Assassin's Creed,
Hang on, I need to back up here. Let's hear all the racist stereotypes. Come on, just get them out.
Releasing in comparison is dog shit, okay? Like, I don't know, South of Wakanda, Assassin's Creed, we was Kangs in the shadows and shit, man. FBC.
At this point, just say the N-word! Also, I just remembered something that was brought up earlier in this video, which was like, just because a game is better than the other releases during that time, it doesn't mean it's a masterpiece. When did Hollow Knight release again? 7 years ago? How long ago was that? 2018? 2017, 2018. What other games came out during that time? Celeste, if I remember correctly, came out during that time. Undertale was still really big during that time. Deltarune Chapter 1 came out during that time. Literally, it was banger after banger after banger.
Yeah, dude, these are all sloppa titles. Askew the two, whoever sent this video loves trans, on God. I don't know, maybe Majora Jeff does like trans.
During that time, and people still were calling Hollow Knight a fucking masterpiece. But, like, I just feel like I should mention the whole point of, oh, just because it's better than the other games during that time doesn't mean that it's a masterpiece kind of falls flat on its face when you realize that it was released during a time in which it was, like, the indie boom. Like, it was the time in which indie games were starting to get really fucking big, and it was basically masterpiece after masterpiece. Celeste is fucking awesome, Undertale was awesome, Deltarune Chapter 1 was fucking fun as shit, and then this game came out, and people are still calling it a masterpiece when it was released during the time in which those titans were released. As is typical with these anti-woke losers,
those titans, Deltarune and Molest, yeah, absolutely fucking nut. Dog shit Redditor games, and for, you know, literal fucking Tumblrinas and DeviantArt degenerates.
Don't know anything about video games.
I don't need to beat a game or play for 40 hours for a game to get good. And no, I'm not even joking. Somebody in my chat when I was live streaming this game unironically says it doesn't get good until you beat the game and start your second, you know, run, your second playthrough. Like, you...
Okay, well, that kind of person is actually just kind of dumb, because even with the rage that I do have whenever I play Hollow Knight and Silksong, I still really fucking like the games. I swear to God, if you're going to be basing your opinion based off of one chatter that quite literally just, even to me, comes across as somehow even dumber than you, then I'm sorry, but, I'm not going to be able to take you seriously from here on out. But yeah, like, something kind of just tells me that this is one of those instances where you just kind of went into a game wanting to dislike it just because everybody else was saying that it was a really good game.
Let's just be honest, let's keep it a $1.33.
Bro, every time I look at this stupid fucking avatar, it pisses me off. Why is one eye, like, double the size of the other? Like, this... Ugh. It's gross. Like... Dude, if I actually drew this shit, there's no fucking chance I would ever share it with the internet, because I would be embarrassed to show off how terrible that fucking looks. I have genuinely seen people in elementary school draw better than whatever the fuck this is, bro.
What I've played, I think this game is just very mediocre, like a 6 out of 10 at best. Maybe a 5 out of 10, just middle of the road. This game truly doesn't do anything.
Well, at least aren't like IGN, where a 6 is a failing grade and thus unplayable, so I mean...
Hasn't also either done or done better. In my opinion, the cons of this game far outweigh any and all the pros of this game.
I'll see you guys.
I'm sorry, wait, hang on, I gotta listen to that again.
The cons of this game far outweigh any and all the pros of this game.
Okay, that is actual just straight up bullshit. You can just say you have a skill issue.
So with all of that out of the way, I'll just give a little overview.
It's a heckin' skill issue. If you don't like a game, it's obviously a skill issue. That is such a massive cope.
The genre in the game, if for some reason you've never played or...
Why are you using footage of Metroid Prime?
Yeah.
Metroid Prime is entirely different. Just because it has Metroid in the title doesn't mean that it's necessarily a Metroidvania. Metroid Prime is entirely different. Just because it has Metroid in the title doesn't mean that it's necessarily a Metroidvania. Metroid Prime is entirely different. Just because it has Metroid in the title doesn't mean that it's necessarily a Metroidvania.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's really starting to make sense why that drawing looks that fucking bad.
Like, it plays completely different than every other one.
You have some huge map to explore, and you'll learn new upgrades and power-ups throughout your journey of the game. These new power-ups usually give you new abilities to further explore the world through, you know, backtracking. You'll, for example, at the start of the game, see some areas just out of reach that you just can't
Dude, I didn't even notice how terrible that one is, too. Holy fuck, man.
You just can't jump that far, okay? Or you'll see high up...
Is this like the convention of special ed art students? Like, what the fuck is this shit? Oh, man, it costs $20 to pay some Indonesian guy on Fiverr to draw you a far better image than whatever the fuck that and this is. And that.
Areas along the walls. Well, you'll eventually get things like an air dash to make those, you know, further jumps you couldn't before, and also wall jumping so you can, you know, jump up.
That thing got a robotic arm? Yeah, probably because, you know, they're too lazy to jerk themselves off, so...
Walls, so you'll need to backtrack to these previously explored areas and further explore them to find new hidden paths, secrets, bosses.
Yeah, and that's the thing that Hollow Knight does. You're literally showing gameplay of that said thing going on, and you were saying that, you know, like you're bringing this up as if Hollow Knight supposedly breaks this formula and makes a mess out of it.
Which this type of gameplay is usually pretty fun and rewarding. And notice how I said usually, because in the case of Hollow Knight, it's not that fun and rewarding due to multiple factors such as needing to find the guy to purchase a map in every single new area, meaning you're going to be...
You don't... Yeah,
you don't need to find him.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to find him. I mean, hell, even with Silksong, I'm pretty sure that there's like some maps I haven't even unlocked yet, and I was still able to make it through just through sheer fucking force of will alone. Same thing with Hollow Knight. You don't need to find the map guy.
Wandering around the levels like a fucking reed until you find the...
Okay, no, never mind. You shot any point that you could have had into the foot. Jesus fucking Christ. I need to just go on a rant here about that.
You shot any point you might have had into the font. Oh my god.
Particular word, okay? And it's not that I'm offended by it, okay? Far from it. I don't
Yes, you are.
give a shit if you use it. But I just feel like the kinds of people who regularly use it just don't have the creativity to call someone or something stupid in more than one way.
Stupid in more than one way? I mean, I like troglodyte, personally.
I'm more offended by the lack of creativity at play whenever people use that word. It's just like, you have the entire wealth of the English language at your disposal, and the only thing that you can think of is a funny 3-syllable word? Buddy, I can call you stupid in 5 different methods, and you won't understand half of them because of how stupid you are. Like, these fucking rock-brain fucking Cro-Magnon over here can't be fucked to come up with anything creatively, so they just use the same word.
Bro, again. You have the entire internet at your disposal. I assume you have $20. You could have paid somebody on Fiverr to draw you a way better whatever the fuck this thing is. And you did not. So, again, I don't really know if you should be the one casting stones at anyone else's effort / creativity / editing or whatever, quality. Because, bruh, what the fuck is that thing?
Over and over again, like it's the most original thing ever. Spoiler alert, it's not. It's getting exhausting at this point. It's fucking boring.
The map also doesn't update unless you sit on a bench, meaning even if you have...
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, you could just use AI. Holy shit. True. AI could easily make something better, and for free.
Okay, and?
It works that way in most... It worked that way in the 80s. It worked that way in, like, most of these games, where you have to uncover the map.
Yeah, again,
oh, no, uncovering a map? Oh, fuck, how do I do that? Jesus Christ.
I mean, let's put it this way. It could always be worse. It could always be like fucking Elden Ring, where you have to find some fuck-off area of the fucking map in order for you to find a map fragment to figure out where the fuck you're going.
Have the map when you're exploring unexplored rooms, you don't know where the fuck you're at or where you're going. Yeah, that basically sums up the Hollow Knight experience. It's one of...
That's the experience with, like, any game that requires exploration. Like, have you ever played any game? I'm beginning to wonder if you've even played those older Metroidvanias that you were, like, jacking off earlier. Like, you're suddenly now talking about this like it's a fucking bad thing, like it's the biggest sin against humanity.
Like, you'll open the map, right, and be like, okay, where do I go next? You see a little area you missed halfway across the map, and surely that's where you're supposed to go, until you get there and realize you can't access the room without a power-up that you don't have. So now you just wasted 20 minutes of your life, and you need to look at the map again and repeat this process till you finally end up finding the correct area to head to.
Yeah, it just reminds me of,
Most people, when they see a dead end, oh, cool, now I can go a different direction.
Yeah, exactly.
When
This is
oh, fuck, a dead end, god damn it.
When I see a dead end, I go, oh, cool, now I can go a different direction. Yeah. No. I don't think that's the average thought process. You know, call me crazy, but I don't think that's the average thought process. You're like, fuck, it's a dead end. You're not like, oh boy, now I can go to the other side of the map and look for where I'm supposed to go. Like, no. You're like, fuck this shit, bro. I'm on Blog TV with my fucking hands up. I'm not starting my fucking... Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, this shit is like that fucking DSP mentality. Like, fucking hell, dude.
Every game that's just decent or maybe above, average, a masterpiece, because they are starving like polar bears during global warming for, new good games. Not to mention...
Again, this game was released in 2018. I'm not going to repeat myself.
But 9 times out of 10, your reward is just going to be money. I guess for all the people who like to...
Which, I mean, is pretty fucking cool anyways, I guess, depending on the kind of run back that I have to deal with. Bro, who the fuck actually gives a shit?
Not to mention, I'd rather have games where it's, like, literally overpriced to buy everything and it's hard to get money than a game where you get way too fucking much money and there's nothing to spend it on, okay? So your reward in this game for exploring is useless money, and oftentimes your other reward will be some quirk chungus Dark Souls style NPC where you'd probably need...
You're complaining about Redditors earlier, you're using like this quirky Redditor lingo. Buddy, try to... why am I asking for consistency from someone like this?
You need to watch some 12-hour documentary to understand the lore of, and that just gives you useless...
Or, you could just pay attention to the fucking game!
Fucking tidbits, of information that mean really fucking nothing in the grand scheme of things. Which brings me to another thing, the Souls-like elements and influence of this game. Like, I seriously can't be the only one who's getting sick of Souls-likes in every game you tap.
You're acting like this game was released, like, 2 months ago and they're suddenly coming out with it. Again, this was released in 2018. Elden Ring wasn't even a thought in people's minds.
Is this dumbass really saying that Souls clones weren't a thing until Elden Ring? The fuck? Bro, Souls clones were a thing after the original Dark Souls.
And, like, I don't even think Liza P even existed back then either.
2018?
Yeah, 2018, 2017, I'm not sure if those games even existed back then. But, like, at the exact same time, why are you bitching about this?
To retrieve them. And if you don't, you lose them all. I really don't understand why people continue to praise indie games that just recycle and regurgitate the same shit AAA games do. Most of these indie games have...
Gee, hold on, wait, no, you don't get to complain about indie games recycling old shit. Call of Duty would like to tell it to you, like fucking most of the...
oh, well, dude, you can't talk about an indie game doing something because Call of Duty did it too. What type of fucking whataboutism retarded ass argument is that? Yeah, this is some fucking, you know, rock smashing intelligence on display.
Games that people like Pokemon. Pokemon's actually especially huge on this. No, you do not get to complain and be like, oh no, all these indie games are about the same thing. Fuck you. AAA games are far worse. At least with indie games,
Oh, well, what about? You can't criticize indies because AAA games do it. Okay, that is the most retarded argument ever. So because something else does something that's completely unrelated, everything else is allowed to do it too? Like, that's just... No. Not how it works. Those are mutually exclusive. Just because one unrelated game does something doesn't mean it's okay for another unrelated game to do the same thing. E-Man with the 5, time FBI. Alright.
Skip it up.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face!
Dare I say it,
You're not a
hateful
woman.
cunt.
You're a whore. You're a fucking whore.
try to put twists on it. Yeah, exactly.
Zero fucking originality. Like, most indie games at this point are basically either Metroidvanias, you know, 2D platformers like Metroidvanias, roguelikes or roguelites, and, you know, farming simulators. Wow.
The entire catalog of New Blood and Apogee would like to have a word with you.
So is the combat at least fun? And I'll just be honest, no, not really. The combat in this game is extremely simple and basic. The entirety of the combat pretty much boils down to run up to the enemy, you know, you see the enemy, run up to it, and press the attack button, and then move back as the enemy attacks, and repeat the process till the enemy is.
So the enemy and press the attack button. Oh wow.
Have you played a video game?
If you break down any game fucking ever, you end up getting that as an idea.
Have you ever played a video game? I just need to ask.
It's literally the simplest fucking thing in the world.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. Like, this is an actual legitimate question. Have you ever played a video game? Like, ever. Like, any video game at this point. Because I'm beginning to wonder if you've ever played...
God, I just want it off my screen.
Anything.
Dude, this thing pisses me off so fucking much. Holy shit.
At all up until this point. Because if you haven't, you should be fucking talking and you need to sit the fuck down and let the big boys and girls continue having fun.
And if you don't know where the blacksmith...
The big boys and girls, there is a grand total of 0 women in whatever the fuck this is.
...this to upgrade your sword or nail, which, let's just be real, if this is your first time playing, you're not going to know where the fuck it is and can easily miss.
Again, you're complaining about something that is a common thing with anyone's first playthrough, you fucking moron.
Yeah, you don't know, and then you know. It's like, oh my gosh, the game's gotta tell me everything in a tutorial, bro, please.
And again, I feel like that if the game was telling you everything, then you would bitch about that. You see, there's no winning with these kinds of people, like, fuck.
Which you'll be limited on, since, you know, you only have a limited number of them, is running up to the enemy, baiting out an attack by getting close, get a single hit off, then just run back and rinse and repeat. Wow, truly engaging and fun gameplay, am I right?
Me, when you've basically summarized almost any fucking game with combat ever.
That is not how every game with combat plays ever. Bullshit.
Again, if you literally, like, boil down any game that has combat, that's basically any game with fucking combat. I think I've seen enough. I think I've seen more than enough. This was fucking...
I've seen way too much of this fucking Avatar, bro.
Mind-numbing.
You know what we could have done instead of this? We could have watched Server Play instead of that.
No, we'll do that tomorrow. We'll take a look at Server Play tomorrow. I want to play fucking Hollow Knight in spite of this.
Holy autism.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. E-Man with the 5, mute Jeff. Alright.
Fucking suck dicks in an Olive Garden bathroom.
5 minutes. There we go. And Oski Woski with the 2. I wouldn't be surprised if Jeff found this funny. I don't know. That felt like torture. Yeah, pretty close to it. What the fuck is the second short? Here.
Honey, keyboard is squishy.
Dude, she's so heckin' cute. She's like my dream Reddit girlfriend, guys.
keeper is squishy.
Ugh. Anyone who likes that video should be sent to a gas chamber. Real talk. Send every single person that liked that video straight to the chamber. That is disgusting. Be honest, most of you liked the video. No. Absolutely not. Guys, this is horrible. Oh my god, an Asian girl on the internet is emotionally traumatized. I must simp. My favorite Twitch Asian mid needs my emotional and financial support. Hold on, queen. Once I finish my shift at McDonald's, I'll give you my entire paycheck. Griff is still recovering from the rock hard boner. That video game. Oh, yeah, man. Definitely. I'm literally about to bust. Oscu the 5, we need a petition going to have Jeff play Ninja Gaiden 4. Well, once he's unmuted, I guess we'll get his response. He's got a few more minutes, I think. Can see.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Dude, all this normie slop clickbait shit. Let's see. Two heckin' Silk Song videos? I know, bro. My favorite game ever. Look, dude, she's got a fat ass. Whoa. Yeah, dude, the glazing over Silk Song's pretty obnoxious. It is pretty obnoxious. I don't get how it took 5 years to make. Lazy developers. That's why. They were probably just raking in the money from their original game, so they weren't motivated to work on the sequel. You know, once you have a bunch of money, it's not really super appealing to sit there and actually work hard. You're just like, you know, it'll get done when it gets done. Let's see. So yeah, we watched that, so nothing new there. Hold on, let's see. I think Rich made a, I think I saw one. Oh yeah, his channel name is different now. Should we watch the video about Smash JQ?
Jeff, I knew this day was going to come with you. Everyone was going to see.
Let's see what this is.
Through your BS.
I just wanted some sauce on those zingers.
Listen, man. Oh my God. All these grifters are the same, whether it's Benny Johnson or the Temu quartering known as Smash JT. Hello, everybody. They love their AI, too. They really, really love their AI.
Smash JT in the tub with the flow, dropping hot takes, watch the channel grow. When the red
Oh my God.
bangers hit, the lights all glow, chat goes wild, everybody knows it.
So I have an interest.
What the fuck?
Interesting history with Smash. I'm going to give you a little recap or a little Cliff Notes version of who YouTuber Smash JT is. Back in the day, he used to do gaming news. He tried to do similar things that I used to do on this other channel that I had. I don't know if you heard of it, called Review Tech USA. And it didn't work out for Smash. So,
dude, I fucking hate like that AI slop video shit. Like, no, thank you.
He actually made a video talking about how he wasn't going to work out for him. He was going to go off and get a real job. So I knew he wasn't done.
I especially hate AI music. I'm not a fan.
No, because he used to make these weird videos where he would like be talking about current events or gaming while driving in his car. And then the other time that Smash came up when he was really into Tommy Tellerico. I'm sure many of you know him.
They're literally gaming racists.
Smash invested in the Amico. I think it was about $10,000, and he was a devout defender of that. And
yeah, he shilled his fucking ass off for it. But so did Rich. So did Rich for a while, so both were guilty of that.
Till the 11th hour. Like, everyone else realized that it was a complete disaster, and finally Smash...
Elijah Petty with the 2. Did you watch Tucker Carlson? No, I did not. I don't really know if I want to, but no, I didn't. I saw it happen, but I didn't watch anything about it.
She was like, yeah, I'm jumping off this. Yeah, you jumped off of it, Smash, to save your own ass. That was the only reason why you left. You were just like, yeah, I totally wasn't on board with it and fighting other people who were criticizing the Intellivision Amico. Not me. I totally saw through it. I saw through it. No, you didn't. You were hoping that riding Tommy's coattails was going to lead you to wherever the hell you thought it was going to lead you to. You just want success and clout for the sake of having success and clout. Whatever you have to do to get it, be damned, you will do it. Let's not forget, too, he had a back and forth with...
I mean, shit, I'll take success and wealth. Like, fuck. Is that such a bad thing to want? Success and wealth?
Former Kotaku editor Alyssa Mercante. It ended up being...
Hey, Rich, why don't you show a more recent picture of her? Let's see a more recent image. I wonder why Rich used that picture instead of this one. I don't know. Could it be he's trying to frame her in a positive light? Or better yet, we can go with this one. Gee, I wonder why he didn't want to use a recent photo of her. You know, she's such a lovely lady.
that he was going after her. You know, the whole thing woke. She ended up going after him and suing him for harassment. And of course, he used this to be the cry bully. He used this to be the victim. Everyone looked at her as the evil game journalist, and that helped catapult him to relevancy that he always craved. Sorry that I'm doing this in post. I'm editing this video in the wee hours of the morning, but I thought that was important to mention as well. And that whole legal entanglement that he had with Alyssa Mercante, who was a journalist, kind of got him the notoriety that Smash has created.
Dude, I think Rich is just desperate for anything with a decent BMI at this point. Maybe that's what it is.
For a very long time, and he went full in on the anti-woke go broke nonsense, which I'm amazed there's still an audience for it, but there is, and it's still a fairly big one, and he rides those coattails. And Ghost of Wokedei, oh no, there was a female protagonist, and we can't have that. Now, I know there were things that the dev said about Charlie Kirk. I'm not even going to go into that. Okay, like that was one of the things that had a lot of these people in, you know, Ghost of Wokedei and Sucker Punch. That was why there was a lot of ire towards them. There was also the female actress. The story is based on a male protagonist, and how dare they in their fantasy world that they're creating with their game put a female actress in there, and she got a lot of hate too. And she also said something about Antifa because, you know, in 2025 being anti-fascist is considered bad. Make that one make sense to me. Oh, I know why that is the way it is. But if you go to Smash's channel and look at all of his videos, you would think that Ghost of Wokedei is a complete disaster and didn't sell well. Except that
it didn't sell very well. Usually Sony would be, you know, boasting the sales at this point.
it's absolutely not true at all. As a matter of fact, they're saying that Ghost of Wokedei sold 1.6 million copies plus in its first week. It came out.
That's terrible. Pokemon sold 5.8 million, and it's dog shit. Bro, a Sony game selling 1.6 million in its first week is not good. So,
on October 2nd. So, yeah, that's not a failure of a game. But if you watch Smash JT, you would think that it sold 10 copies.
These Sony sloppa titles sell way better up front than 1.6 million.
Because of his hard work being the anti-woke grifter that he is and making sure you don't buy that game. But that's in his fantasy world. Well, because Smash has been absolutely relentless on Ghost of Wokedei and putting out misinformation. If he was putting out stuff that was accurate, fine, whatever. You want to talk about it, it's a relevant topic, fine. But it's all the anti-woke propaganda that you're putting out there, and that's what Colin Moriarty got annoyed at. When you had a video talking about, this is the video that actually Smash posted on X, which got Colin's attention. Shocker, Journo's Ghost of Wokedei's quote-unquote success narrative falls apart. Keep in mind, the game is more than likely sitting at over 2 million copies sold right now. But
whoa, that's bad for a Sony game. Sony games usually sell way more than 2 million copies within the first few weeks. So it is massively underperforming.
Smash won't talk about that because
remember, Days Gone is considered a commercial failure by Sony because it sold 9 million copies. Like, yeah, no.
So, oh my God, female woke, the game won't sell, it's going to fail, female run. Except that wasn't the case, and Colin called him out on it and said, hey, have me on your show. This is what he said on Twitter. I don't know if you do a podcast or stream, but you should have me on sometimes so you can better articulate your positions, and I can ask some probing questions. I don't think your stances would survive much scrutiny, and I'd like to test that hypothesis. Now, of course, Colin Moriarty, who has the Sacred Symbols PlayStation podcast, who has been an industry veteran, he used to work for IGN, you know, Smash is going to want to have him on. He knows that sparks are going to fly, and he's hoping that it gets him a whole bunch of viewership.
How much did it cost to make? I would imagine it costs more to make than Days Gone. I mean, budgets have only fucking ballooned since the PS4 generation, but I have no idea.
So, of course, Smash, his thing is that Circana, who actually looks at numbers for game sales in the industry,
Hold on, actually, we can see how many employees are at Sucker Punch. 244 employees. So let's see. That's actually a pretty small studio. Wow. Times 100,000. That's very conservative, by the way. And Ghost of Tsushima came out in 2020, right? Yeah, so a 5-year dev cycle. It costs, at the bare minimum, just from an employee payroll perspective, $122 million. Just from an employee payroll perspective, $122 million. So that would mean it needs to sell, what, divided by 70. Oh wait, well we gotta take into account. We'll do 0.8. We'll do that. That should be fine. That should even everything out. So what's the 56? It needs to sell 2.2 million copies just to pay the payroll. So there you go, which maybe it will do. Which also, I think, isn't the game in Unreal Engine? Because if it's in Unreal Engine, it also has an 8% licensing fee as well, too. But it doesn't matter. Basically, it needs to sell 2 million copies just to cover payroll in a best-case scenario. So, there you go. It may have broken even by now, which, for a game that took 5 years to make, isn't really the best.
What he's trying to say is that they're cooking the book so a game that is woke looks like it's sold. That is the gist of it.
Sony games typically sell a lot more than 2 million copies in the first few weeks, is the point I'm trying to make, but it doesn't matter.
That I got from what Smash is trying to put out there.
Remember, Final Fantasy 16 was a flop at 3 million sales, according to some people.
And Colin's like, nah, dude. I'm a conservative, and I'm still going to call out BS. You're just trying to push an arrow.
Colin is not a conservative. Nope. No. He is a San Francisco conservative, a.k.a. a leftist. Nope. He is not a conservative.
And you're not actually going by reality, and you're not actually going by numbers. And here is Colin himself saying that he is a conservative.
Dude, I'm a conservative in the video game industry.
The reason why I put that out there is I know...
Yeah, what is his actual political beliefs?
A lot of people are going to say, oh, I bet he's a woke lefty journalist. No, Colin's not at all. That has nothing to do.
Do I need to go Twitter hunting? Let's see. Colin. Not Colin. Fuck. Moriarty. I don't know how do you spell his fucking name? Okay, there we go. Let's see. I'm not even going to comment on the pinned tweet. All right, let's see. Does he have anything political? Retweeted or anything like that? I'm not seeing anything political related, so I don't know. I can't get a good gauge. I think he's one of those rhino types, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I don't see anything political on his Twitter page, so I don't know. I don't really want to doom scroll for like an extended period, but yeah, if my memory serves me correct, he's like one of those rhino Republican types who doesn't actually want anything that real right-wingers do. They just basically want a slower version of the Democrat Party. Is he on Blue Sky? I have no idea. Probably. All right. I'm not going to dig through all this shit. Okay. We're good. I don't think he's MAGA, but I'm not sure.
With his ire towards Smash. It's just that Smash is an ingenuous son of a shit, and that's what he had a problem with. Now, as I was putting this video together, I was trying to get the whole bunch of clips. I watched the whole interview between Smash and Colin, and luckily I found this short. I don't know if it's actually a short, but it's in the short format that puts together virtually everything. I'll have some other clips after this that sums up what Colin's issue is with Smash, and he calls him out on his whole YouTube channel, essentially, what it's based around. Smash's channel, that is. Here is Colin absolutely decimating Jeff. Take a look.
For everything. And I feel like you guys, and again, I say you guys, people like you thrive on this sort of energy. It's always content about other people, other people's opinions, random amorphous things, but never about the games. Never about playing the games, never about enjoying the games, never about streaming the games, doing content about spoiler casts and review discussions, anything like that. It's never about the games. And my suspicion is it's never about the games because that's not where the traffic is for you guys. So I think that actually
that is true for a lot of these people. They don't actually even like video games.
The people that have a lot riding on keeping this sort of facade going are content creators like yourself. That's why I wanted to come on, because this specific thing that you're talking about is not true. Your audience can believe it or not. I have to look at the chat later and see what they've had to say, but it is what it is, right? Like last videos, breaking massive layouts at Ubisoft. Yote, next video, Yote flops. Next video, the gamers woke revolution crashes. The next gamer, Microsoft has no clue what gamers want. The next one, man wins women's only Fortnite tournament. The next one, now they're saying Twitch CEO Dan Clancy did nothing wrong. The next one, TwitchCon streamers PC infected by massive virus. Like, where is the game? I'm not seeing anything here. There's no, like, I'm scrolling through this, like I see nothing about any games. There's nothing about a single, there's nothing about it. I'm calling you out here. There's nothing about a single game on here that you played. Like, where is the content?
I'm also calling you out. Maybe you should watch them to find out. Because, I mean, we both live in this world. You understand how you title videos to get people to get in there and watch what you want to talk about, right?
No, we title all the Sacred Symbols episodes after random song titles. So no, we don't do clickbait, actually.
Okay, well, I wouldn't argue it's clickbait. I would say it's a way to get people interested in a topic that you're going to be talking about. It's applicable. It's not lying about what the topic is, but it's probably the most interesting part of the story in the video that I want to highlight. But I talk about many things in the videos.
What I think is true is that you wouldn't be able to do what you do if you actually talked about the games.
Again, where are you getting that from? I wanted to do what I wanted to cover and what I wanted to talk about, but nobody cared. Nobody cared for the life of me.
Here we go. I found it. I left the GOP over Trump, so obviously I didn't vote for him. I'm an atheist, I'm socially liberal, and I'm not a libertarian apart from how it syncs with my social views. So I don't know where I cited positions I take or things I think. Yeah, there you go. Like I said, he is a California, San Francisco conservative. So that was 7 years ago. I can only imagine what he thinks now. Yeah. Like I said, he's one of those rhino types.
Nobody cared. Nobody cared for the life of me. Nobody cared to watch any of those videos for whatever reason.
I remembered something. Well, I'm glad I found it. I just searched it on Google and it actually popped up. Oh, wait. Here we go. Here we go. What is this? Donald Trump can't be president.
What do you think of Donald Trump?
I love Donald Trump. I fucking love Donald Trump.
He's a nightmare.
He loves Donald Trump, but in his tweet, I didn't vote for Trump. Rhino.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to A Conversation with Colin. I'm Greg, and this is my roommate, Colin. Now, sometimes Colin says crazy stuff. So every Tuesday and Thursday, I reach into my random topic pile, pull one out, toss it at him, and we talk it out for your amusement. If you like that, like the video, subscribe to our channel, and share us with your friends. Colin, are you ready?
Yeah, our windows are really dirty. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, and they're all broken. We have 3 windows back there. Only 2 of them work. Yeah. Today's topic of conversation comes from Patty Whacked. That's a good name. Oh. And he says, Donald Trump. His tweets would suggest he's running for president. What do you think of Donald Trump?
I love Donald Trump. I fucking love Donald Trump.
He's a nightmare. Like he's so mean on Twitter to everybody, and he's always starting shit, and he's always yelling at people.
He's a brilliant man.
Well, no, I know that. He's a millionaire, or billionaire probably, or something. I don't even know. But like, he's been in bankruptcy. He's been out of bankruptcy.
Well, companies he's owned have been in bankruptcy. He's
all right. Sorry, good point.
He owns a skyscraper in New York. I think he's pretty much okay.
Probably like the Avengers Tower.
And you're obsessed with skyscrapers, so that should really impress you.
Well, that's all I want to know about New York and whatever alternate reality we go to.
So yeah, Donald Trump played with the presidency a little bit in 2012.
Yeah.
Then he kind of went off the deep end because he was doing the whole birther, like Obama wasn't born in the United States kind of thing. Right. Like, you know.
He loves him though.
I don't see like how that's, you know, obviously like you have to be it's birthright citizenship. You have to have been born here to be president. But no one was giving McCain a hard time for being born in the Panama Canal Zone during that election. So that's fine because he was on a military base, and it's fine. But Donald Trump is an interesting dude. Now, first of all, one of my favorite shows on television is Celebrity Apprentice.
You don't let your life doesn't stop for anything except what's up? And then they would
the celebrity version where like you didn't think that they were so. He's not a politician. Like he doesn't know what he's getting himself into. Like he'd be really foolish to jump into and you know, with this field that's gonna happen in 2016, Rand Paul, Chris Christie.
Wait, this guy actually thought Chris Christie was a... Oh my god. Yeah, dude, holy shit.
Maybe, you know...
Chris fucking Christie?
Ted Cruz and like other guys that like will eat him alive.
Right.
So it's like wise for him to... And I don't like Ted Cruz, but like the guys like that will like... He'll get eaten alive by those guys in the debates. Much like Newt Gingrich.
Chris Christie... Ted Cruz and who was the other one are going to eat Trump alive in the debates. Yeah, literally the complete opposite. Yeah, this guy's political instincts are about as good as milk left in the summer sun.
Gingrich was like just destroying people in the last debates because he's just smarter than everyone else.
Yeah,
but Newt Gingrich is not presidential material. He's smarter than everyone else in the room, but
he's like Ben Franklin.
Yeah, he's like Ben Franklin, exactly. Ben Franklin was never president.
Yeah, I know things about American history too. Well, thanks, Patty Whack. Thank you, Colin. Yeah, I've shown that a few times.
But yeah, there you go. I left the GOP over Trump, but he loved Donald Trump, guys. He loved him. He absolutely loved Donald Trump, but he left the Republican Party over Donald Trump. Yeah. Rhino. Anyway, I remember there was something about that from the past, and that's exactly what it was.
YouTube looking at all of your videos. Okay, like all the titles of your videos. Like, so I want to understand is within the confines of the video titled "Asmongold destroys Sony Pony fanboy"? Is there like a deep analysis of Kronos the New Dawn in there that I'm missing? Is there behind the video the title "Goonergate Returns"? The extreme right. Is there some sort of real
Goonergate Returns? The extreme right.
A deep dive into like what Xbox's strategy is?
Probably not in that video, but you have to understand.
Dude, it's absolutely amazing. I saw that clip. Shout out to Failure Speaks. Hopefully they put up more videos. Again, I'll have a link to it below in the description. He only has another video up about Phil, DSP Gaming. But
dude, what the fuck is Goonergate?
Yeah, smash his own words right.
Yeah, dude, he's probably one of those Lincoln Project Republicans. But no, I think Rhino's the perfect name.
Right there, destroy himself. Smash, you went down this route because of the fact.
Like, this is all you need to know. Like, I'm sorry, bro, but you're an atheist and socially liberal. You're quite literally, by definition, not a conservative. You are not a right-winger. A conservative literally means that you're trying to conserve the social and that includes religious fabric of the country and culture. Being socially liberal is literally antithetical to being a conservative. You can't be one and the other. Because if you're socially liberal, you're trying to break down the, traditional societal, expectations and norms, which is, again, the opposite of conserving. So, yeah. Goonergate was the Oh, okay. Oh, that was the Melanie Mac thing? All right, gotcha.
Fact that when you try to talk about gaming news and your voice sounds like you suck helium before whenever you film a video.
I need money. I just do.
No one watched.
I do too, man. I need that money. I really do.
No one watched your stuff. You said it with your own words. It's not that I'm making it up. The clip is right there. And you so desperately wanted to have a following on YouTube. You so desperately wanted to have clout. You wanted to have an audience. You wanted to have what you perceived as power to come along with it after you doing gaming news didn't work, after, I was about to say the Calico Chameleon, after Tommy Tellerico's in television, Amico disaster never came to fruition. And I don't know what the hell you expected to come. Did you really, what do you think? You're going to be a multimillionaire with a, what looked like a foot wash machine or a foot massager? And especially with that lunatic Tommy Tellerico running it, you really thought that that was going to go somewhere. That didn't work out. And you were not going to stop until you found some kind of thing that clicked with.
I think it's funny Rich is going so hard on Tommy Tellerico when Rich had him on his show like multiple fucking times, was excited about the Amico, had Amico branded merch and all this other shit. So, you know, Rich was also fooled at one point too by the Amico.
You on YouTube and got you an audience, and you went the grifter route. And here you have a conservative saying in the live stream with you that they're a conservative, Colin Moriarty that is, and they're still calling you out about the substanceless, vapid, hate-mongering content that you put out there. Now, this is great. If this doesn't sum up like the right-wing mindset and how they couldn't catch on to a joke to save their lives. This is Circana. Again, that's where companies pay to get like data and sales numbers. And that was the whole thing with Smash. He's like, they're trying to cook the books because it's a woke game and they want a woke game to look like it's selling well. Well, anyway, here's Matt Piscatella making fun of people like Smash because they're trying to make this fantasy where Ghost of Wokedei is crashing and burning, but it's really not, and it's actually selling well. Even if it's behind Ghost of Tsushima, it's still more than likely over 2 million copies sold, and the game just came out a few weeks ago. Anyway, here's a clip of Colin absolutely roast.
Dude, hold on. Wait, here's another tweet from 5 years ago. I don't need to see any more. I'm not voting for either of these people. I may just not vote at all, honestly. I'm not going to pretend to be excited about either of these old men or any of the current crop of the third party. Give me better options next time. Hashtag debates 2020. Truly a conservative, man. It's just... Nope, it's a LARP. It's a LARP, man. All you have to do is look up a so-called conservative and then the word Trump and then tweet. Or Twitter or X or whatever. And it's like, yeah, you can find all this shit. I just really love how all of them were like, you know, vehemently anti-Trump. And then either they are, you know, Johnny come lately, or, you know, they just say, well, I had to hold my nose when I voted for him because either option was terrible, but Trump was just slightly better. But I didn't want to do it. I just felt it was the only choice I had. So, yeah.
Smash for not seeing that this was
it's always the same song and dance, man.
Joke, and it's amazing. Take a look.
He said on his podcast that he regrets not voting in 2020 election, but did in 2025 for Trump. Yeah, that's what I mean. You know, Johnny come lately, like, oh, well, now I see the light. Yeah, I guarantee you that, you know, it's one of those cases of where he did it to save face, or, you know, oh, I didn't like either option, but it was the lesser of the two evils, that type of thing. But yeah, you can't be socially liberal and an atheist and being like a conservative. Those two just don't equate. Like, you can't. Being right-wing means you're probably at least pro-Christian values at the very minimum, because that is the fabric of Western civilization, whether people want to admit it or not. You know, for what, 1,800 years, the church has basically dominated the moral life of, you know, Western Europe and by extension the United States. So, the very society we live in is based on Christianity. And then socially liberal means degenerate shit everywhere, which means, no, you are not a conservative.
Let me ask you this, and I guess because we're kind of been going for a little bit here. this is kind of towards the end of my questions I had for it. And again, thank you for this conversation. I think it's been very beneficial for everyone. I just saw this before the stream started. This is from Matt Piscatella on Blue Sky. This is the man who's supposed to trust
Thanks,
with
Digga. All right.
facts. He says, never ever let facts get in the way of believing what you wish were true.
Daryl Zone with the 5. As a Democrat, I don't always agree with you on a lot of things, but I respect your opinion. You probably hate me now because I'm a leftist, and that's okay. Nah. You got to do something wrong to get me to hate you. Like something very wrong. I don't hate people by default, believe it or not. It's getting easier and easier to do that nowadays, but not yet. I'm not at that point quite yet. But yeah, it's whatever, man.
Yeah.
If you believe you can fly, you go ahead and touch the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the guy that you want us to.
You realize it's sarcasm making fun of the people that Ghost of Wokedei, right?
No, I don't care.
You understand that that's what he's doing is making fun of the people that are.
Never ever let hold on. Never ever let facts get in the way of believing what you wish were true. If you believe you can fly, go ahead and touch the sky.
When I read this is supposed to be the gold standard, and this guy says, "Don't let facts get in the way of believing what you wish were true."
He's making fun of you, dude. He's making fun of you. Do you not?
Yeah, look at the reply to that.
Do you not understand that he's making fun of you?
I understand
and
what
people
he's
like
trying to do. This is a self-tell. This is a self-report to me. That's how I read
God.
it.
God bless you, dude. God bless you. Oh my God. That was the fact that he couldn't get that was sarcasm says so much. It says so much about this whole anti.
If you're not liberal in your 20s, you have no heart. If you're not conservative in your 40s, you have no mind. Dude, I wasn't liberal from the day I was born. So let's just say I watched a certain film, and I think it was middle school, that, you know, dramatically shaped my worldview at a very young and impressionable age. And I never went through the bleeding heart lib shit phase of development, thankfully.
Woke garbage movement too. Listen, all right, I decided to sit up at my desk normally again. That clip is just absolutely amazing. It just shows, like, how do you not see that that's sarcasm? It says so much about you, Jeff. It says so much about that whole movement that you look at something like that. And here is the thing, even though what Matt Piscatella said was obviously sarcasm, these guys will turn around and...
It was Braveheart? No, it was a story that was never told.
And because they're cry bullies and they always have to be outraged and always be a victim. How could you trust Matt Piscatella? He's look at he's making these jokes here. You can't take Circana's number seriously, even though he's being sarcastic and I'm an idiot and that stuff goes right over me. And even if I do get it, I have to flip it to my audience to make more rage bait. What are we doing here? With all the other crap going on right now, you're sitting here grifting, putting out this poison to your audience, being like, oh my God, there's female in video games and there should be a dude because it's based on a dude protagonist. They have to put a girl in there. That's what you want people to be following you for? Of course it is. Of course it is, because you know the rage bait, you know you get that, and the audience that you're going for, Jeff, and you know this, they're insecure, they're impressionable, and they're misguided, and they're looking for some outlet. They're looking for an excuse as to why that maybe there's shortcomings in their life. And you're there to give them that affirmation, Jeff. And you do it over and over again. And any game that's woke, you're going to say that.
But yeah, even like in elementary school, I wasn't a lefty, bro. Like I remember, like we had the mock election in 2008 at my elementary school. I think I was in 5th grade at the time. And I remember asking one of my teachers why she voted for Obama, because I didn't like Obama at the time. And, dude, honestly, I don't really even know when I started following politics, but it was probably like when I was probably like 9 or 10. So that's when I kind of got into like following political shit. And I remember asking my teacher, and she's like, oh, because he's going to do all this. I'm like, no, he's not. Well, I was right. Because Obama did fuck all other than screw everything up, set us back 40 years in terms of race relations, and, you know, basically sabotage the United States to usher in the Democrat Party's literal dictatorship over the U.S., which luckily, you know, Trump came in and threw a wrench into that machine, but I genuinely fear what's going to happen when he's gone.
it's going to get decimated, or any game that has someone of color in it and you don't like that there's someone of color in it, the game is woke. I see it all the time. And maybe if you didn't do that specifically, Lord knows a whole bunch of other content creators did. And Jeff, when you go to your channel, you're doing the same thing that the Quartering's doing. You're doing the same thing that the other piece of garbage Stuttering Craig is doing. Instead, you're just making something out of...
I'm just gonna say it, since you're talking shit about me with your big fucking ugly mouth. You're all hateful fucking racist bigots. Fuck you and fuck your fucking podcast.
See, I never really watched political YouTubers. That's the thing, is I would just go... I would get into the rabbit holes of just researching, like, historical events and shit. Like, you know, because of that great story that was never told, you know, I started to investigate a lot of historical events that I either learned about in school or would watch, like, a documentary on or other shit like that, and, you know, do some deep dives, let's just call it. People saying we came from monkeys. Yeah, bullshit. Press X to doubt. I don't buy that for a fucking second.
Of nothing, just to keep your audience angry because you got into this grifting part of YouTube where the anger sells. You don't care about facts. You'll put out lies. Trust me, I know. So long as you get clicks. That's the thing. Of course, you have to have a title that is appealing to people. Of course, you have to have something that will get people to watch. I do it too. But here's the thing. I'm not lying to people. Here's the thing. I'm not just trying to get people angry and hate a group of people just because it benefits me.
It's like that Final Fantasy video we watched last night. That was a straight up lie. Final Fantasy director demands people not play the original. Yeah, that was bullshit.
You're a piece of crap for doing that. And everyone like you is a piece of crap. And I will continue to call you out. And I am so glad that it ended up being a conservative journalist, a legendary...
Yeah, conservative. I'm socially liberal. Okay, yeah. The conservative fucking pillar of the YouTube community.
One in the industry that exposed you. Because if there was a left-winger that did it, they would all be hiding behind that and saying, oh, they're just woke. That's why they wanted to go after Jeff. He's just fighting the good fight. No, you're a fool. And it was a conservative that called you out for being a fool. I'm so sick of these anti-woke grifters that stand for nothing. Good luck out there, Jeff. You'll need it.
Ocean water. Ocean water. Ocean water. Ocean water. Ocean water. Ocean water.
China! Colin liked Romney. Yeah, he's a Democrat, bro. He is literally a Democrat.
Ladies and gentlemen, a word from Bill Gates.
Listen, Rich, tell your audience that Xbox is now a third-party developer and that you leave traces of urine on the toilet seat, which honestly, you know, it can make it an awkward experience to rest my cheeks on there. You should really clean that off when you're finished. Thank you.
What the fuck? Why is Rich... Never mind, man. His piss-soaked toilet seat. Z here with the 5. What's up, Mr. Griffin Gaming? What have I missed? We watched a quote-unquote conservative, basically a leftist, expose Smash JQ for being dumb. I wonder how long that actual, like, interview is. We should watch it if it's short.
I just wanted some sauce on those zingers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a couple shameless plugs. First and foremost, make sure you subscribe to Rich Tomorrow. It's free to do, and I upload content on a regular basis and also stream on a fairly regular basis as well. Also, too, on this very
Where's Rich's political commentary, man? It seems like he's just doing gaming news again.
Channel on October 31st, Halloween at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I will be having a Halloween stream right here. I'll have a link to it below in the description and top pin comment. Make sure you come check it out on Halloween. And also, too, I have an ASMR channel called Tech 25 ASMR. I will have new content up there very soon, and I also have a ton of content there right now. So make sure you subscribe to Tech 25 ASMR. Link in the description and top pin comment below. So even before we started learning information about Microsoft's next-gen console, the signs were all there. I'm like, look, if Microsoft's going to make a next-gen system, it's just going to be a PC with an Xbox logo on it, and they're going to have an Xbox.
Yeah, bro, he just wears that hoodie probably every single day, you know? Maybe he changes the t-shirt that he has on underneath it. But that hoodie has probably not been washed in weeks.
Experience inside of Windows. Like, with everything going on right now, with how they're showing that they have no faith in their current consoles, the Xbox Series consoles, with them jacking up the price of their current gen consoles, with them bringing their exclusives to PlayStation 5. I don't really know how you could think that Microsoft would truly want to be competitive with the next gen console. Well, there's a report coming out now that, yeah, it's going to be a PC. You want to play God of War on the next gen Xbox? You go right ahead. This info comes from IGN.com. I'll read it to you, then we'll discuss. A new report has revealed details in Microsoft's next gen Xbox console, which is allegedly a console/PC hybrid that will play games released on PC via Steam. That means the likes of Sony Santa Monica's God of War.
So it's a computer. Got it. I mean, everybody already knew this.
Or Insomniac's Spider-Man and Sucker Punch's Ghost of...
What? How is this a report? This is literally common sense. If Microsoft releases a computer and PlayStation's games are on PC, then yeah, it'll play PlayStation's games. Like, yeah.
Tsushima and pretty much all other PC games, like I have said, will all be playable on the next-gen Xbox in an industry first. Windows Central said that while users of the next-gen Xbox can remain inside the Xbox ecosystem if they want to, meaning that Xbox UI skin, which is like what the Xbox Ally X and Xbox Ally have on it, they can exit to Windows where the console acts like a traditional Windows PC. Ding, 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 ding. That means having access to PlayStation games on Steam and mouse and keyboard games from Blizzard's launcher, Battle.net, World of Warcraft, and Riot's launcher, League of Legends. You'll be able to play all that on your next-gen Xbox. So essentially what they're going to do with the next-gen Xbox,
it's a computer with the Xbox app,
is what they're currently doing with the Xbox Ally and Xbox Ally X. It's that simple. They're doing the same thing. Well, they're basically making a PC where, oh yeah, sure, it's an Xbox. We have the Xbox experience on there. But that's like saying if I have a mini PC and I put that Xbox experience on there. It's still a PC, still could go into Windows, but it has an Xbox skin if you want to use it. If you want to stay in the Xbox UI, you can, and you can leave it. That's not a console. That's not a console, at least the way we thought of it before. And look, in a way, Microsoft doesn't care about the Xbox brand being a normal console anymore. So I actually like this idea. It may make me pick it up, not because I want to be in the Xbox ecosystem. I just want to use it. Hopefully it's small. I want to use it as a super tiny PC that's powerful. I'll be able to edit my videos and then go play Halo Campaign Evolved on it there. Super convenient. Thank you, Microsoft.
And thank you, Rich, for having robust and meaningful breasts.
But what sucks about this is, and it's official now, we're definitely not going to have another competitor in the console race in the future. Now we are whittled down to Sony and Nintendo. And let's keep it real. Sony trickles out a decent portion of their exclusives onto PC, onto Steam. So really right now, Nintendo is the only holdout for console exclusivity, where first-party games remain on their platform. I know people argue that having console exclusives is antiquated and it hurts developers, especially with how much games cost to develop and how expensive they could be, where they should have the games where they can...
Doesn't seem to be hurting Nintendo. 6 million fucking Pokemon copies in a week, which is wild, man.
Play them anywhere they want to. But what made these platforms become successful? What made Xbox become successful? Halo. Sony had exclusives throughout the years, especially during the 8th or 7th generation, excuse me. All the like Uncharted, God of War, The Last of Us. People go to a platform and will go into that ecosystem because there is a game/experience there, or a game experience there, I don't know why I said slash, that you could get there that you can't get anywhere else. If you could get the games anywhere else, what the hell is the point of buying that company's hardware? And I think before all of these insane price increases that Microsoft did with the Xbox Series consoles, that's a big reason why people weren't interested in the current gen Xbox hardware. They're great systems. Hardware-wise, the Xbox Series X and Xbox Series S are fantastic. But if you could get the games on other platforms that you already have without going out and buying an Xbox, why the hell would you buy an Xbox? Which in turn means that I'm sure Microsoft lost out on other sales, whereas if someone has that...
Yeah, but even before that, nobody was buying the console before they started putting shit on PlayStation, so... No, Xbox, the problem is that when they did release a game, it was dog shit. And then finally, when they start releasing games that maybe people might perceive as good, emphasis on might, now everything's going to PlayStation anyway, so it doesn't matter.
That piece of hardware in their home, they'll go into the Xbox store and be like, I bought this Xbox specifically for Halo. Well, you wouldn't have done that in the 9th generation because you could play Halo Infinite on the PC as well, but you bought this piece of hardware for one game, but now that you have it, you may want to buy other games. And then in turn, Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo would make licensing money off of the third-party games that are on their platform. But let's keep it real. Now that Microsoft owns Bethesda and they had the biggest acquisition in gaming history with Activision Blizzard when they purchased them, they don't care now. They don't have to care about the hardware. They have all these big publishers. They have Call of Duty. They have all these games under their umbrella now. To them, hardware is an afterthought. Even if in the long term it will be smarter.
Well, it's not even that. It's now Microsoft is requiring that 30% profit margin from Phil and Co., which means, you know, they have to sell shit on other platforms because that's where the money is. So they had to raise the price of Game Pass in order to get that, you know, profitability margin. And now, you know, they're going to double and triple down on releasing shit on other platforms because they need that money. Wing Cake with the 2. Yeah, we can check it out. And Z-Herb with the 5. I had a grandfather who was pretty cool. He used to tell me stories of when he would fight.
Skip it a button, faggot.
What a different time. A better time, some might say. Back when Australia was for the Australians. No doubt there was less SARS running around.
To stay in the hardware race, they're like, we don't have to. We could be anti-consumer now because essentially we've become a monopoly with all the studios that we own, all of the money that we have in the bank. Microsoft is a multi-trillion-dollar company, so they don't have to care about being competitive. They don't have to care about Sony and Nintendo. That is the last thing on their minds. They just want to make as much profit as possible, as quickly as possible, even if it hurts the Xbox brand in the long term. So enjoy your next-gen Xbox, which is just a gaming PC, literally. I actually will buy it, like I said, because of that, but less competition always sucks. And Microsoft getting out of the conventional console race when there still is a need for conventional consoles for now is less competition. And Sony and Nintendo could do anti-competitive business practices because there's less competition. Where else are you going to go? So welcome to gaming in 2025. Isn't it great? It's awesome. Make sure you sub to Rich tomorrow. Make sure you sub to my ASMR channel. And I'll see you all in the next video.
All right, let's see. So Smash JT. Colin Moriarty. 5 hours? Okay, no, it's... Maybe it's not that... Hold on, let's watch this shitty AI.
Yeepo! Yeepo! Yeepo!
Jesus Christ, man.
Let's fucking go!
Oh my God.
Smash JT in the tub with the flow, dropping hot takes, watch the channel grow. When the red bangers hit, the lights all glow. Chat goes wild, everybody knows it's that moment. Can you feel it rise? Hot train burning fire in the eyes. From the Ghost of Wokedei, the chant explodes, the legend lives, the story grows. Let's fucking go! Raise your glass, let the bangers roll. We steal the show, Smash JT.
Oh my God. Dude, it's so fucking bad. Oh my God, dude.
From lawsuits drop to streams on fire, the truth, the truth, the takes inspire. It calls out fraud, yeah, we all know, but the realest words are yeepow, let's go. Let's fucking go. Raise your glass, let the bangers roll. We steal the show, Smash JT's fire overflow. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
Dude, who watches this and goes, that's so fucking awesome, man? This is Griffin's people? Bro, Smash JQ is brown. He is not one of my people. We don't acknowledge him. Bro, how fucking long is this shit? Who watches this and goes, yeah, bro, that was fucking awesome?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Boomer AI slop, bro.
Let's fucking go! Raise your glass, let the bangers roll. We steal the show, Smash JT's fire gonna flow. Let's fucking go!
Smash JT is insufferable and probably miserable. You're a shitty human being. You suck. One of the gooder.
Rich.
Master general. He's pushing kids and women out of the way to get views instead of a fire. You have a dude in his hot tub behind an in-ground pool sharing his thoughts. Smash JT. Slip into the noise, nothing left to say. Smash JT. Crash and burn.
What the bro, what is this shit? Oh my God. Now we have AI women in fucking lingerie. Dude, what the fuck?
JT, the fart humping hack who honestly confuses himself with an independent journalist.
Oh my God.
Such that he's still spurging about stolen scoops. That his character in this
4
instance
minutes
is an indication
long
he likely
already.
stole from someone else. Also, he can slap
socially acceptable opinions on the entire members of his imbecile fade away, slip into the noise, nothing left to say.
Oh my fucking god, dude. What the fuck is this shit? And he just take footage from one of those, yeah, stop jerking off to this and download your AI porn, whatever. Like, what the fuck, bro?
No return! I hate with a major passion in my heart, and I wish nothing but the worst for Smash JT, why have you blocked me? Me? From Smash JT. Oh, fuck that guy! Why did I block?
Dude, this is painful.
Yeah, oh, fuck that guy! Fuck yeah, I'm gonna block that guy! I can't stand it! Smash JT, fade away, slip into the noise, nothing left to say. Smash JT, crush and burn, your time is done. No return! Smash JT, you are 45 years old with a wife. Straight up unacceptable behavior, fantasizing about video game characters as a married...
Wait, so he has a wife and he has a bunch of AI whores in his intro. Jesus. Does his wife look anything like the AI whores?
You are 45 years old with a wife.
Yeah, his wife looks dude, look at her. She looks nothing like these AI whores. Oh my god.
What are we doing? His channel is Smash JT, like we'll do anything.
She probably doesn't give a fuck about his YouTube content, so she probably doesn't even look.
Throw his mom under the bus so he can get some views. Smash JT, fade away, slip into the noise, nothing left to say. Smash JT, crash and burn, your time is done. No return. For Smash JT, you are almost 50 fucking years old.
Dude, yeah, this is embarrassing.
Worrying about how a woman's body shape or how a woman should look in a video game and this and that. You should be worried more about what your wife looks like or how she does anything to go ahead and keep you happy in your relationship.
Piece of shit.
That lives about a half hour north of us. I mean, this guy is the epitome of hate speech. How the fuck your wife stands you is beyond me. Oh, I'm going there. Smash.
I might have to agree with that one.
JT, fade away, slip into the noise, nothing left to say. Smash JT, crash and burn, your time is done. No return. Who avoided this video like it's a bad channel? What are you super talented in? Give me one thing, one and anything. Do you do anything creative at all? Because he's also not smart enough to come up with his own ideas. Fuck, I don't give a fuck. I am not interested in hearing anything about that guy ever again. Smash JT, fade away, slip into the noise, nothing left to say. Smash JT, crash and burn, your time is done. No return. What you lack in talent, you make up for in chromosomes. Smash JT, a guy who has never had a creative career in
How long is this shit, man?
Whole life, this is what you need for gaming. Just to have a girl with such big, like a big chest, a nice firm ass, a good-looking woman. We're not. Let's be real. Like that's probably less of what you would get, or possibly less of what you marry. Smash JT, I'd like to see what you're super talented in. Smash JT, fade away, slip into the noise, nothing left to say. Smash JT, crash and burn, your time is done. No return. Jeff is the most for sale person I can think of online. I mean, all you got to do is offer him some money and some access and whatever he...
Holy fuck, dude. This is horrific.
Thoughts suck. He'll suddenly think he's great. Again, he's not very smart. He has to do the same, the same format as other people. Go away. Cool. Smash JT, fade away, slip into the noise, nothing left to say. Smash JT, crash and burn, your time is done. No.
Yeah, dude, this is why I hate online conservatives is what. Yeah, this is a real conservative video, dude. Having a bunch of AI whores shake their fucking tits and ass. Like, you're really living up to conservative values, chuds.
Return. JT, I will always be a gamer.
What a fucking weirdo.
Dude, this guy...
JT, I will always be a gamer. What?
This guy was based as fuck, bro. I don't remember what his fucking channel... It kept getting banned all the time. But this dude was funny as shit, man. Like, he was incredibly based. And, you know, he got banned all the time because... I can't fucking remember his name. But yeah, this dude was funny as fuck. I remember his videos. He's been around forever.
What a fucking weirdo.
There is nothing I love more. Take my headphones off, fuck that. Bethesda, there's nothing I love more than to fire up a brand new RPG, lose myself.
Sorry, do you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what?
It's still going? Alright, is it just... Now we have Donald Trump.
Oh my God, not by the church, that's my power, is it by...
He has a fucking Sabaton Trump edit? Holy fucking shit, man. It just keeps getting worse. I'm not listening to Sabaton.
The symptoms include intense narcissism, smugness, bizarrely inflated
15 minutes. Holy fuck, dude.
We got Sergeant Sapient for the 2-banger saying toss a coin to your grifter. Shout out to Sergeant Sapient, you legend. Into the 16.
Oh my god, man. A 15-minute AI slop stream intro. All right.
Colin, welcome.
Hey, how are you? That intro was really bad, but it's good to be here.
I absolutely agree. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. I 100% agree with that statement. Let's see. So Paul, yeah, we can. I think we watched that, but we'll check. I'm pretty sure we've seen that. If it's like the area out front of the Eiffel Tower, we have seen that. But yeah, we'll take a look. Daryl's on with a 2. No more donos for you. I'm broke now. Thanks, chat. Well, now I'm gonna be broke, but I appreciate it, man. Regardless. Galen Wadsworth with the 5. The Xbots are in full cope, justifying the new $1,200 price because it'll be more plug and play than PC. Yeah, it's literally going to be a Windows machine. So, yeah, all the obnoxious issues related to Windows will be there. So, yeah, good luck with that one. I'll believe it when I see it. I'll just leave it at that, but... yeah, it's just you're buying a pre-built computer with a Xbox gaming app. An FBI with the 5, all the anti-SJW channels do this, and it usually lasts 10 to 20 minutes. Well, that's longer than I've ever lasted. But yeah, that shit's crazy, man. I would deliberately avoid clicking on someone's stream if I knew that's what was going to be in the fucking video.
Here with you today.
Like bad in a good way or
no,
really bad?
No, bad in a bad way.
Like how could I improve
it's
it?
just too much. Like I think less Sopranos, more Mad Men. Get in and get out. A little sting, you know?
That's fair.
But to each their own. I didn't know like when I wanted to be early just in case I was expected. You told me a quarter after.
Yeah.
But I sat through a lot of that and
it's good shit.
It was the thing that happened. Yeah.
It's definitely a thing.
Yeah, that shit's so fucking bad.
Well, very, very nice of you to join. And I know we are kind of standing on, I guess you could say, 2...
Like, dude, this is the thing. This is the thing. And I firmly believe this is the case. There is one class of society that's actually entertained by that type of AI slop. And then also, there's this class of society that just is, like, repulsed by it. I fall onto the side of just being overall repulsed by, like, AI slop. I don't enjoy it. I don't like AI music. I just, yeah, no. Not for me. But, yeah. There's definitely a lot of people who like it. Let's put it that way.
Sides of a coin. But before we even dive into our perspectives, why don't you, I'm sure most people already know who you are, your reputation precedes you, but why don't you tell people who you are, where they can find you, and what your history is and stuff like that, where you're coming from.
Okay, thank you for having me. My name is Colin Moriarty. I am the host of a PlayStation podcast called Sacred Symbols that I've been doing for a long time. I've basically been the co-host or host of the 3 biggest PlayStation podcasts over time. So Podcast Beyond, which still exists, that I left in 2015, and then PS I Love You, which is defunct now, and then Sacred Symbols. I run a popular Patreon called Last Day Media. We do a podcast network, and I've been in the games industry professionally for 23 years, I guess now, since I was in college. So yeah, and I really just wanted to be on because I'm so I'm confused and befuddled by your lack of faith in the Circana numbers, and I'm wondering if you truly understand what they are.
Okay, okay, yeah,
so that's kind of like you quote tweeted me. That's how I saw this to begin with. I just said a kind of anodyne thing about Ghost of Wokedei that I really like it. I'm not a big fan of Ghost of Tsushima, so I think it's a big step up from the original game. It's the 18th best-selling game in the United States already. After 3 days counted.
Conservative, by the way.
And I just I feel like you and a lot of other people are spreading this somewhat misinformation about what Circana is comparable to VG Charts or Linea or these other places that are actual data houses, as opposed to a company, 50-year-old company that has direct access to the numbers. So that's, and I feel like you're kind of obfuscating that with your audience, but it's like we could be on 2 separate sides, but what I'm saying is 100% true. So that's why I wanted to see how you responded to that, and I'll leave it there.
Oh, yeah, sure. I think that's actually a good intro to this. So when it comes to Circana, what specific numbers are you referencing for Ghost of Wokedei?
The Circana data is the 20 highest grossing. It's actually by dollar sales level of retail plus digital games sold in the United States, as accessed by Circana's retail constellation plus their direct access to the storefronts. Famously,
And are they? But is that,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I thought you were done. Sorry. Continue.
I was just going to say, so famously, Circana actually has incomplete data when it comes to, say, Nintendo.
Right.
Nintendo doesn't share their digital sales, but they can't hide their retail sales because Circana gets that from the retailers themselves, so Nintendo can't do anything about it. On the other hand, Ubisoft recently pulled out of Circana, so their numbers don't appear anymore at all.
Okay.
So the reason why I think this argument about Yotei is strange is it's not...
Gee, I wonder why Ubisoft pulled out of a sales tracking organization. I couldn't imagine a scenario why that would happen.
If it's doing well or it's not, I don't think it's selling as well as Tsushima did. I think that there's probably a few reasons for that are notable and interesting. But it's certainly doing well. 18th in the United States after 3 days on one console is objectively impressive. It's not January or February. We're talking about August numbers. So now we have a stack of games from Monster Hunter Wild and all the EA sports games to other games.
Let me actually ask you about that, because I was thinking about that before the stream. 18th after 3 days, I guess, on the surface does sound pretty impressive. But then if you take a step back and consider it's a AAA title, and how many AAA titles launch every year? And we're now towards the end of the year, so there's been a lot of time that's passed. Would you say 20, 30 AAA titles a year come out? Or so?
Yeah, I think it probably depends on how you even define that number. It's probably more than that, actually. Like if you consider games that will never chart but are pretty good, and certainly AAA, like Chronos or Hell is Us or something like that. Okay. You could probably get to...
Oh my god. Yeah, 18th is not good for a Sony game. I don't know, man. Like, hold on, let's see. What was, like, the last big Sony game before Ghost of Wokedei? It wasn't Spider-Mid, it was, what? Dude, I don't even know. Concord. Well, that was a $40 game, so that doesn't count. It has to be $70. It's got to be $70. Death Stranding. That's not a Sony game technically. Let's see. PS5 exclusives. No, Astrobot was $60. Again, it's got to be $70 because it has to be a 1-to-1 comparison. We'll do Horizon since that was a second entry title. Horizon Forbidden West sales. News. Let's see. All right, well, I can't find... So, Horizon Forbidden West as of 2023 sold 8.4 million units. But that doesn't... Okay. I can't find numbers. This shit's so annoying, man. Just because Ghost of Wokedei is in top 10 doesn't mean it's doing well. It's not selling better than the competition. It did have, and even then, there wasn't... Yeah, that's the thing, is like, what really came out in the month of, what was it, September? I mean, there was like Borderlands, and it's really about it as far as like big games go. Borderlands 4. So, yeah.
Something more like 50, but even if you want to call those AA games or whatever. The point is
I guess Silent Shill, too.
That the numbers are, or that the charts are organized by dollar sales, and they know the numbers, and people with Circana access can see the numbers, but they don't share them because that's the product that they're selling. We have to remember
I don't really, I want to take you to task on that. I don't buy that.
But it's true, I've seen the numbers.
I think we disagree on that point right there. I don't think it's the product they're selling. I think it's their withholding to maintain good graces with these companies, because otherwise the companies are not going to continue to provide them the numbers if they don't make them look as good as possible. Would you agree with that?
What the fuck? That is the most retarded argument ever. If you're paying for access to back-end sales data, you're not going to manipulate the data that you're paying for. What the fuck? Oh my god.
And I can understand why people might think that, but the real value in the data. So think about like the number or the charts that they
What type? Yeah, dude, this Smash JT dude is a fucking pseudo intellectual. That is retarded as fuck.
send out every month as like the hors d'oeuvre. And it's like, you want more than that, that's at the table. It costs thousands of dollars to join Circana. As I said to you on Twitter, and I can expand on it, is like when I was at IGN many years ago, when it was still NPD group, we had a Circana. It was an NPD subscription at the time. It cost 6 figures. And you're contractually obligated to not share the numbers. In fact, they would be so protective about the numbers that they would often give different people different numbers to try to track leaks.
Now, why is that?
My assumption, I don't really know. My assumption is that it's probably something to do with like, if we have everyone buying in and sharing numbers and being honest and equitable, then we should probably universally protect the numbers from being publicly exposed, because it's really a part of a data set that can be, as it is happening now, I think with Yote, somewhat misrepresented. I think it's a big reason why Ubisoft left Circana is because Assassin's Creed Shadows and Star Wars Outlaws were widely attacked for their sales figures, but Assassin's Creed Shadows, so in July was the last month that Assassin's Creed Shadows would have been posted on Circana, and at that point it was the 3rd best-selling game in the United States for the year. So I just think that, like, you can feel how you want about Yote, about it being woke, about people not liking it, about the actress, about Sucker Punch, all those kinds of things, but Circana data is the gold standard of data. It's the only really reliable data we have, and you have to obviously garner other things about it because it's the United States only. But the US is the biggest core gaming market in the world. You assume certain things about the data is true, for instance, Western Europe reflecting, or Latin America reflecting these numbers, but in lesser numbers. You can kind of start putting a picture together. That's why I'm a little surprised why people aren't super, like, I think
you're saying it's the gold standard, and I'm surprised that people aren't just going along with it. And I would push back saying, because there is, and I think you'd agree with this, there's a lot of trust me, bro, with it. Like, it's not hard numbers. It's
hard numbers if you have access.
Yes, it is hard numbers. Yeah, Circana and NPD group is legit. So, like, your VG charts and the other ones, they just give you estimates. So
this is the data. That's what I'm telling you. Like, when I access the subscription, it was hard numbers.
But because they don't give the full transparency to those numbers, it leaves room to be able to psychologically manipulate how people should feel about something. Is that fair to say?
How? It's just a fucking number.
I mean, maybe you can look at it like that, but I really think, I don't know how long you've been tracking like NPD numbers. The NPD numbers go all the way back to the mid-90s. So. And
I mean, I'm not new to this world either.
No, I'm not saying you are.
At Sony, I've been in the game industry myself. I'm not some random dude that just turned on a camera one day. So this is not new to me either. And that's not trying to big time.
Did you say you worked at Sony?
Sony Online Entertainment.
Oh, okay, cool. So you don't know that I would imagine SOE was incredibly attracted to the NPD numbers at the time, knowing that they were contributing to them.
Not necessarily. It was more MMORPG, longevity stuff. They didn't really care about that when I was there, at least. Not that I noticed.
It's surprising that I don't know. I've never really heard of people working in the industry not understanding that, like, these are like probably this is like the only data set we really get that can be super reliable, as opposed to like VG charts. I don't know how they do it now. But I remember back in the day, a lot of it was like they would call random stores and have like basically a data set that they would put the numbers into and try to garner the numbers and then correct them later. Alinea does a very similar thing. They have a kind of a bespoke data system where they try to garner the numbers and then they make backwards corrections. But the only thing I'm trying to say is that this particular data, you don't see the transparent numbers if you don't subscribe. At least I don't know how it is anymore, but this is the way it was when I used to read the numbers. You would get literal Excel spreadsheets that were many thousands of cells long. And what I was saying on my show recently was like, we would at IGN often scroll to the bottom because random shit would get ingested. Like a random 32X game was dug up behind someone's, in the back room of an EB and they sold it. Or like a Dreamcast game.
Right.
And so like every little thing would be tracked.
Yep.
And what's funny is that I think you might have had a point about the unreliability of Circana data or NPD data as it was back in the day, maybe 5 or 10 years ago. But as of 2023, when they started ingesting the digital data directly from the storefronts, their numbers became extremely accurate. They're probably more accurate than they've ever been since the retail only era.
I'm not questioning how they're accurate with their numbers. I want to be very clear about that. I'm saying
yes,
that they're
you
not divulging
were.
the numbers too.
You literally just, oh my god, bro. He literally just said that they manipulated the fucking numbers in order to appease the fucking platforms. Holy shit.
Which allows for a lot of variables to enter the picture, which I get.
No, it doesn't.
I think you'd agree with that, right?
Yeah, I think if you interpret them not understanding where the numbers come from, then I think that's accurate. I mean, but again, they're not going to give away the milk for free. They're not going to like give their. It's an expensive product. They invest a lot of money.
I get that, but I feel like you're running defense for how it operates. Which, okay, that's fair. I'm not.
Yeah, because he actually saw it.
Saying I'm right, you're wrong. I'm just saying I'm asking for transparency, and it seems like you're protecting how the operation works. Would that be fair?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would love a system where we had a transparent, like actually Japan's a great example, although it's retail only. Europe, the same thing for retail only.
I'm glad you brought that up because that's where I was just going to take this. Before the stream, I brought this chart up. This is the first 2 weeks that we have of actual tangible data that is fully transparent. This is not Circana. This is Japanese launch sales, Famitsu, which physical. And this tells me that Japan is being very transparent, and it shows me a picture of, at least when it comes to physical, Ghost of Tsushima blew this out of the water, and that was during the pandemic, where people aren't really leaving their houses. You would have thought digital would have blown up at that point, not physical.
Yeah, maybe not in that era. I mean, it wasn't until a few quarters ago that they really started selling an impressive amount of numbers in retail units physically anywhere in the world. The reason that the Famitsu numbers have always been interesting, but the reason that they're not very valuable is the same reason why the Circana data wasn't valuable in, say, 2017. Because it doesn't, or 2020, because it doesn't include the digital data. That's why people stopped citing it for a long time. They were in a lot of trouble, and then they actually...
Yeah, but if you compare 2020 digital to Japanese digital in 2025, it's not going to be that different. The Japanese vastly prefer physical media. So, Japan's physical media market is the only physical media market in the world that's still doing very well. They love physical media. So, a 5-year spread is not going to change very much at all. So, yeah, this is actually a good point to look at.
Figured it out, so now they have access to Steam, to PSN, Xbox Live, and as I said earlier, Nintendo's the only holdout. So we just have, the only thing we know about the Circana data in terms of the order it's presented is that the Nintendo numbers would always be stronger. That's it.
Right, which again, that kind of goes to my point of the information that we get from Circana is not necessarily accurate when you start giving places for what games sold where if you're missing data from a segment of games.
Yeah, that's why you have to read the legend on the bottom of every graph where it says all that. I mean, that's it.
But when people don't do that when they run with headlines and say it's the 18th best-selling game of the year.
Yeah, with a series of caveats. It doesn't include expansions. It doesn't include microtransactions. It doesn't include all these other things. I thought everyone knows that because it says at the bottom of every chart. It doesn't include Nintendo digital sales. And the show doesn't include Xbox digital sales.
I'm not arguing with you on this. I'm just saying, like, it leaves room for manipulating what place the game really is. Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. It's the numbers are ordered based on the data as they're saying it. If they were hiding that they weren't using the Nintendo numbers, then that would be a different story. But they're telling you what numbers are included and what weren't. For instance, when Ubisoft went away, they said that Ubisoft went away, so Assassin's Creed disappeared off the chart. It didn't go from number 3 to off the chart. It just disappeared because they weren't tracking the numbers anymore. Conversely, when they get new data, they go backwards and update it. So when Ubisoft inevitably comes back, probably after everything settles down with their new publishing arrangements, they'll go back and correct the numbers again, and then we'll see how all these games sold. That's what happened with the digital sales. They went from 2010 to 2023 and updated all the charts once they had access to the old digital sales.
And changed the place of where things were, right?
Right, to make them more accurate.
Right.
Instead of saying like these are physical charts, now it's like these are complete charts. And that's
I guess that goes back to my whole point of like why I feel like Circana is not something that we should be championing as, oh, look, it is doing great. Because it's like, well, is it though? Like just because a bunch of caveats, all these other things, and to portray it the best way with words that are used to put the image into focus the most perfect way you can, say, because of all these things we said, the game is a success. It's like, well, I mean, I guess you could do that with a lot of things. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair to say, but I also think that that's like other people's positioning. Sony hasn't said anything about the game, which is not a huge surprise because they didn't say anything about any game.
Does that concern you? Like,
not really. They didn't say anything about Helldivers numbers for 3 months.
But they did say something about Tsushima fairly quickly after it launched.
Right, 5 years ago. Their whole strategy is different now. Everyone knows that because they don't talk anymore. So I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but like I'm not surprised by that. Helldivers was the biggest best-selling new IP that they ever made, and they didn't say anything about it for 3 months. So it's and I think that so they didn't announce numbers I think until 12 million units. I'm not saying Tsushima or Yote never gonna reach 12 million units probably. But I don't think it's that far off of the historical. I went and looked actually for Tsushima's numbers. It's like after 3 days, 2.4 million. That's definitely ahead of where Yote was. I would say Yote was probably 1.5 million or something after, maybe 1.4 million after 3 days, and then they reported after 5 months. So 5 months later, so this is in November because the game came out in June. 5 million units. Yote is about half off of that number now. Right. And 5 months from its launch is going to allow it to absorb the Christmas season and all the rest. So they're probably going to be pretty stacked. Also, there were probably 20-something million more PS4s in the wild. The game was $10 cheaper. Yep. And that's why I was surprised you were. I'm not a Matt Piscatella fan. In fact, like he doesn't like me at all. He's blocked me and like he doesn't talk to me. I'm surprised that you weren't that you were so skeptical of what he was saying about these different things. Like the numbers are not bad. I don't know what people expect out of this. Will Sucker Punch have layoffs and do all these things? I don't know. But it's not going to have to do with the performance of this game. They've made their money back. They're making profit on it already. So now every copy of the game sold is going to make them more profit. Whether they're happy with it or not is obviously going to be a different story. But the reason I wanted to come on and talk to you was just to kind of assure you that like there is no better set of numbers. If you don't trust these numbers, that's fine. That's an accusation that requires incredible amounts of evidence because it's like what everyone relies on. Like all the publishers play nice on Circana because they're all also subscribing to Circana and getting everyone else's numbers. So it's just common sense. I just needed to throw it out there. There's really nothing else to say about it. We can talk about wokeness and all these other things. I don't care. But like as far as this is concerned, like that is the way it is. You can keep saying like they don't show the numbers over and over again. They haven't shown the numbers since 1995.
Well, let me back it up a little. I mean, that's a loaded statement. A lot of things you said. Let me back it up to the point where you said, I don't know why you don't.
That's a loaded statement.
Well, just believe Piscatella, like he's the gold standard and all these things. This is why I don't believe him. And I made this post earlier today. I don't know if you saw it or not, but I said Matt Piscatella fellas peddling Ghost of Wokedei's great line was the very same dude that was pushing Star Wars Outlaws was a success line. The very same dude that peddled Assassin's Creed Shadows has been the best-selling video game line. And let's not forget the very same dude pushing the classic Dragon Age, were Dragon Age the Veilguard's PC volume included, it would have placed higher on the best-selling titles chart, perhaps as high as 3rd overall, and he called that launch good. So, I mean,
none of those statements are controversial. Yeah, this is just a guy who's out of his depth. This just screams like someone who's out of their fucking depth.
All of these turned out to be incorrect in the grand scheme. As far as, I mean, would you argue, unless you'd argue that with me?
No, I would argue that with you. Assassin's Creed Shadows is one of the best-selling games of the year.
Would you say that Ubisoft considers it a success?
They said on their own financials that it's in line with their expectations, and they have a fiduciary obligation to.
I don't think that Assassin's Creed Shadows sold anywhere near what Ubisoft was hoping it would. But I wouldn't say it was a failure, necessarily.
Be honest with those things. They won't once they go private. But
I thought they said it fell short of expectations.
No, that's not what they said. Unless I misread the quote. It said it's in line with expectations. Okay. They never released. I mean,
I thought they said Star Wars Outlaws was in line. I thought they said
no. In fact, I would imagine Star Wars Outlaws really suffered because they have to pay licensing costs. You're also ignoring the fact that like when Yote doesn't have to. I don't know what Ubisoft's particular cut is. They probably have a better cut than 70-30 because they're a larger publisher. But assuming it's a 70-30 cut or a 75% cut, Yote doesn't suffer from those. They get all the money. So I think that I think you're kind of illustrating the reason why Ubisoft removed their numbers because you can't really win. It goes back to the whole Square Enix thing with Final Fantasy 16, where they sold 3 million copies on like 42 million PS5s in a few days, and everyone looked at that. They looked at that internally as a failure as well. There's like it really is a matter of like if you have a conspiratorial mind towards this or not.
Yeah, exactly. But Square Enix considers everything to be a failure. Everything to Square Enix is a fucking failure.
No, you conspiracy. I want transparency. I mean, like, why would Japan publish transparent weekly and monthly sales charts, but the U.S. is relying on private?
Nah, Colin's been pretty factual in this particular instance. He is definitely a shill for Sony, like obviously, but So far, he's been pretty spot on in this.
Firms that gatekeep the data behind paywalls, and people have to run defense for them and say, trust them, it's good, this is the best we got, they're the gold standard. It's like, why do we need that?
Well, because the other public data sets are not complete, so that we'll never have numbers from those territories.
But why is Japan transparent and we are not? Do you have any issues with that, or can you explain why it's different?
No, I can't remember. It's like Media Create or something like that is the company that does it in Japan, and it's a retail-only environment that's existed since the late 80s. Those numbers go back even further than MTV's numbers. I have no problem with these numbers existing or being transparent. What I'm telling you is that I would love a situation where Circana numbers or Circana type numbers were public. It's just that that's the product that they're selling. The numbers don't come for free. They're in the same family as Nielsen and Bookscan and all these kinds of things. These numbers are all hidden. They share them by it's just obvious that.
Would you agree that it benefits the customers and gamers and investors even and developers, literally everyone, to have actual numbers?
It does benefit the investors. That's why they subscribe to Circana.
Yeah, that's why they have to pay for it.
They see the numbers.
Right, but I'm just maybe I'm not explaining this properly. Wouldn't it benefit everyone to be transparent? The only reason why you would not be transparent is to be able to play with the numbers, to manipulate it. Would you?
No, the whole reason you're not transparent with the numbers is so people have to pay to access the numbers. Holy fuck, dude. That's like saying, oh, well, you should be transparent about a new movie that's coming out, so you should upload it to YouTube before it hits the theaters so people can decide if they want to go watch it. Yeah, no one is going to pay to see the movie if they can watch it for free. Every single movie studio would be out of business. Same with fucking analytics firms. You have to pay money to get access to their reports.
You agree with that?
No, because Circana's entire business since the 60s, again, as the MPD group, they just recently became Circana.
I'm not talking about Circana. I guess, sorry, I moved on from that. Sony, Nintendo, everything. Why is it private? Why is it a secret?
Because it's business crafted.
Yeah, this guy is out of his depth. He's like a kid treading water in the pool, trying to hold his head above.
It's like, you don't want to share those numbers. They'll definitely say,
they do.
They will. Yotei numbers, I don't want to say I know for sure, but I imagine they'll be in the next financial statement. And they're probably holding on to those numbers until then. Similar to Helldivers too, because their strategy is different now.
Do you think it's healthy for the industry when people in the know, people that have access media or whatever, have anonymous published data instead of official figures? Do you think that's a healthy industry? I don't think situations like this, what brings us together tonight, where we're debating something where it's like, well, if we just had the information, none of this would be a problem.
I guess I just don't gauge the health of the industry based on the transparency of sales numbers.
But I feel like that's what your whole argument is, though.
No, my whole argument is that the most reliable data we have on software sales comes from Circana, that it shows that Ghost of Wokedei has done well. And that tells
me that you don't care, though. You're like, I don't care about the sales numbers.
I mean, I care about them academically, but I don't look at you're asking me, is it like a dark force around the industry? I'm saying, no, I don't give a shit if we know the numbers or not. I care as an analyst, but it has no bearing on anything else. Most people don't give a shit about any of this. Okay. So no, I don't think so. The numbers are proprietary because you don't want to share all of your data with. I mean, Sony has long hidden their numbers. When the Vita was failing, they folded the numbers in the PSP and called them handhelds. People hide their numbers all the time. I do agree.
And you know why they do that? You'd agree with that too.
Yeah, what I was going to say was knowing their new strategy where they don't say anything. So like Helldivers is the canary in the coal mine because they should have and could have said something way sooner than they did, but they didn't. And that game has sold way more copies than almost anything else that they've released this generation, probably except for Spider-Man 2.
And but that's a little bit different too, because I mean, anyone was playing Helldivers, so I mean, it wasn't like that big of a shock that it was a roaring success.
Yeah, I guess I feel like we're talking past each other. I want this. I would love a transparent situation. That would be awesome. It would be super cool, as I said earlier, if people even started leaking the numbers. We always loved that. Back on NeoGAF back in the day, people would leak the numbers. That's why I was saying earlier that NPD started putting fake numbers out in some people's charts to try to track the people down. That's how serious it is, because you're breaching the contract you have with them when you share the numbers. That's why people don't share them, because they're afraid that it's like sharing a screenshot and there's like some secret watermark in it. You might be accidentally sharing a number that accidentally points to your exact account because it's a little bit different, because they started doing that during the retail era. So that's why the numbers aren't shared.
I feel like that's what we keep getting back to, and maybe if it's a circular argument right now, maybe we can move on from it. But I just feel like right now we're kind of normalizing opacity, and the industry that is being built on consumer spending is allergic.
Oh my god, dude, this is infuriating. This guy is just not smart. He's not smart.
To being accountable to the very consumers that they're selling.
He can't grasp the idea that research firms sell their research because it takes time and money to accumulate.
Products too. And I feel like that is a massive disconnect that does not exist in all regions, but it exists here. And all we have to go by is various analysts, not just Piscatella and Circana. There's various analysts that also do this. You say he's the gold standard. That's your preference. That's your opinion, which is fine. But I don't necessarily agree with you on that.
I think that if you it's totally fine if you don't believe the numbers. I think you have to present evidence as to why the numbers don't count and why everyone in the industry believes them.
I just did. I thought we went through all the screenshots of how he's done this in the past before.
Yeah, because you used Assassin's Creed Shadows, which is
Dragon Age Veilguard.
Dragon Age Veilguard did sell really well in the beginning. It tailed off, and we don't know what the expectations were for the game. It did sell several million copies, didn't it? So it didn't sell 2 million copies.
I don't think, not in the first few weeks. No, maybe it got there eventually.
I don't give a shit about Dragon Age. I don't play Dragon Age games. What I'm saying is that this is the reason. Like
what he said was incorrect about it. It doesn't matter if you played it or not. My point is, this is why
it's not incorrect. You're looking at they're not lying about the numbers. You don't understand. I'm sorry, dude. You really don't know what you're talking about. Like you really don't. Like everything rides on their long-term reliability. That's why they went back and fixed the numbers when they didn't have digital access. For instance, like games.
But I feel like by presenting information that's a partial picture with a whole bunch of stipulations attached to it, it paints a very fake image of reality that people run.
Oh my god, dude, this is infuriating.
With to try to get a W, and it's like, well,
what is the W? What, I guess I'm curious, like, what is Circana's W by presenting their clients with bad data? Go ahead.
Have you seen the internet? What everyone's running with right now? How they're trying to get owns on everyone? Oh, look.
Do you understand that Circana's data doesn't exist
Dude, holy shit, this is horrid.
for the internet, that it exists for the paying clients that rely on its reliability?
Then why does Matt even tweet anything out?
Because they're I just said this earlier, because they tease the numbers so that you subscribe to get the actual data. That's why they do it. That's why they've done it forever. And in fact,
holy fuck, man.
Back in the PS3 era, they stopped even doing that, and everyone got mad. So they started releasing them again. That's why. Like, this is a frustrating conversation, because you say you work at SOE. Like, how do you not understand this shit? It's like, it's crazy to me. No offense. It's like, how do you not understand?
I understand. I don't agree with it, is my point. I feel like
you don't agree with hard data? This is insane. Yeah, dude, I'm not a Colin Moriarty fan, but this shit is bad.
I feel like it needs to be more transparent, and I don't agree with the methods. I feel like it's very disingenuous.
This is like a child arguing with a fucking, accountant over, tax law.
It paints a false image, and you're saying, it's fine, bro. This is how it works. Maybe that's where the disconnect is. I'm saying,
that is how it works. You have to find someone you have to find a new entity that can go to all the retailers and publishers and console manufacturers, get access to all their numbers, and then give them to you for free. That's what you're going to find. In the meantime, there's a company that scrapes all that data and charges for it. I'm not protecting. That's just the way it goes. That's the way it always been. There's no territory in the entire world that shows their numbers transparently. There's none. Japan and Europe show retail numbers.
Right.
And they're not transparent numbers. Most people buy their games digitally. Those numbers are widely useless.
I mean, again, this is your opinion that you're stating as fact. You're saying most people buy it digitally. These are useless. Like that's not a factual thing. That's your opinion. I'm saying this is a factual thing we're looking at here. Something that's not lied. Not. This is tangible. It's an actual graph showcasing sales in Japan. And oh, by the way, if
it's retail sales in Japan.
Right. Sorry, retail sales in Japan.
Do you not understand that that's a huge caveat?
There is
a huge caveat.
Yeah, but they also sell for Tsushima digitally too. It's not just digitally.
Right. So you're showing retail. You're showing a decline in retail sales over the last 5 years. That's
no. I guess we could show another chart showing other sales of other games that line up with.
No. Japanese retail sales have not declined a significant amount in the last 5 years. The Japanese market is still again. I agree with this chart. Japanese sales numbers are predominantly physical. The Japanese prefer physical media still to this day. So you can judge the performance of a game in Japan in a 5-year span with physical sales data. They still overwhelmingly purchase physical media.
Tsushima, but now we're kind of moving the goalposts. I thought a good argument was based off of the direct competition of its predecessor. Because most sequels, I think you've been in the industry long enough, companies expect a sequel to far exceed and outperform the original.
That's not necessarily true. I don't know where that comes from.
Okay,
yeah, that's not necessarily true, but it should be selling similarly.
I mean, does that really make any sense when you think about it?
At least as many as the first one, I guess you could say?
I think that it probably will sell close to the first one when all is said and done. 5 million after 5 months.
Do you think that was what they set out for? Was their goal?
Considering Nate Fox said the game cost the same amount of money or around the same amount of money that they developed the original one in, probably. They made $400 million on the original game.
That one is very vague too, because they say they don't give actual information. So what does about the same...
Probably. They made $400 million on the original game.
That one is very vague too, because they say they don't give actual information. So what does about the same even mean? 1 million away? 10 million more? 100? Like what is? Oh, it was almost. Or what was the quote? It was close to how much the original budget was.
I think he said surprise. I think I have here right now. It's very, very similar.
Very similar.
So assuming it's even 1.5x more, that brings it to 90 million. I could assume the marketing spend is another 0.5x more. Sony has made all of that money back plus another $50 or so million, and now every single game that they sell is pure profit.
Correct. So if we're saying we'll say just for numbers use, we'll say it's 100 million for the budget. So you're saying right now that it's at 1.6 million they've sold. That's at 80 million. They need to sell. All
right, but this is the thing. Sony does. No, Sony does. Yes and no, because this is where this number gets complicated. Is you have to break this down on digital versus physical versus deluxe edition, and it's not just they lose 30%, because the majority of Sony's game sales are digital now, so they don't lose anything.
Say another 900,000 or so to get to 40 million more, and that would be a 20 million profit in a year or so of selling this game. By the way, I want to be clear. I never said this game is not going to turn a profit. I just said it's going to fail when compared to Tsushima and what could have been. That's always been my argument.
My theory about this is that you guys don't like the game because it has a female protagonist, and you don't like one of the chicks that worked at the studio that said really stupid shit. Nate Fox fired her. So I don't know what else you wanted him to do, and that you're actively rooting against it. Like you actively root against all these other games for amorphous reasons of it being
you say you guys. I can't speak for everyone. I can only speak for myself, which is all I'm going to do here. For me personally, this was the turning point for me. When I saw this, I'm like, yeah, I'm out. That's me personally. And I think for a studio to even consider hiring an activist as their lead protagonist for a game, that is a very dangerous road to go down, because then you end up in a situation where there are potentially multiple people like me that see something like this and say, I don't want to support that. This person actively hates me and what I stand for. Why would I support a game and put money in the pocket of someone like that?
I think it's great that you feel that way. It doesn't mean that like it had a wide-ranging effect on the... I think that, well, because you're projecting everything about the game based on Sucker Punch's casting decision and the behavior of one of the people at the studio. There are plenty of people at Sucker Punch that don't like me at all. I know a lot of people there. There are plenty of people there that don't like me at all. Do you want to support people that do not like you actively?
Dude,
I'm a conservative in the video game industry. That's not much of a choice if you want to play games. It's the creative industry. That's just the reality of the situation.
I would disagree with that. I think the only way to enact change in the industry is to speak with your wallet.
Yeah, I agree. Speak with your wallet, but don't project onto it's obvious, dude. You guys are you're so wrapped up in this culture war over this game, and can't back up and see the forest for the trees. I'm sure you guys cost, and not only you guys, but other people that were offended by it, cost the game, I don't know, tens of thousands of copies sold. Certainly, it would have sold more copies and did more if the casting.
I think it's more than tens of thousands of copies, personally. I think a lot of people greatly underplay the degree to which this type of controversy affects sales, because it's really only hardcore gamers that give a fuck about this shit, which most of the time hardcore gamers make up the majority of the audience for these single-player games, because kids are not going out and buying Ghost of Wokedei. It's a bunch of 30-something-year-old dudes watching YouTube videos. Like, those are the type of people that go out and buy this type of game.
It's different.
But you're saying you guys caused it to not sell. But what about the people that we didn't cause to not sell, but people just that don't watch YouTube that saw this and were like, why did they put a female protagonist into this game? I don't want to play that.
What's the big deal about that?
The game was based off of Jin Sakai, a story with a male lead protagonist in feudal Japan that people fell in love with. Why would Sucker Punch
Yeah, put a chick in it and make it gay.
Change it to what many people would say the narrative, and especially during the peak.
There's a reason why that South Park clip was so well received, because a lot of people have that sentiment where they have this forced female protagonist fatigue. So if they're making a fucking joke about it on South Park, obviously it has, you know, permeated its way into the normie mindset. So there's probably a very large number of people out there that, you know, view this as put a chick in it and make her gay.
Era of, I guess you could say, wokeness or whatever you want to call it during the pandemic.
Did you play Ghost of Tsushima?
I did. One of my favorite games of all time. Love it.
How the fuck would they continue the game?
Oh my god, it's one of his favorite games of all fucking time. Holy shit. Fake gamer alert. If I had a fucking PPP's little retard triangle, I'd be fucking ringing that shit right now. God damn, man. One of your favorite games of all time? Jeez. That's brutal, dude. Holy fuck.
Jin Sakai, Becoming the Ghost, go to the mainland, open world, would have been amazing.
So you wanted a direct sequel to the Ghost story that was wrapped up, especially with Iki Island and all that stuff, as opposed to jumping forward?
Yes. Yes, I did. And I know a lot of people that did.
I don't know. I really don't know how the story would continue from there. The story's over. He's wanted. No, I don't want to.
Writers write stories. They create the story. I could give you the same pushback saying, I don't know how you write a story 100 years in the future throwing a chick in there. Like, what kind of argument is that?
I want to go back to the chick thing. Like, what is the problem with it being a woman? Because it's a fantasy. It's not supposed to be historically accurate.
Let's go back even further than that. Why did they need to put a girl into it?
I don't know. I guess it was a creative decision.
Exactly. That's the problem I have with it. I disagree with that creative decision. And I was like, you know what?
That's the first good point he's made this entire video. That is the first good point. I'll give him that.
Be open to it. I still might be open to it because maybe the game doesn't go overboard.
There you go. You're starting down the road to redemption. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how it ends. We're 35 minutes in and he made one good point finally. Jeez, that's pretty brutal, man.
As soon as I saw this post from her, I was out. But that's just me, though. I don't speak.
Right, that's just you and a select number of other people. That's great. No one's saying you can't feel or don't feel a certain way about it. I think what a lot of people are confused about, and what I'm certainly confused about, is the hate and this energy that you guys put towards disliking everything. It comes off to me as touristy.
Just because I don't like what you like doesn't mean anything. I loved Expedition 33 is one of the best games I've ever played. I fell in love with that game. It was amazing.
Oh my god. Dude, has he just started playing video games in the past 5 fucking years? Ghost of Tsushima and Expedition 33 are some of his favorite games of all time. Oh my god, dude, this is brutal. Yeah, erase the last good point he just made. It's over now. Yeah, it's done.
I just finished Silksong, one of the best games I've ever played.
What does that have to do with
Oh my no! No! Oh, come on, bro. Come on.
Yote.
what does it have to do with saying you hate everything? I'm like, no, I don't. I just gave you examples of games I love.
But why is your YouTube channel covered in all the things you hate then?
What's next? Red Dead Redemption 2?
It's covered in things that are interesting to me. There's things that I hate, things that I like, things that are something curious to talk about. That's my YouTube channel. That's always been my YouTube channel.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
The interesting thing about how this all seems to work is people that don't understand who someone else is, oftentimes they just hear the negative stuff and the negative perception of, oh, that's all that guy is.
God,
because they don't actually research and find out, oh, actually.
Fucking Ghost of Tsushima, Expedition 33, and Silk Song are some of the best games he's ever played. Holy fuck, bro. We did it, Reddit. Z-Herb with the 5. I hate when people who love Sony games say Jin's story was finished and can't continue, but hype the new God of War games. A finished story, original. Well, actually, they show Kratos' blood trail leading off the cliff, suggesting that he survived. Ooh, but yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. It's a work of fiction. They could have easily come up with a new story for Jin Sakai.
He's multifaceted and talks about a lot of different things. And I found him because of something he hated, but he actually talks about things that he loves too.
I looked at your YouTube channel. It was all, I mean, I'm sure there's things on there, but it was all just the same shit. It's not really about, it's really not about, like, I would love to see, do you do like deep dives into games and like play games with people and like talk about the games you play? And or is it about everything that you hate and like the next woke thing and the woman or the, didn't you call Tales of Kenzera Zao woke because there are black people in it?
No, I feel like Tales of Kenzera Zao got caught up in the crossfire of a situation. I actually feel bad for Abu Bakr Salim. Good dude.
Well, if you feel bad for people like that, you should.
What is Tales of Kenzera Zao?
Think twice about kind of some of the energies you're putting into the ether in the industry.
No, I think it's important. That's why we're here, is to find out information, to give the information to people.
Dude, I don't even know what the fuck that is.
And to get it accurate.
Yeah, to get it accurate. And that's why I wanted to come on and let you know, everyone in the industry knows that the gold standard of numbers is Circana. Doesn't mean, and yeah, everyone knows that. Everyone subscribes to it.
Did you buy Tales of Kenzera Zao? Or was it, you bought it with money? Or was
I don't get anything for free, dude. I buy all my games.
You bought it?
Yeah.
And you played it?
I platinumed it.
Okay.
I don't get anything. That was the other thing I really liked about it was when you made a video about me and used the thumbnail with shill in it. You're calling the person who doesn't get anything for free from anyone, who accepts no free games, no early access, no travel, no preview events,
listen
no
to how you talk about
no
stuff.
anything, and then saying I'm a shill, but you like for what?
Listen to how you talk about Circana and defend it.
What? Bro, oh my god. Defending objective, hard numbers and data is not being a shill. If I say I have $20 in my pocket and someone goes, no, you don't have $20 in your pocket, and I pull out the $20 and say, no, look, here, $20 in my pocket, and the person goes, you're lying, you're just a shill. Like, what type of fucking retarded ass argument is that? That is just objectively fucking stupid. You're a shill, dude. Like, what? It's a fucking metric, a hard number, an objective fucking truth. That is the numbers that they have reported from retailers and the publishers. How are you a shill for defending data?
So if something is objectively true and one defends it, they're a shill for it.
I don't believe that Circana is objectively true. We talk, again, circular argument here.
Oh
we talk about how they obfuscate numbers, misdirect, and make it seem like something's better than it is, and then far afterwards go back and correct it with, oh, actually, it was way further down than it was because now we have all these other ones that were above it.
Again, I'm going to say that would only be a point if they were dishonest with the data at the time, but they were letting everyone know they only had X data. So this is the data that we're presenting. You're arguing. You're literally arguing against actual data being dragged from.
18th best-selling game. I don't see any asterisks here. I don't see you telling people that. You just. I mean, by your own definition, this is misinformation.
So you want me to have an asterisk in it, and it says, Ghost of Wokedei is the 18th best-selling game in the US, when not counting Nintendo digital games, expansions, DLC, microtransactions, and non-major PC storefront. Like, that's the asterisk we have to put in there. If you just look at the data, that's anyway.
That's what, I mean...
Yeah, none of those asterisks even apply to Ghost of Wokedei, even if you put it there.
My point, that's why I can't trust Circana, because there's too many things that go into it to use that as the gold standard.
I don't know, dude. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It's like you don't want to hear like what I'm saying. It's just, it is what you can believe it or not. What I was trying to say earlier to you when you interrupted me, which is fine because I think we have a little bit of a latent connection, I'm not offended by it, was that like part of the fun of getting the Circana numbers, the MPD numbers back in the day, was trying to plug in the things you did know to try to figure out what you could figure out from the charts. And we already did that. We have numbers for Sonic Racing, we have numbers for Metal Gear Solid, we have numbers for other things, Silent Hill. You can put the numbers in there and figure it out. It's just like, it just seems like you want to disbelieve. And I'm just telling you, not everything's a conspiracy. Not everyone's not the guy.
By the way, Sonic Racing bombed.
There's literally nothing, there's nothing in it for them to misrepresent the data, because if the data is wrong, then they don't have jobs anymore. If the data is wrong, no one will trust them. Don't you understand that? If they're lying about the data and that is found out, that is such a major controversy in the games industry and would be a huge problem, would swallow that company up. But the exact opposite is true, that they have to be incredibly accurate to have a business that's going for so long. It's the beginning and the end of it. You cannot trust it and not believe it, but it's true. So spreading, FUD about it is like...
It's like Bloomberg If Bloomberg had shitty fucking financial reporting, nobody would buy those terminals. Bro, every single fucking financial institution on planet Earth has multiple Bloomberg terminals and subscriptions to Bloomberg's like news feed and market analysis. Why? Because it's actual good information that's worth paying to access. The same is true with Circana. If the analysis and the numbers was bad, people wouldn't pay for it. So, dude, they have every reason to be accurate. Otherwise, they lose all their fucking money in business.
Is kind of lame because there's so many other things to attack. It's the same thing with the wokeness argument about, oh, this is woke and that's woke. It's like you're missing the forest for the trees, like to attack and like really rally around certain things that make more sense than everything. Everything can't be a problem.
Let me ask you this, and I guess because we're kind of been going for a little bit here. This is kind of towards the end of my questions I had for it. And again, thank you for this conversation. I think it's been very beneficial for everyone. I just saw this before the
especially for you. Hopefully you actually fucking listen.
Stream started. This is from Matt Piscatella on Blue Sky. This is the man we're supposed to trust with facts. He says, never ever let facts get in the way of believing what you wish were true.
Yeah.
If you believe you can fly, you go ahead and touch the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the guy that you want us to.
You realize it's sarcasm making fun of the people that go to Yote, right?
No, I don't.
You understand that that's what he's doing is making fun.
Yeah, he's telling people to jump off a fucking rooftop.
I don't care.
Which is actually pretty base for Blue Sky, I must say.
When I read this is supposed to be the gold standard, and this guy says, don't let facts get in the way of believing what you wish were true.
He's making fun of you. Dude, he's making fun of you. Do you not, holy shit, do you not understand that he's making fun of you?
I understand what he's
like
trying to do. This is a self-tell. This is a self-report to me. That's how I read it.
Jesus Christ.
God bless you, dude. Like, I think you're an interesting cat. I will say this. I don't know all the details about your situation with Alyssa or whatever, but I'm a freedom of speech guy and a freedom of expression guy. People talk shit about me, clip my videos, do all that kind of stuff all the time. I never go after anyone. I don't know the specific details of your situation. It has nothing to do with any of those things. I think people are really hard on you for a lot of other things. This is the specific problem I have. Is nothing to do with any of the other controversies that you have. It's specifically about things that I know are true that we shouldn't be arguing about because there are so many other things that can be argued about. And instead, everything becomes a point of conflict. And it's bad. It's bad for the industry. It's bad for gamers. It's bad for everything. And I feel like you guys, and again, I say you guys, people like you thrive on this sort of energy. It's always content about other people, other people's opinions, random amorphous things, but never about the games. Never about playing the games, never about enjoying the games, never about streaming the games, doing content about spoiler casts and review discussions, anything like that. It's never about the games. And my suspicion is
that's always been my critique too. Even when I used to do non-review content, it's like, bro, I actually played games. Like, say what you will about me and how good I am at video games or whatever. I actually fucking play them. You know, I have the hours. I'm not afraid to show off my fucking Xbox profile and my achievements or PlayStation trophies or Steam account or Nintendo, whatever it is. I have no fucking qualms with actually backing up the fact that I played a game that I'm talking about or wielding some sort of authority on. But a lot of these guys spend all their time arguing on Twitter and talking about shit they've never fucking played in the first place.
Never about the games because that's not where the traffic is for you guys. So I think that actually the people that have a lot riding on keeping this sort of facade going are content creators like yourself. That's why I wanted to come on, because this specific thing you're talking about is not true. Your audience can believe it or not. I have to look at the chat later and see what they've had to say. But it is what it is. Right? Like,
yeah, I just want to
dispute VG charts data or you want to dispute Alinea data or whatever, that's different. But you're disputing data from the horse's mouth.
That's fine. I don't want to interrupt you. You're on a good one there. I just want to focus on like a lot of what you said. Like, I stream games almost every single night. I talk about games every single time I stream. I talk about what I love about them. I talk about what I hate about them. Everything you just said seemed like a tremendous amount of guesswork and hypothesis about someone you know nothing about. And I don't understand why you would do that because it makes you look really foolish.
Last video is breaking, massive layoffs at Ubisoft. Yote, next video, Yote flops. Next video, the gamers woke revolution crashes. The next gamer, Microsoft has no clue what gamers want. The next one, man wins women's only Fortnite tournament. The next one, now they're saying Twitch CEO Dan Clancy did nothing wrong. The next one, TwitchCon streamers PC infected by massive virus. Like, where's the game? I'm not seeing anything here. There's nothing. Like, I'm scrolling through your shit. Like, I see nothing about any games. There's nothing about a single. There's nothing about. I'm calling you out here. There's nothing about a single fucking game on here that you played. Like, where is the content?
I'm also calling you out. Maybe you should watch them to find out. Because I mean, we both live in this world. You understand how you title videos to get people to get in there and watch what you want to talk about, right?
Yeah, but none of those videos are about a specific game. You're not like making a video called like, I don't fucking know, Pokemon ZA is a broken pile of shit. Do not buy it. Or I beat Pokemon Legend ZA so you don't have to. Or Ninja Gaiden 4 is the greatest game of fucking 2025. Or what else? Shit. Fuck, what's another game that came out? Doom the Dark Ages was good but disappointing or something like that. Like, I get what he's saying. There's no like actual critiques of games. or discussions about the game itself. It's just like, here's what someone on social media said about this game.
No, I title all the Sacred Symbols episodes after random song titles, so no, we don't do clickbait, actually.
Okay, well, I wouldn't argue it's clickbait. I would say it's a way to get people interested in a topic that you're going to be talking about. It's applicable. It's not lying about what the topic is, but it's probably the most interesting part of the story in the video that I want to highlight. But I talk about many things in the videos.
What I think is true is that you wouldn't be able to do what you do if you actually talked about the games.
Again, where are you getting that from?
Looking at all of your videos.
Okay,
like all the titles of your videos. So I want to understand, is within the confines of the video titled Asmongold Destroys Sony Pony Fanboy, is there like a deep analysis of Chronos the New Dawn in there that I'm missing? Is there behind the video the title Lunar Gate Returns, the extreme right? Is there some sort of real deep dive into like what Xbox's strategy is?
Probably not in that video, but all you have to understand, I publish 4 to 6 videos a day. So sometimes you'll find a video that I post that does apply to what you're interested in. That's the beauty of all this.
I'm back now. I don't see anything on here about any games.
I'm not going at you for what you talk about. It's very strange.
Because I talk about video games. I don't talk about other people.
I do too. I'm just making the smart decision of not talking about it because I don't know enough about what you talk about to even go down that road. You're doing that with me and you're making a fool of yourself right now.
No, I'm reading the title of your own videos.
You absolutely are, because people that watch me know that you're making a fool of yourself. If you read the chat, they would be destroying you right now. I'm seeing it. Like
Wizards of the Coast joins extremely controversial trans strategy. Within the video, after you click on it, what you'll find is an expose about BioShock. It's just you're hiding behind things that really want to click on.
That's probably in the BioShock videos that I cover. See, that would make no sense. That would actually be clickbait, what you just described right there. But anyways, this is kind of circular. Anything else before we wrap it up?
No. You're an interesting character, I'll tell you that.
Well, I really appreciate you joining. I know this wasn't easy for you.
It was easier than you think. But I appreciate
I know this, bro. Again, not a Colin Moriarty fan, really, but dude, he fucking ran circles around him. I know this wasn't easy for you, bro. Stop. Like, you're just embarrassing yourself at that point. Like, have at least the self-awareness to walk away knowing that you're just like, you're out of your depth.
Take your time. Thank you all out there. Good luck with your content. Be well. And, I don't know. Keep on doing whatever's going on here. We'll see you next time.
All right, Colin. Have a good one. Thanks,
all right,
again.
bye.
All right, bye. So that was interesting. I felt like we could have kept talking, but it started devolving into personal attacks. And I'm like...
Yeah, that's what's... Dude, he should have... Why wouldn't you keep it going during personal attacks? That's the content people pay to see.
I didn't do this for like a come at me or go at him. It was about Ghost of Wokedei and the sales and Circana. And I think, interestingly enough, at the point of where it started devolving, kind of...
Wait, where was it? Colin, you won no one over, and you wasted your time. Oh my god, bro. Could you imagine actually watching that and coming to that conclusion?
At the point of where it started devolving, kind of exposed that he...
Could you imagine actually being that fucking retarded? That even if you disagree with someone, like... Bro, he obviously knew what he was talking about.
He didn't have anything, and he started getting angry at me.
He didn't have anything. Yes, he did. He had a much deeper and more complete understanding about the thing you were criticizing.
I don't know. Now, here's the thing, by the way. I see, obviously, after a thing like this, there's a lot of fanboys of Colin. Obviously, it's a much bigger...
Bro, you lost. Stop. It's not that there's a bunch of fanboys of Colin. You lost the debate, bro. You were out of your fucking depth.
Channeled in mine. But all I ask for people to do is to be objective. Ask for more transparency in the industry. And realize that there are people actively blocking that from you. And I firmly believe, based off of the conversation I just had with Colin, that he is one of those people that is in the good old boy network, that I want to protect these people because this is the way it works and it's how we have power.
Oh my god, bro. That's actually fucking funny. Galen Wadsworth with the 2. The guy with the 4-minute AI intro lost. Bro, it was, 15 minutes and actually insane.
It's how the industry insiders have control. And if they had transparency, these people would realize that they're completely fucking useless because the only thing they have is the information. And they want to protect the information so that they can manipulate it to be able to fool people into thinking the game's doing better than it is so that you feel like you have the FOMO to go out and buy it so that it increases the sales of it, ultimately.
I can't afford
Oh my god.
But honestly, I don't feel bad about that interaction. I feel pretty good coming out of that. It could have been better.
Oh my god. Bro, stop.
It could have been worse, but ultimately, at the end of the day, I think we both got our points across. And
no, you should have just said, yeah, I obviously didn't have the right understanding of Circana. That's what it should have been, is you should have just, you know, tried to at least save face a little bit by saying, well, you know, I didn't actually know, like, that detail about Circana. You know, thanks for explaining that. That does make a lot more sense. Like, that's what he should have done, and it would have ended a lot better for him. It was easier than you think. Bro, all the comments are just roasting him. Imagine willingly uploading this and believing you cooked. Yikes. The irony of this. Knowledge is power and has a price. Yep. Oh my god, bro. Oh, dude, it's just, that was bad. That was genuinely bad. Oh. Yeah, that sums up the vibe. Oh, dude. That shit was painful. I'm not gonna... That was actually kind of painful to sit through. Holy fuck, dude. Alright, let's see.
Angry Joe is trending again, and not because of a review.
Oh, God, this guy. Yeah. Melanie Mac's biggest simp.
Nope, guys, this time he's melting down.
And that shit was so funny, bro. Keem tried to set him up for the fucking alley-oop to, you know, rizz her up, and he was like... Like, that was so pitiful, man. Do you guys remember that shit? When Keem was like, yeah, 8-bit Eric has a crush on you or whatever, and Eric like, no, I don't. Like, she's just a friend. And it was like, so like, dude, you could have just said, yeah, I think she's pretty hot. And then just played it off and kept it moving. But nah, he's like so fucking socially. It was so cringe, man. That shit was so fucking cringe. Oh my god. Hold on. Let's see.
We're supposed to be live. Guys, this beef is so dumb.
The fact that the phenomenon does exist. Lost my house, lost all and you're like, that's Jason.
You're shot, bro. You're over there throwing up mom's spaghetti right now. Come on.
Wait, is this it?
People
Eric's
do a lot of times do stuff like this. I know that Keem is just teasing right now for the lulz.
Wait, so do you not? I know, but Eric, you clearly have a crush. Like, go kick game. Like this. Yeah, Eric, it wasn't you. That was someone else. That was duty of call, whoever that is. I think that's a different detractor. I think that's.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
at least you know to apologize, right? Unlike Rich.
Are you single, Melanie Mac?
Yes.
Okay,
Oh, God.
Eric, go ahead. Go.
I want to know why it's.
Bro. Oh my.
Always an issue when people are being cordial with an opposite gender.
Well,
people always try to sexualize it.
I know, but Eric,
dude, look at her. She had like a smile on her face, and why is it that? And then like you can see the smile fade. He might have actually had a shot. He might have, you know.
You clearly have a crush. Like, go kick game. Like, this woman needs a ring
I
in
have
her
a
hand.
crush because I defended her and said that she's attracted.
Wait, so do you not have a crush on her?
I think she's very attractive, but what does that have to do with anything that we're talking about?
Wait,
it's a question. That's what.
Eric, man the up. Just admit you have a crush and make your move. What are you doing?
Look at him. Oh my god, she's disgusted with him. She's absolutely disgusted with this fucking little.
Melanie, I think you're good looking, and I don't know why they're trying to.
Thank you.
Yeah, dude, she has the ick. The ick.
Ew.
So
Well,
she's literally saying to stop bullying him.
Yeah,
I got a question for Melody.
A lot of people,
Eric's-
a lot of times do stuff like this. I know that Keem is just teasing right now for the lulz, but a lot of times when you see people do stuff like that or just say, "Oh, so and so's not gonna sleep with you, bro," this and that, it's just to discredit somebody's argument instead of actually focusing on the.
Well, no, he simps for you, and you could hear his whole puckering as he had to answer that question.
Rich, you simped for her the second she joined. We'll go back to that part if it's in here.
But Eric, you know what's Eric? What's worse about the simp is not even shooting your shot, bro. You're over there throwing up mom's spaghetti right now. Come on.
Dude, okay, like this, we're supposed to, can we just troll and talk memes and talk Jesus and talk about how Rich is fat or something instead of.
I got a question for you.
Matchmaker?
Oh my
Tomb
god!
Raider
1, 2, or 3. Holy sh! I have 10.
Rich is like, she's talking about me. She's talking, dude. You know, Rich is like, because that's the thing is immediately when she joined, Rich started simping out hardcore.
Let's go.
Hey, wait, Melanie, does it say something in the Bible about being fat?
It does actually. Gluttony is a sin. It's not good. But I mean, what you'll see is things that are called a sin. It's for our benefit. Obviously, being fat isn't healthy. So that's why
I'm not going to deny that. That's true.
Yeah. I mean, you know that. It's fine.
No,
It's not
hate
like-
on that. I'm not going to disagree with that. Being fat is not okay. Let's go. I'm going to
Right.
stop saying that.
Yeah, Keem, my stop working makes me closer to God. But Melanie, Tomb Raider 1, 2, or 3. What? Tomb Raider 1, 2, or 3. Which one's the best one?
Oh, I'm gonna have to work on my tier list again now that I'm playing the remasters. But originally I always said Tomb Raider 1 was my favorite. Just feels a lot different. Tomb Raider 2 definitely. 2 and 3 have feel more like an
3's
action.
just hard.
It is. It's punishable for like sometimes no reason. That's where the devs were like, haha, well, let's just make people mad. But I gotta say 1 is the best.
And Melanie, we may disagree on.
Look at him just sitting there, bro.
On many things. I am okay with female.
Oh, here it is. Wait.
Yes.
And Melanie, we may
Is this
disagree on many things. I am okay with female characters having wonderful breasts.
That's good.
Yes.
Xbox.
And when they diminish the breasts, I think it's pointless.
Oh wait, no, this is something different.
Let's see, we agree on something.
Okay.
Dude,
Yeah,
I don't understand. I don't understand this whole thing. Like, guys obviously like attractive women. Duh, right? Why are they making all the women ugly in video games?
It's
Like-
for the transgender gays. It's the trans
it's the
gays.
trans gays.
They want to blur the lines between male and female, and so they're making their female characters look more masculine, and they're also trying to incorporate more femininity into male characters. It's just a lot more noticeable and in our face with what they're doing with female characters.
Yeah, it's so
Pokemon Go just did it. They just changed the way the
Pokemon Go just.
female
Is there women in Pokemon Go?
You can
Yep.
make your avatar, but now your avatar, if it's female, looks a little bit more manly.
But I mean, I feel like they do have a point because there are like a lot of like incels, right? Like, look at Eric over here. He's clearly got a crush.
Bruh. Oh my god. Is he here with the 5? Melody is simping for reviews? Oh yeah, man. Look at her. She's clearly moist over that sexy seal. Yup. Even more moist than Rich after a flight of stairs.
And he won't even like try.
Did you just call Eric an incel?
How does that make somebody an incel?
But you won't even try to get a date. Like, we set you up.
Yeah,
you have
Jesus.
like
What does that
no
have
riz.
Team, are you going to make me defend Eric here a little bit? Yes, you are. Like, it is awkward to like, hey, person, this other person, thinks you're attractive. Go.
You're a bunch of the both of you.
It would have taken.
They're not getting any younger.
Taken me like 10 seconds. I would have been like, hey, Discord date after this.
Look,
after this, girl.
An entire year gone. Oh wait, fuck.
We're supposed to be lost.
I wanted to see what the date was. Yeah, over a year and a half, dude. Gone. Think of what could have been in those 18 months.
Having wonderful breasts. Attractive, go.
You're a bunch
They like the respect guy. They love
how he feels about
No,
her.
I understand it, and I'm sorry that I'm sorry that I
Not on here to go on dates right
Yeah,
now.
It's the both of you.
it would have
Pussy.
taken me like 10 seconds. I would have been like, "Hey, Discord date after this girly," you know?
Look at these shit.
Well,
About to blush.
I appreciate the thought, but I'm not on here to go on dates right now.
This isn't matchmaking, right?
Yeah, she has the ick now, dude. The ick is in full effect.
Yeah,
I thought she was coming on so Rich could tell her how he feels about
No,
her.
I understand it, and I'm sorry that I put you in this position because, like, honestly,
No,
he
you
should have
didn't,
jumped
Rich. You did not say how you actually feel.
all over that, and that was rude for him.
I have respect for women more than any of you guys do.
Oh God.
I'm so respectful, Melanie. Please date me.
Oh,
Yes.
God.
Yes.
Where is your fedora?
Yes, women really like the respect guy. They love
It's a
that.
lot cooler if you asked her out than you just sucked up to her.
Hello, my lady.
No, it's a panel. The first thing I'm gonna
Jesus Christ.
do is come in here and start acting like a f***ing creep.
Nobody told you to do that.
That's not being a creep.
You
You don't
gotta be a creep to speak.
are an incel. You're right.
You had her come on so she could talk with
Dude, no woman will ever complain if you just say in a non-creepy way, yeah, you look nice, or something like that. No one's gonna be like, you fucking bitch. Like, nah. Holy shit, bro.
Clearly brought her up and was trying to start.
Yeah, but dude, you act like you want to sniff a fart out of her ass like a rose.
Why? Because I defend her on Twitter.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. All of this, hey, date this person, date that person. I'm hanging out with a bunch of dudes right now. This is a little too estrogen-y for my taste at the moment.
Thank
is
you.
this Simpcast or is this or are we trying to hang?
I agree.
Yeah, let's just fucking talk. Who cares? Who cares who's male?
I agree. All right, guys. I think we're gonna end this segment. We got to get to a UFO expert because Wings is against UFOs. I'm gonna kick you first, Melanie, just because I want to pick on Eric. I want to pick on Eric a little bit with you not here. So, Eric, you fucking loser. You
You're such a
no. I set you up, bro. This is a good Christian woman who's looking for a man. She wants a ring on that finger. You motherfucker. I set you up.
You guys do have
situation. I wouldn't hear
you guys.
Pathetic loser. God.
You guys do have similar beliefs in many ways, so you would work
I
out like
set
that.
you up, bro. All you had to say is like, hey, I love Melanie. If Melanie ever wanted to,
Dude, did I
get a
not say I
coffee,
thought
I'm down.
I said she was attractive, but I'm not here to be trying to.
Oh, yeah, dude. You're like, oh, yeah, she's attractive. That's like the most gay way to say it. Just say, yeah, I think she's pretty hot. Done. That's it. You're done. That's all you have to say, bro. The rest will work itself out.
So you're there to just sit there without your dream girl? Just you by yourself without your dream girl? That's what you're here to do?
First of all, Keem, there's no one in this world that could pick up a chick on the same call that Rich, Tommy, or Wings are on at the same
Yeah,
time.
they could. Yeah, they could. Yeah, they could.
Yeah, they could.
Oh.
I could.
Fuck out of here.
You were good looking, smart,
Let
intelligent.
me tell you how to spit that game. Let me spit that
do
game
it.
here. She has a bitch or Tomb Raider behind her. The new Tomb Raider remaster just came out. Like, hey, Melly, I really like the games. I need some help getting through Tomb Raider 3. Would you want to do like maybe a private call later and like we'll screen share? Then you can get to know her. Riz her up. The idea is not to get a date. The idea is to get.
do you know how incredibly
I've never had interaction with Melanie before.
Eric, do you know how incredibly uncomfortable that was for Melanie Mack because you wouldn't even take a shot? You embarrassed that poor girl.
Dude, you could see the smile leave her face in like real time. Like she had a happy smile on her face, and then when Eric starts going, well, actually, it's like you can see like the light leave her eyes. Holy fuck, bro!
You embarrassed her today. You embarrassed her.
You embarrassed her. You brought
No, I didn't.
You embarrassed her.
Yes.
No, I didn't. You embarrassed her because you wouldn't take a swing, bro.
I don't think you can zoom in on. No, I don't think you can zoom in on videos. Maybe. No, you can't. You probably have to download it or.
Didn't need to. I was here to talk about Rich.
Yeah, get the f out of here. You're out.
Let me try something real quick. Just gonna see. No, I don't think that works either. All right.
Out of here.
Bye. You.
Chad, I might be 400 pounds, but here's what you don't realize. I've never been without a woman.
Christ.
And I do the dating game on hard mode.
I'll give you this, Wings. You did.
All right, hold on. Let's see. Where was it?
He cut everybody off before you came in, then he asked your permission.
There was
laughing at her face. Opinion. Okay, sorry.
Said that she's attracted.
Wait, so Eric, go. That is. I think that's a different detractor. I think that's.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
At least you know to apologize, right? Unlike Rich.
All right, here. Let me try it this way. Oops. All right, there you guys go.
Are you single, Melanie Mac?
Yes.
Okay. Eric, go ahead. Go.
I want to know why it's always an issue.
Dude, look at her face. Look at her face. The smile's there.
When people are being cordial with an opposite gender.
Well,
people always try to
Look, you can see the disappointment.
Sexualize it.
I know, but Eric, you clearly have a crush. Like, go kick game. Like, this woman needs a ring
I
in
have
her
a
hand.
crush because I defended her and said that she's attracted.
Wait, so do you not have a crush on her?
I think she's very attractive, but what does that have to do with anything that we're talking about?
Dude, she got the ick in real time.
Wait,
it's a question. That's why.
Eric, man the f up.
Dude, the body language does not fucking lie.
Admit you have a crush and make your move. What are you doing?
Leave him
alone. Melanie, I think
she's
you're
like,
good looking.
stop bullying him, please.
And then I don't know why they're
This is already embarrassing enough.
trying to.
Thank you. Well, yeah,
I got a question for Melody.
A lot of people
Eric's
a lot of times do stuff like this. I know that Keem is just teasing, right?
Dude, that is brutal, though. You can see, like, the light leave her eyes immediately.
And said that she's attracted.
Game.
People always try to say why it's always.
Okay, Eric, go ahead. Go.
I want to know why it's always an issue when people are being cordial with an opposite gender.
Well,
people always try to sexualize it.
I know, but Eric, you clearly have a crush.
Bruh. That's so fucking brutal, dude. That's so fucking brutal.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
But here, let's go back. Let me delete this. Yes, I want to remove it. All right. There we go. Let's see when she first joins, because that's when Rich simps for her.
Hey, Rich, what's up, man? Okay.
Matt, what? I don't care.
That he would.
You stop.
I care about.
I didn't do randomly.
Mac, follow.
Hearsay. Well, it's hearsay.
Boy.
On my show, you wouldn't come.
I'm not. I typically don't.
Between 8-Bit Eric and Review Tech USA?
I've seen a little bit. I think he was mad that Eric defended me in a video or something.
No.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I typically don't keep up with content creator drama, so I'll need to be filled in.
What did you say about Melanie, Rich? Go
Yeah, she will.
ahead. That got Eric to White Knight. Go
Yeah, what's the exact quote?
Well,
What was the exact quote?
I'll talk shit about what she says in the.
No, you won't, Rich. You won't talk a single word of shit about what she says. Listen to this weak... Like, bro, this guy used to go, she's a fucking bigot! He's a you know, like a fucking homophobe! She laughed about a church burning down! Like, you know, he spurred the fuck out in typical Rich... Like, you know...
You're not a woman. You're a whore. You're a fucking whore.
Like,
whore.
You know how Rich gets. Like, he gets fucking pissed off in private. And, you know, this is his great, you know, confrontation moment with Melanie Mac.
Continue to, but here's the thing, Melanie. Everyone.
Look, Keem told him to talk his shit. This is Rich talking shit.
So I'll talk shit about what she says and to continue to. But here's the thing, Melanie. Everyone wants to get you banned off for shit. You're the one person who says you shouldn't be. You're looking at him this fat here.
Well,
How are
thank
you?
you.
I rather you talk and say your shit and then refute it. I hate banning because all it does is it has the exact opposite effect, and I'd rather people be able to say their piece than be kicked off a platform.
I agree.
I agree as well. But Rich, you've criticized Melanie, right?
Keem's like, what the fuck is going on here, Rich? We brought you on to talk fucking shit, and your bitch ass is cowering in the corner saying, Melanie, I think you shouldn't be banned. I think you should have a voice.
Your first, I will continue to. And your first line is, I've defended for you to stay online. Like, what's your criticism? Yeah, what's the criticism?
Oh, because she said she.
Oh, well.
Burn to the ground. And remember when that was a joke about the church burning to the ground because they had a pride event beforehand? That's horrible.
I thought it was hilarious. Nobody.
And what about
it? Was it's the irony of it. They had a pride thing going on, and then it literally gets struck by lightning. That's funny.
Melanie, I just watched.
Melanie, I don't mean to interrupt, but you saw the other day for no reason he just suddenly just like melted down at me. And said,
oh God!
Mac is not going to you fucking simp for like no reason.
Well, I think usually when people resort to those types of insults, they can't really stay on the topic at hand. And if you defend anybody, it's automatically, oh, you want to sleep with this person.
No. I called him a simp because he cut everybody off before you came in. Then he asked your permission.
There was this conversation on Twitter, and I don't remember the exact context, but they were trying to compare you and my girlfriend and who's hotter. And Eric was like defending you nonstop. So like I know for a fact he's a simp.
So he's not allowed to think I'm attractive?
Bro, listen, I forgot about that part too. Like, she's literally happy that he was defending her. Like, oh my God, bro. That's just like pain. Oh, it's like that. This is a really fucking gay, I guess comparison, but it's like when you're watching anime, which, call me a weeb, because once upon a time I did actually watch anime. But it's like when you're watching anime and the main character just fumbles, and it's like the most infuriating shit ever, and you just want to throw your phone against a fucking wall. Because you're like, holy fuck, dude. This is like so unrealistic and just aggravating and fucking annoying. And you're getting like secondhand embarrassment because you have to fucking watch that shit in real time. And you just want to like spike your phone against the wall because it's so irritating. Like, bro, that is what I'm witnessing right here. This is like literally an anime style fumble.
Defending somebody because I'm sure they were saying more than just looks. I'm sure they were calling her homophobic. I'm sure they were saying that she's a bigot. I'm sure they're saying all this other fucked up shit. I was defending that.
How is that?
No, what Eric should have said here is, well, I wasn't just defending her for being hot. I was also defending her for being a bigot and homophobic, which is equally as hot. Like, bro, he could have like easily, set the layup and, scored right there, but no.
Correct. You were mocking a trans woman incessantly and laughing in her face. I watched the clip.
Yeah, that's true. I did.
Okay, so how are you not anti-LGBTQ when you do something like that?
I am anti-LGBTQ.
Okay, that's fine. That's all I want.
That's fine. Listen to Rich, bro. Where are these fangs, dude? Because if you go back and look at Rich's coverage of Melanie Mac, like, he's about to literally, like, burst through his fucking screen. Like, now he's like, oh, yeah, that's fine. Girl.
No.
Okay, good.
Okay, Rich, so what now?
What? I don't know. Do I win a prize? Like, that's the point. Like, I call that out, and I will continue to.
Why not? He's allowed to make video of Gary Back, Eric. He can make video. What is it when he's allowed to have an opinion, Eric?
Yeah, oh my God, Eric!
I'll call you out, Rich, and I can
I'll call you out. I'll call you out.
I have an opinion. Oh, I have an opinion. Okay, sorry.
I apologize. I take that back, 8-Bit Eric. It wasn't you.
But yeah, that's the part we watched. But yeah, dude, it's like so... This is one of the better episodes, I feel like, just because of this interaction. It is so cringe, man. It's so fucking cringe. Like, goddamn. Keem is a great wingman here. That guy will lay awake thinking. Yeah, dude, exactly. Exactly. Rich is a coward. Yup. Holy fuck, man. She's so average. I guess. I don't know. Alright, well, we'll get back to the actual video we were supposed to be watching now. We took our detour.
Down over a Halo Ice meme. Yep, he's melting down over a Halo meme from a government account. So Ice, they made a corny post using Halo imagery, and Joe went completely nuclear screaming, F Ice.
Still available for me. No, that's PK's girl. Galen Wadsworth with the 5. If you go to the part where Keem said Discord days, she smiled there too. But yeah, dude, that's the thing. It's like the body language does not lie. And, you know, you could tell in real time when the ick set in.
F Trump, like he just uncovered some secret police conspiracy. Spoiler, it's just a meme. Let's talk about why this whole thing makes Joe look absolutely ridiculous with his Trump derangement syndrome, and why the internet has finally had enough of his constant outrage. Here is the tweet in question, guys, and what actually happened. So ICE posted this Halo meme, says destroy the flood, join.ice.gov. The government has been on a roll on social media as of late, guys. They've embraced the meme culture, and I think it's hilarious, all right? Whatever you think about ICE, whether you're against it or for it, it doesn't matter, guys. This is a stupid meme, but we're gonna talk about his response because, my God. So here's what happened. ICE posted this Halo meme using a destroy the flood with the Warthog, Master Chief, a harmless meme. Whether you're for ICE or against it, guys, it's just a freaking meme. It's a basic Halo picture with a jokey caption. It's harmless.
Dude, I wish we could get in a bunch of fucking Warthogs and just light up the fucking flood. You know, put me on the Gatling gun. I won't miss.
It's dorky government humor. Now, they've been on a roll with their meme embracement, guys. Every single government account on X, Instagram, whatever, they've embraced the memes. And
dude, if Trump ever declares the death squads to be a thing, I'm signing up day one.
I got to give him a +10 on that, on the aura. But Joe saw this, and he instantly exploded.
Death squad applicant numero uno. I'll be first in line.
Online. Here's what he tweeted out. He said, fuck ICE and fuck Donald Trump. Get the fuck out of here with using Halo for your shitty dehumanizing police state propaganda. No one thinks your shit is cool besides low IQ, her MAGA cult members on X, half of which are bots. Y'all gonna find out soon in the next election. First of all,
Angry Joe's not even a fucking American, bro. That dude's a fucking loser.
Your TDS is showing. Second of all, this last sentence is the funniest thing.
You're not even an American, Joe.
I've ever heard in a long time on the internet. You're gonna find out soon in the next election. Oh boy. Joe, my sweet summer child, calm down. It's a social media intern using a video game image. It's not a dystopian recruitment poster. Donald Trump has probably never played Halo in his life.
How do I know? Look at him.
He probably didn't even sign off or approved on this. He just told his social media and his, administration and his different departments of the government, have at it, get some engagement. These people know what they're doing. And guess what? You indirectly helped promote job recruitment for ICE by doing this meltdown. Do you not understand your meltdown, if anything, is going to get more eyeballs on it because you're actually trending now? Instead of laughing it off, you turn it into a full-blown political rant that is kind of low-cow in nature, guys. It's over a meme that most people probably just scrolled past like in 2 seconds. And within minutes, this tweet blew up. Half the replies are people laughing at how unhinged he sounds. Let's go ahead and take a look. Looking at the replies, he's getting cooked. Shout out to D-Day Cobra who posted JD Vance. I love how memeable JD Vance is. That's part of his appeal for me, but they're putting his face on Master Chief's body. You got all the rest of...
No, the best one was, hold on. Let me see. The best one was this. Let's see, images. Did they post? Yeah, here it is. Here it is. This one. This one was great, bro. I love this one. JD is Cortana and then Trump. Like, bro, that's great. I love this one. This is my personal favorite of the ones they've done. I think GameStop posted this one, but yeah. This one was top tier.
the crew in the back with their jetpacks. Old Man Grim said, hey, little buddy, have you considered crying about it? I mean, that's the thing, guys. There's nothing that people like Angry Joe can do except cry about it on the internet. And Angry Joe, more and more, as time goes by, I slowly start to lose respect for him. I think he's a little bit of a crybaby online. You see Richard Campbell shouts at him, says, nobody watches the AngryHoese show anymore. You're relevant as hell. We got the MAGA chief. No Room for Wokeness says, keep crying. Angry Badger says, enforcing the laws is neither authoritarian nor police state. Which, yeah, guys, again, as divisive as the topic is, ICE is just doing their job. It's not authoritarian or a police state. The law is the law. Tebow shouts at him.
And what's wrong with the police state? This is the thing that shitlibs, you know, don't understand. What the fuck is wrong with the police state? Oh my god, the rules are enforced. No! Oh my god, no! We don't want the police enforcing the law. That's oppression. Fuck off.
You seem angry. Your crash outs are
yeah, a police state is good.
God! Irritating. I mean, he's getting cooked. This must be a very hard time for you. Flood sympathizer. Look here, you're here, 2025. Then we got JD Vance coming in 2029. He's gonna be great as number 47 and 48, guys. Alucard shots at him, says, deal with the bitch with a full motion grok video. So as you can expect, Joe is getting eaten alive. American Advocate says, man, you were hella cool when I first discovered your channel over a decade ago. Now you're just pathetic, man. All you could do is cope.
He was never cool. Ass blasted Alejandro has always been a fucking retard. Your average gamer with the two. Angry Joe's built like a flood carrier for him. Yeah, exactly. He could easily be mistaken as an invading species.
Harder. So, yeah, as I was saying, he's getting torn up. Torn up. Again, other replies are like, bro, you've been angry since 2014. Go touch some grass. Some people are saying he went from a video game reviewer to a professional.
How many likes did he get on his tweet? I'm just curious. 6? Oh, wait. No,
so, yeah, as I was saying, he's getting...
let's see. 10,000. Aw, that's all he could muster.
Torn up. Torn up. Again, other replies are like, bro, you've been angry since 2014. Go touch some grass. Some people are saying he went from a video game reviewer to a professional meltdown artist. And you would think after spending a decade plus online, he realized that yelling into this void doesn't change anything. You're not going to change anything by yelling about a meme where Halo's used to advertise that ICE is hiring. Okay, it literally just makes you look unhinged. This is not activism, actually. This is attention-seeking disguised as moral outrage at the end of the fucking day. And it makes for great content. It makes for great fucking content. But here's the problem. Every time Joe does this, right, he proves the internet right about him. He preaches positivity, fairness, and then he flips out the second something offends his
Angry Joe preaches positivity. When?
Politics. And for the most part, that's how all of them act. Everybody that leans that way is hypocritical.
The Act Man was getting his panties in a bunch over the meme, too. Great.
Didn't drag Halo into propaganda. Joe did. Joe dragged Halo into his meltdown. The agency is getting free engagement, like I said. Joe's getting mocked, and everyone else is just shaking their head, wondering how a grown man, an Angry Joe, who at one point people used to say we look like twins. I'm glad I'm slowly but surely looking more like a homeless guy than Angry Joe, but he can't handle a meme. You cannot handle a meme, Joe. You're a clown. This is performative.
Yeah, Angry Joe's getting fatter and fatter by the year. You know, the Torta build, I guess, applies to the males as well.
Outrage 101. He's just doing this for theatrics. It's performative. It's so that he can get some kind of like moral grandstand checklist points from the other offended percentage of people that really don't control much on the internet anymore. And this is not a one-off, guys. If you look at his history, every year he finds some kind of new little hill to die on. Whether it's politics, culture wars, whatever's trending at the time. It's exhausting, honestly. His audience comes for gaming reviews and they get lectures.
Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, I just saw the Act Man tweet. He quote tweeted it and said, "The only deportation I want to see is the guy who runs this account." Yeah, typical. Typical fucking West Coast shit lib.
After lecture about politics. Well, Eric, don't you promote...
Typical fucking shit lib.
No, anti-woke is calling out the stuff. I don't want politics in my games. I don't want ideology. I don't want fucking narratives. Okay, I don't want all that mess. It's the exact opposite.
When we win, deportation will be what they beg for.
Opposite. It's calling out saying go away. Right? What Joe's doing, that's not discourse. When people push back against him, he calls them bots. He literally said in that tweet that they're bots. Half of them are MAGA bots or low IQ. That's ego talking there, guys. That's not discourse. Okay, the truth is, this meltdown is showing how broken online culture has become. Joe saw an opportunity to feed his outrage machine, and he took it. And I think he's going to learn today when it comes to this. I think he's a clown, and more people are going to talk about this. Normal people look at the post, chuckle, move on, right? That's the difference. Most of us know when something isn't that deep, but apparently Joe doesn't. He does not know. So that's why the internet's patience with him is running out. And Angry Joe, he didn't speak truth to power with his tweet at all, okay? He screamed at a meme. At the end of the day, he screamed at a meme and made himself the joke. He's so addicted, and a lot of people on that side of things, they're so addicted to outrage that he can't tell the difference between propaganda and a punchline. And I already hear it, well, you're an outraged right-wing grifter. Okay, so calling out stuff and giving an opinion that is actually reasonable, logical, and not just orange man bad or fuck Elon type of thing, that's not being addicted to outrage. That's speaking your mind. That's standing up for something that you believe in. You're telling me that in any form or fashion, his fuck guys, fuck Trump post was any kind of like actual like honest discourse? No, it was performative outrage. So here's the takeaway, and I know it's something that all of us got to work on, myself included.
No, it's not performative outrage. It's him being his true self. Is a fucking loudmouth, ignorant spurg. Angry Joe has low emotional fucking control, which is a trademark of a low IQ individual. You know, he has third world intelligence bouncing around that empty fucking skull of his like a marble in a fucking hallway. Like, this guy is just a vacuous retard. His entire shtick is screaming like a fucking retard into a microphone about video games. There's nothing intelligent about him. There is nothing there. He's just basic fucking shock value humor in massive air quotes. That's his entire fucking gimmick, is being a reactionary, low emotional, and impulse controlled, you know, rage pig. That's it. Angry Joe has never been a pillar of intellectual, you know, game critique or anything like that. He just screams into a microphone. And, you know, retards seal clap and go, he funny. That's literally his entire claim to fame. Is performing for a bunch of seal clapping tards.
Not everything online. Not everything that you see online deserves.
Fluffle Nugget with the 2. Alejandro wants to get butt blasted by the flood. Well, you could say that he wants something to flood his asshole for sure.
I'm out now. Sometimes the most powerful thing you could do is laugh and move on. Anyways, I want to know what you guys think. Do you think Joe's just burned out and he kind of just had a bad day, or has he completely lost the plot? I think he's lost the plot. Okay, drop a comment, leave a like if you enjoyed this video, and don't forget to hit that subscription button. I'll see you on the next one, guys. Thank you so much for watching, as always.
Let's see. I think we watched this, but yeah, we did watch this in front of the Eiffel Tower. Or no, 5 hours ago? I guess we didn't watch it. Oh, we did it twice. Okay, that's why. Yeah, I could have swore we watched this before, but yeah, it's okay. That makes sense. Do you know how easy it would be to liberate Europe nowadays? 50K, you know, 50,000 American patriots armed to the teeth. We could take it back in a few days. Bible reading. I'm all out of lotion, sorry.
That's me.
Did this guy upload his shit video? Yeah.
God hates white people. He created them to be hated. Like, white people are...
Yeah, no Indian shit video yet.
Fighting an army of scammers in Paris, France, with a water gun full of fart juice and 2 professional bodyguards. That's us running for our lives. Move! Move! Taxi! Run! It all started 24 hours earlier when I met up with the King, a Parisian local who recently had his skull broken by these scammers after calling them out for their schemes. Since the King was nearly beaten to death, I brought my 2 professional bodyguards in case these scammers got violent. And 5 minutes in, the King spotted some scammers for us to expose. Hey, we found him. Look, they're playing. Come over here. Scammer, we see you.
In a just world, you could just pull out a knife and deal with the problem.
Scammer, give me the ball. Scammer, give me the ball now. Scammer, give me the ball. Give me the fucking ball. Scammer, give me the ball. Drop the ball. There we go. Drop the fucking ball. Give me the mat. Hey, get over here. You charge us one more time. Give me the fucking mat. Give me the mat. Give me the map. Quit scamming people. Quit fucking scamming. Don't run. Scammer! Give me the cup. Scammer! Scammer! Give me the cup. Don't run like a bitch. I'm gonna end you. Give me the cup. Give me the cup.
Griffin
Give me the
exposed
cup.
as a
Don't run like
scammer? That's right.
Bitch. Your mother getting ready to bitch. Look at running in the street. You're a filthy scammer. In the blue sweat. Get over here. Come back. Come back. Come over here. Give me the cup. This way. Run, Fred. Run, Fred. We have the ball. We have the proof. He gave me the ball like a good boy. Let's go. Lead the way. That was amazing. Hey, great work. That was genius. You're a smart man. Christian knows what's up. This is the admission of guilt we needed. And on our way to the Eiffel Tower.
Griffin is brown? Fuck.
I ran into.
I hope not.
The doctors and engineers that attacked me and my cameraman last time I came here.
The doctors and engineers. What about astronauts?
Get away, get away. Oh, he's gonna throw them. Don't touch him. Don't do it.
Yeah, I remember this.
We have our friends from last time who beat Pasha. Some of them out here. They're calling it a night. They're packing up. They see us with the cameras. They freak out. We already won the war with them. Actually, no, we didn't. Yes.
Yeah, they're always on the right side.
Let's do it.
And other side, always one or two groups.
See what's crazy? It's such a peaceful day right now.
Lovely day, beautiful day.
And they're just out here praying.
There's one up there.
White shirt.
I can see him over there.
Are they playing the game right now?
They're playing.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. 100%. Let's go.
They've not told us yet. We gotta move away.
The scam is simple. First, this con artist tells tourists they can win money if they bet correctly on which cup the ball is under. The catch is, the group of tourists playing the game are all accomplices working with the scammer to lure in real tourists to play the game. The second catch is, once the real tourists play, the game becomes unwinnable because the scammer uses a sleight of hand to steal the ball and all the cups are now empty. These scammers notice my camera before they finish their full scam setup. What? Huh? Me? I'm doing
Sir, no video.
What?
Hello, man.
Huh?
No video. What up?
You're a scammer. You're a fucking scammer. You're a scammer. You're a scammer. Where's your buddy? Where is she? Where is she? Where you at? There you are. Cackle like a little whore. Let's hear it again. Let's hear it again. Let's see the mat. Is this your mat? Hey. What are you doing, huh? You better back the fuck up. We know you're scamming. We know you're scamming innocent fucking tourists. We saw you. Don't get involved. Don't scam. Don't scam. You're the criminals.
Yeah, I'm talking to you. You don't.
Quit chuckling like a little witch, you demon. You're banned. Go back home. Banned. You're banned. You're banned too. You're banned too, witch. Cup and ball scammers. Cup and ball scammers. Look at this. Look at this. They use these games to steal your money. This right here. Little balls like this. Don't play their games. You think everyone here is stupid, don't you? Get the fuck out of Paris. Banned. Deported. You're out of here. Banned. Remigration. He's scamming people with the cup and ball games.
It shouldn't even be remigration, bro. It should be reintroduction into the earth.
Stealing their money. Take a photo of his face right here.
Like, honestly, dude. Back in the day, if this type of shit was happening and foreigners were doing this type of shit, somebody would pull out their fucking pistol or a knife and just stab or shoot, and nobody would even give a fuck.
Don't try some shit. I swear to God, don't try some shit. Don't try some shit. I promise you. I promise you.
Try it.
I promise you. You understand. You understand.
You should.
Je comprends. Je comprends.
Bonjour, motherfucker. Quit scamming. Quit scamming. Take a photo of his face right here. It's a filthy fucking scammer right here. He's stealing money from tourists. You criminal. You filthy fucking vagabond. How many years have you been a filthy fucking criminal? You should try something. Where are you walking to? Where's the den? Where's the lair of demons?
It's up there on the
Where
hill.
do you guys spawn? Where's the scammer spawn point? Scammer. Shame. You beady little lizard. Cower to the lair. We're tired of you. You're a filthy.
Down the stairs, old man.
You're a filthy waste of space. Yeah, what? Easy what? Keep walking! You're the child of a dirty little whore, you know that? We hate you. This is a scam as old as time. You're not even inventive. You didn't come up with this. Nah, fuck you. No, okay. You deserve to get your shit rocked. We're pacifists, though. I'm a pacifist.
I'm not.
He's not. That's why we brought him. Hey, fuck all of you, too.
Oh, you missed.
What are you doing there, buddy? Looks like an admission of guilt.
Let's go get him. Let's go back again. Oh, no.
What are you doing?
Missed again.
Let's get these fucks.
Come on,
let's get these fucks. Scammers, they know. You know them, right? They know, the locals know. Where do they go? Okay.
There's another group over there.
Oh my god, they spawn left to right. Let's go, you ready? Another one. They're playing right now? As I was hunting down ops from above, my cameraman Pasha stayed behind talking smack, and the scammer saw this as the perfect opportunity to attack. But this fool was instantly humbled as my cameraman defended himself with 100% legal anti-scammer spray. And I was so caught up looking for scammers, I almost walked straight into a bus. So Pasha sprayed him as he got bum rushed by him. He bull rushed him, yeah.
Tell us.
Oh shit, good save. Bodyguard, you get a raise. Good work. Where are you guys visiting from?
San Francisco area.
Oh, okay. Whatever you do, don't play the cup and ball game.
Oh, yeah. They're colluding.
Yes, exactly. He knows. Look how beautiful this is. So you think of all these beautiful monuments, and they're ridden with these insects, these pests. There we see them right there. We're gonna go for it. Let me see a few more face shots. It's the same family. We got Mickey Mouse over there. Hello, Mickey.
The roach.
Bye-bye. He's a nice man. I'll be back with $5. Yeah, they're literally right there again.
Anyway, like right up
dude, honestly, the comparison of the Hassans of the world as roaches is just literally so accurate.
No, they're arrogant as hell. They're emboldened. You ready?
They're nothing but an invasive pest that only causes problems once you let them in.
Let's go. Take a look. Exact faces. So yeah, the woman. We got. It's right here. Though. We're trying to find some guy scamming. Do you know? Do you know who this is?
The guys that find the bush.
Oh, there he is. Who's that? Who's that man? Why is he hiding behind a bush?
Hey,
what is this? Don't do it.
Careful.
Don't do it.
Careful.
Don't do it. Why are you hiding behind a bush? Why are you hiding?
We're just what are we talking about? It's fine. It's illegal. No, it's not. You're scammers. You're scammers.
We sign scammers. Scammers, police! Scammers! Fuck you! That's it. Let's go, AK. You fuck my mother. Shut the fuck up, you dumb bitch. Oh, you're the guy. You're the fat one. There he is. That's the fat one. Find out in a minute. These little scammers playing the cup and ball game. Look at him, you little bitch. You call the police now? Scammers right here. Scammers right here. Right here. Bonjour, don't play nice. You dirty, filthy little dog. We know what you're doing. You're not dumb. Go play dumb. Go play dumb. We respect the police, not the scammers. No. Shut the fuck up.
These are scammers. We have no video. We have no video.
You too, fatso. What's your BMI?
Fuck your mother.
Oh, fuck your mother. That's the 5th time I've heard this.
Get a real job.
You're an idiot. Go back home. You
Get a little fuck your mother.
You're disgusting.
You're welcome, friend.
You're disgusting.
Your tiny, small, fucking Arab cock couldn't even, bruh. I'd have some choice words.
Was this the fat one hiding behind the bush?
Europeans cheat. Oh, yeah, what's that? Yeah, no, you're not. No, you're not.
You're just a criminal.
The only thing your tiny little cock could pleasure is your fucking sheep.
Once you become a filthy criminal, you're subhuman.
European jokers.
Huh? Yes. Be quiet, you're not the police, bro. Get the hell out of here.
Of course. I didn't use it. It's legal. There you go.
It's legal, though. It's legal. Why are you scamming people? Huh?
Yeah, dude, they're just as European as, you know, all the natives, obviously.
I'm your justice, bitch.
We're doing the job. I'm protecting him. I'm getting paid to protect him. He's a YouTuber. You know who he is.
When you see this, you call the police.
Au revoir.
Just move. Keep walking.
You're lucky. You're lucky. I don't want to hurt these people, so I use this so they leave us away. That's it. We don't want to.
Who are you? Who's this guy?
Look at this person. This person has no brain. I'm going to defend myself. I'm going to defend myself in a minute.
You're trying to protect your scammer business as well. So we have the Eiffel Tower nation of scammers. We have the Gypsy scammers. They're uniting as one force, trying to co-opt the police into their operation right now. Just be quiet.
Well, dude, they believe in Islam, which is literally just a sex-based religion, you know. Their primitive brain can't comprehend anything other than, I want sex. Like, that's it. I mean, it's just... They have like an 80 IQ on average.
This guy attacked my cameraman. This man charged me bull rush. Get the fuck away from me.
Quite literally.
They're not sending their best.
They scam. They attack first.
Yeah, the UAE is smart. They would just kill people like this. Like, honestly, that's the way you deal with people like this. The problem goes away overnight when you just start fucking killing people. Honestly. Like, not to be, you know, I guess, ultra edgy, but if we just killed a few people, the problems would disappear immediately. It's amazing how that would work. I guarantee you, execute a few people for theft, you know, execute a few people for rape, execute a few people for scamming, whatever crime you can think of. Publicize it, make it a big deal, let everybody see the execution. People will get their shit together pretty fucking quick, man. That's all I can say.
They cry victim. You look, he says he wants me to come down there. We'll go meet your tough guy. What is your friend? Shut the fuck up. From scamming.
Scam, why would you...
Just shut the fuck up. I'm crazy. Oh, very crazy. Thank you very much.
He's gonna say that he's just walking in the street and...
He wasn't, though. We have footage.
Are you leaving or no?
Yeah, we can leave if you want us to. All right, we'll leave. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Okay, we can come back to Eiffel Tower? Okay. Thank you. Sorry, merci, my friend, merci. Can we be friends? I want to leave.
My spray is for personal protection. It's legal. Okay, then I'll hurt them more. I don't want to kill them.
He doesn't want to kill you. Okay,
Thank you. Merci.
Unbelievable. Okay, the cops are good. Their hands are tied, clearly. They can't do anything.
They can't say the wrong thing.
While the police confiscated my bodyguard Fred's anti-scammer spray, we ran into more doctors and engineers that tried to kill me and my cameraman 3 months ago. But real quick, before we go back to Paris, in this era of media corruption and bias, it's tough to know what's fake news and what's real news. Luckily, the sponsor of this... Fuck! We have peace. We're moving. Oh my god, this is the guy we met in the first video right here. This is the first one who swung at us. 10 minutes in, we're gonna walk though, because we're gonna lose our footage. We're gonna engage in a peace treaty with them, because we don't have time to fight them. There's too many enemies out here right now. We're gonna tactically retreat to the rest of our crew. Fred, why are you concerned? They're starting to form lines around here. This is where Pasha got jumped in the night. Just to give you a purview of the whole scene. Okay. Why are they so spooked? We're getting started. Peace treaty. All right, they want to fight. They love the blood.
One of the guys earlier today was like, that's Pasha.
Oh.
100%. That second bridge over there, there's like at least 40 people as well.
They want us dead. It's time to walk. I think we just get a taxi and walk on out of here.
They're filming us right now, right there.
We don't want to fight truly, but it might come to that.
Let's get an Uber and go, because no matter where we go, they're going to be multiple of them. Let's get an Uber and go.
Hey, this is the guy who's foaming at the mouth. This is the guy foaming at the mouth last time. I remember you, my friend. Almost itching to tweak at me. He was going, blah, blah, blah. We're in enemy territory out here. We're getting the nastiest place over there. Look at them. We're definitely going to get jumped. 1v100. They run the streets. Look at them. They're like, come down. We've learned from our mistakes. We are wizened and seasoned fighters now. They're all over there. Look at them. They love it. There are so many of them. I don't know where they come from. There's an infinite supply of them. They recognize. I mean, look. How you doing, my friends? We're definitely in enemy territory.
They're gonna fucking do some shit.
How you doing? We have peace treaty. Actually, no, fuck you. Him over there, I remember his face. Truly just a lot of familiar faces. We're good. Hey, I remember you. Peace treaty. We're good. Okay, we move on. We've established peace. We don't want any trouble. I just want to establish they're still here. We cannot fight them or defeat them. We're good. How you doing? Okay, we may get jumped.
Let's go.
Hundreds of them out here. There are more and more. They're looking at us like they want to eat us, like we're a tasty meal. We want peace. The problem is, no matter how good we are fighting, look, the taxi dipped with no one in it. We're fucked.
What are you doing?
They're looking at you like they would look at a 12-year-old girl.
What are you fucking joking, man?
I was gonna get the taxi.
No, we don't.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you stressed?
Yeah.
There's so many.
Of course.
There's so many.
Of course.
Yeah, that's the thing. There are far more than I remember. They are infinite. We're famous out here. With them specifically. We shame them. That's the type of risk in this taxi. The situation has not changed at all. The Paris Eiffel Tower salesmen run the streets. If you film their direction, especially for me, they want to kill you.
The thing is, though, the recognition is there. They've seen the video. The police 100% have seen the video.
Yet they're all still there.
There are more of them. There's
more of them. This place is a hell's.
Yep, the French government, like every other European government, is determined to make life as miserable for the actual people of their country as humanly possible. Again, just start killing these fuckers and they will disappear overnight.
So it is a war zone now. They know our faces. So we're going to take a quick break, preserve the footage, go back out there tomorrow. After seeing the infinite supply of doctors and engineers Paris had recently imported, I knew if we got into a fight with this time, we would get jumped and killed. So we came back the next day to Sacré-Cœur, and the literal second we exited the taxi, a fake charity scammer came up to us.
That's what it is. It's, I don't know if it's actually death.
Okay, so you're not happy? Shit,
Cameras! They're running! Cameras right here! Why are you running? Let me see this. Now, you're scammers? Police are coming. What is this? You're not deaf. You can hear, yeah? You hear this? You hear me yell at you? You run like a little rat. Now you saw shit. Parts right.
Seriously, scamming people.
Keep my woman, please. Silence. She's lying about.
Look at this fucking... See, this is the thing, bro. Women. You want a reason for why Western civilization has collapsed? Right here. Women.
You are a woman or you're not? What are you? Are you fucking kidding me? Do you have a pussy or not? Oh my god. Look at this. They tore it up. There's their pen. You're a scammer. She's lying about being mute and deaf. You're my problem. Collecting money from people acting deaf and blind. This is illegal. And as I walked away with the torn up fake charity petition in hand, of course, a black knight came to save the day and protect the scammer from our justice. Who are you? I see. He's that baby. And then he swung at my cameraman. Who are you? You don't have police. Snap that. I fuck you, man. The fuck? And then he went to.
Of course he did.
Pull out what we thought might have been a knife.
Relax. It's good. Who are you? Oh, you're man. The scammers.
But it turns out it was his dick. Nonetheless, my bodyguard felt our lives were being threatened and used proportional force to neutralize the threat. Do you hate the scammers?
Of course. Everybody hate them.
Do the locals hate the scammers?
Of course.
Do the tourists hate the scammers?
Of course.
Do the police lock them up?
No, not really, because they are too much.
Too many.
Where do they live? We don't know. Nobody knows.
There's too many. Well, I can think of a few solutions.
We're going to make sure they go home, wherever it is.
A final solution of sorts.
Okay. Merci beaucoup. Au revoir.
Shut the fuck up. Thank you.
You know... They really were ahead of their time, man. They really were ahead of their time.
Lisa, good job. Run now. Shut up. I'll clean up your problem. We got some scammers. I fart sprayed them, and then some guy tried to get in the middle and he got kicked. Yes, thank you so much. Good man right here. Thank you. Boo. Why? You support scammers? Do you support scamming? Do you support scammers and people scamming the tourists that give your country much money? You do, of course you do. This is why the problem's here. You catch the scammers, you have 5 women coming out of nowhere getting in the way. After stopping the fake charity scammers, evading the suicidally empathetic locals trying to stop us, I filled up my water gun with fart juice and went back to the Eiffel Tower to see if our favorite cup and ball scammers were out working. But real quick, if you want to support our boots on the ground independent journalism that is not bought and paid for by corporate interests, and help me hire bodyguards like these to go humble thugs all over the world, subscribe on patreon.com/TylerOliveira for $5 a month and watch exclusive videos we can't upload on YouTube. I'm back with the king. What happened when we left you?
Last day, I was chased by one of them. He chased me and called his friend. Yeah, I found him. I was like running. He was singing like, "J King, don't run, and after you."
What?
we saw the cops, and he brings me to the cops and say, "Yeah, I was playing cops and ball, and this guy came near me to fuck up my game." I was like, "I'm a victim. I'm here to run people to understand what is happening." The cops arrested us.
They arrested you too?
Yeah,
what?
Me and this guy. Yeah. And after that, he released me. I go, and they kept the man.
Okay.
But he was saying that I don't have the right to fuck up their game because they have a lawyer. Last time when we fucked up the game, they have a lawyer who calls.
So the scammers have a lawyer.
Have a lawyer.
They have legal representation.
Yeah, they have all. They are protected. So I don't know what I can say. So I'm done with this game. I'm done. I'm not going.
You know, I'm not going to say the race, the group of people that are their lawyers, but it was a Jewish lawyer.
Not chase them anymore because they have more right than me.
Can you help us find them again?
Yeah,
you have.
I'm gonna find you.
King is leading the way. We're gonna find them again and shoot them with a fart spray with our water gun. It'll be non-lethal, non-dangerous. How many groups of ball and cuff scammers are there?
Okay, about the groups, I can think there are 8 groups of scammers, separate families. They're like, and I say, stop again, just come, stop again. They're like, oh, bro, leave us alone. You can't go over there. There's another group over there, so go over there, leave us alone a little bit. There is one family, you don't have to mess up with them.
They're violent?
Yeah.
They're scary?
Yeah, they're very scary. Last time, they break my brain over here.
They broke your skull too, yeah?
Plus, operation over here, so they would my skin to repair the places. The grass of
what did they hit you with?
I think the bottle.
The bottle?
Yeah, there's one guy in this family, He's more dangerous than Andrew, but he's skinny. He's a little guy. There were over 20 people. They come from everywhere.
So yours on the ground getting beaten.
Yeah. He catch my back like this. So I fall down, and they kick me, and take the bottle. And
let me see the guy who hit you with the bottle.
This one, the little one.
Oh, the fucked up teeth.
Oh, I've seen him last time I was here actually.
Yeah. He's not strong. You can break him like this, but he's not alone.
Wish us luck.
Yeah.
No, I'm looking for him. Let's see. Right over there. Come right. Let's go. See him? Let's go. I'm actually going for it. Scammers! 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 At this moment, the scammer charged in to attack us. My professional bodyguard decided to engage in self-defense using proportional force to neutralize the threat to our lives. Scammers! 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 And mid-battle, the same gremlin who cracked Christian's skull went to grab a weapon he hid in a nearby bush. Move back!
You should just be able to pull out a knife and fucking stab him.
Fuck you, we win! No more scamming, bitches! The fuck is this guy do? Fuck you, bitch! Right, let's go! Dumb motherfuckers! Taxi! Good? Good? Anywhere. Give me 50 euros for extra. Go. Run! We'll give you 100 euros tip. Right. Sure, you can speak French. Holy shit, my fucking security detail. Absolute monsters. While a couple of guys with fart spray can only do so much, maybe the Parisian locals will one day revolt against the scammers taking over their beautiful city, fight back for a scam-free
Yeah, where can we send the guns?
world. Au revoir.
Yeah, we need to get the CIA to do some gun running missions, but, you know, this time in Europe. No more South America or Middle East gun running missions. We need to get some shit going in Europe. We already have the guns over there too, which is the great part. This is 100% the lawyer that they were talking about.
The thing about the red hat that drove
This is definitely the case with the lawyer.
me to a point of exhaustion, which was misdiagnosed by a, I'm not going to say what race, what people, doctor, and what hospital, and what media it went to. We know I can't say that. It was a Jewish doctor.
Bruh. Just replace doctor with lawyer, and yeah, that's your scammer situation for you. It's like all these civil rights organizations and, you know, all this shit that gets all these criminals released. You know, they all share a commonality. All the immigration attorneys, all of it. It's shocking, man. It's almost like they act in a way to deliberately undermine Western government's ability to govern. Simply put, legal procedure should not apply to foreigners. If you're not a citizen of whatever nation you're in, you have no rights. Period. You have the right to get on your fucking hands and knees and beg for mercy. Other than that, nothing. tired of seeing that red jacket. What red jacket? Oh, this shit? Yeah, it's fucking gay.
Well, I haven't really thought about it. We have some very good people, as you know, but I have the best poll numbers I've ever had. I mean, I just solved 8 wars and a 9th is coming. I believe Russia, Ukraine will happen.
For 2028, they're very good people.
It's so quiet. Hold on. Can't even hear.
Steve Bannon said in a recent interview that there could be plans for you to be able to run and potentially win a third term in 2028. Is that something you'd be willing to challenge the board to be?
Well, I haven't really thought about it. We have some very good people, as you know, but I have the best poll numbers I've ever had. I mean, I just solved 8 wars and a 9th is coming. I believe Russia, Ukraine will happen.
You said that for 2028, they're very good people.
Well, we have great people. Well, I don't know.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Standing right here. We have JD, obviously. The vice president is great. I think Marco's great. I think, I'm not sure if anybody would run against us. I think if they ever formed a group, it would be unstoppable. I really do. I believe that. I would love to do it. I have my best numbers ever. It's very terrible. I have my best numbers. If you read it, am I not ruling it out? I mean, you'll have to tell me. All I can tell you is that we have a great group of people, which they don't. They have Jasmine Crockett, a low IQ person. They have AOC's low IQ. You give her an IQ test, have her pass like the exams that I decided to take when I was at Walter Reed. Those are very hard. They're really aptitude tests, I guess, in a certain way, but they're cognitive tests. Let AOC go against Trump. Let Jasmine go against Trump. I don't think Jasmine, the first couple of questions are easy. A tiger, an elephant, a giraffe, you know. When you get up to about 5 or 6, and then when you get up to 10 and 20 and 25, they couldn't come close to answering any of those questions.
The readout from Walter Reed mentioned advanced medical imaging. Did you get an MRI? Can you tell us what that was?
I did. I got an MRI. It was perfect. Yeah. I mean, I gave you the full results. We had an MRI, and in the machine, you know, the whole thing, and it was perfect. Yeah.
Can you say what in particular they were?
You could ask the doctors. In fact, we have doctors traveling with us, but I think they gave you a very conclusive. Nobody has ever given you reports like I gave you. And if I didn't think it was going to be good, either I would let you know negatively, I wouldn't run, I'd do something, but the doctor said some of the best reports for the age, some of the best reports they've ever seen.
One theory on how you might try to serve a third term is that you could run as the vice president.
Yeah, I'd be allowed to do that.
Is it the White House or the White House counsels or your legal position?
Bro, could you imagine? Could you imagine if he ran as vice president and then just immediately had the president step down?
I'd be allowed to do that, but I wouldn't. I wouldn't do it. I think it's too cute. Yeah, I would rule that out because it's too cute. I think the people wouldn't like that. It's too cute. It's not. It wouldn't be right.
I mean, we could just get rid of the need for pesky elections in general, but, you know. Just floating an idea. Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 8. Do you think an Ocarina of Time remake should happen during the Switch 2 generation? Sure, why not? Why not? David with the 20. Really appreciate it, man. I don't get Canadian hate for Trump. He's done more for his country than our politicians in 10 years. We should demand the same energy here, but no. Well, that's because, you know, much of Canada has become New Delhi. So that's the unfortunate part. is, you know, you've had, I mean, the immigration chart for Canada is like super fucking blackpilling. Like, look at this shit.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is almost all immigration. Like 10 million immigrants. 10 million immigrants, bro. So you can see the population was 30, like a third of the population was replaced in 20 years with immigrants. All from India and other hellholes. So, quite literally,
they're not sending their best.
So most Canadians are not even Canadian nowadays that are, you know, in a lot of these areas. It's very unfortunate. But yeah, it is really a shame, man. The people who did this shit to the West deserve to be flayed alive, honestly. It's just sickening. Absolutely fucking sickening. It fills me with just a undescribable rage. Let's see. That's anti-Semitic talk. Well, PK, I never insinuated who was behind it. But now that your guilty conscience rears its ugly head, I think I have an idea where to put the blame. That's always like the funniest thing where it's like, you know, where someone said like child sacrifice was bad and someone's like, that's anti-Semitic, or, you know, drinking children's blood or something, and then some guy retweeted it and was like, this is an anti-Semitic stereotype. Didn't even mention anything about Semites. So yeah, just incredible. Incredible, bro. It's like, dude, hold on. What was it the other day I pulled up? Shit, I need to find it. That was so good, bro. Oh, wait, I think I sent it in the chat. Hold on. Let me pull it up. I know where it is because I sent it to my I sent it to my mom, I'm pretty sure. Let me see. It'll be in here somewhere. I gotta scroll up, dude. Let's see. Well, is it in here? All right, let me see if I can just find it. I forgot which representative it was. Let me see. Damn, man, I can't find it. Ugh. Bruh, I can't find it. Alright, I found the original tweet, but I need the reply to it. Damn. Let's see. Damn it. Dude, I can't fucking find it. Hold on. Dude, I need to pull it up. It's too great not to. There it is. Okay, I found it. I found it. There we go. I knew it existed. Send this to myself. Alright, now I have it. Yeah, dude, this shit's crazy. Give me a second. This is a U.S. representative, keep in mind. This is not some random person. RFK, children who are circumcised early have double the rate of autism, and it's highly likely because they're given Tylenol. This is an anti-Semitic remark. I call on all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to clearly denounce it. It's like, bruh, somebody wants his foreskin supply. I mean, how the fuck do you arrive at anti-Semitism from circumcisions may cause autism because of the Tylenol? I mean, what a fucking... just... Oh, man. It really is something. It really is something. Curb your anti-Semitism, goy. Holy fuck, man. That's wild. Elijah Petty with the 2-player essence. Grifters are damage controlling Pokemon. Is that a video title? And let's see. TH Wolf with the 2. QT Cinderella apologized for being white. Jesus Christ, man. Dude, the thing is, it's like, white people need to fucking, you know, just stop buying into this fucking racism shit. The only thing I would say is if somebody criticized me for being white, I'd be like, yet here you are in a white country, speaking a white language, enjoying the fruits of white inventions, white labor, and white resources. You make every effort to be like us in every single way, but it eats you up inside that you never will be. And that is why you hate me. Watch him come back from that one. That's the only apology you should give to those fucking people.
Nintendo Switch 2 grifters have begun to damage control Pokemon Legends ZA sales because rent is obviously due. So I'm all for, before we kind of get into all this, I am super 100% all for legitimate critique and criticism of Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, Apple, Disney, whoever you want to do it. I think that that's great. As consumers, we should definitely do that. As customers, as people, as gamers, as whatever, you should definitely have that option. And I've done it a lot myself. Everybody who critiques the Switch 2 or critiques Pokemon isn't a grifter. And this video is not trying to go after people who do that. Heck, I haven't went after anybody who has said legit criticism when it comes down to it. There's nothing wrong with that discussion when it comes to the bad aspects of Switch 2 or of Pokemon Legends ZA or anything like that. Heck, man, I put 30 hours into the game myself, and I personally feel that it should look better graphics-wise. There should be voice acting, at least in some of the scenes, and there should be more story content, or more Pokemon should be included in the base packages. There's definitely legitimate things to criticize Pokemon, to criticize Nintendo for, and all that. I have no issues with that whatsoever. So if you're someone who does that, this is not for you, or whatever the case is, right? But here's what I don't like. Here's what I think is definitely an issue, and why I'll call somebody who does this a grifter, and how they're essentially just trying to damage control, or they're trying to, I would say, play this type of angle to where they can easily get views and easily get things in the day that we live in. Because
this game is utter dog shit, bro. Just stop.
Their whole story, their whole facade of Switch 2 failing, of Pokemon failing, of Nintendo.
Yeah, Pokemon and the Switch 2 are not going to fail, but the game's still dog shit.
Doing terrible is crumbling beneath them, and this is what they can kind of do to make some money on this YouTube algorithm. So let's just talk about this, because being disingenuous and manipulating sales numbers, that should be off limits. Like I said, critique is fine. Heck, even if it's kind of outlandish or crazy, we've seen people do that all the time. We're all kind of guilty of sometimes doing that. But sales numbers, manipulating them, acting like certain things are one way, omitting information to try to act like something failed or not doing good or it's a worst launch without telling the full picture, man, we got to talk about that. I also want to briefly just apologize for the title just being a little bit aggressive, but when I was thinking about what the title this is kind of what I'm talking about with this. So no hate or anything like that, just getting into the actual facts. So let's talk about Pokemon Legends ZA, because I actually made a couple videos talking about the Japanese sales numbers and the worldwide sales numbers. So Pokemon Legends ZA sold about 5.8 million units in the first 4 days on the market, according to the Pokemon Company. And some people are trying to twist and stretch that into a negative somehow, because they can't stand the fact that they were wrong about the Switch 2. They can't stand the fact that they were wrong about Pokemon. And like I said, rent is kind of due for some of these people. Now, the thing about this is, when you look at Pokemon Legends ZA, just off the top, let's just get all the other Pokemon games out of the way. Off the top, I did a simple bit of math. It's not 100% accurate, but it's accurate enough looking at the split between the Switch 1 and the Switch 2 is about 50%, according to the Pokemon Company. So I took the price between 60 and 70, split it at 65, and I totaled up that they generated at least $370 million in those first 4 days of sale. And that doesn't include the $30 DLC pre-orders that I'm sure people have pre-purchased when it comes to that. Now, Pokemon Legends ZA boosted its Switch 2 sales to its highest total ever for a Pokemon game in the Switch 1 era for the week, 201,000 units plus. And yeah, Japan is having stock shortages overall, but that was still the highest total overall for any Switch 1 or now Switch 2 Pokemon release when it comes to a bump in console sales. Now, Nintendo clearly kind of...
Yeah, I don't know why anybody would think that this wouldn't boost. I remember people said that I was wrong when I talked about this game being a Switch 2 seller, but... I have autism and don't find it anti-Semitic. Search Nadler's PC. Oh, yeah, dude. He's probably got lots of, you know, cheesy pizza in there.
Planned and stockpiled for the launch of the game, so I do think that that was strategic when it comes down to it, but it's still impressive if you look at the amount of games that we've had for Pokemon and the sales that those games have had, and somehow Pokemon Legends ZA was able to boost the Switch 2 sales to its highest amount for that week of a Pokemon release in the Switch 1/Switch 2 era. When it comes to the actual amount, that is 4 times the amount of...
Dude, I still haven't even booted this game up once since I played it that initial time. I haven't touched this shit once. Genuinely fucking garbage game.
Switch 2 sold the previous week, 400% increase. And when I talk about all the different Pokemon games that it boosted the sales higher for in Japan for the week, that includes Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, Pokemon Sword and Shield, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, Pokemon Legends Arceus, and Pokemon Scarlet and Violet by a minimum of at least 30K. So that's how much better it did. We saw huge sales when it comes to Switch 1 with Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, where the sales of the week that it came out back then in 2022 boosted up to 170,000. We've seen 160,000 units in sales. We've seen 120,000. These are all good numbers for 1 week. But the Switch 2 with Pokemon Legends ZA was boosted up to 200.
Favorite console ever? From a pure nostalgia standpoint, it's the GameCube. But I would say 360 has like the best video game library overall. But the GameCube is like my nostalgia console of choice.
1,000, higher than any other amount for a Switch 1 era Pokemon game. Now, the biggest thing about this and why I think that this is not the worst launch overall is because it's right on par with Legends or with Sword and Shield or with these other games that were big games that have released when it comes down to it, and that's before the holiday. A lot of these games are in the holiday season where Pokemon just sells massive. That's where it does most of its damage, is the holiday season. So, for example, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl sold over 1.3 million units in Japan for its debut week, but then sold hundreds of thousands of units of more copies throughout the holiday. So, in November when it launched, the rest of November, and then through December, it was selling 100,000, 200,000 units plus. What do you guys think Pokemon Legends ZA is going to do? It sold just as good as a lot of...
Yeah, but Diamond and Pearl were actually good games. The thing that'll save it is the bundles.
The other Pokemon games in the first 4 days before the holiday, when they usually launch in November. So that is huge because it still has a big holiday in front of it overall. So you know it's going to sell multiple hundreds of thousands of units. So you know it's probably going to sell millions of more units by the end of the year. And that's what gives it the edge over a game like Pokemon Legends Arceus, which launched after the holiday period. So the fact that the Nintendo Switch 2 had a higher sales count on the launch of Pokemon Legends ZA, in addition to not launching in the heart of the holiday when it comes to November or December or right in that time period that Pokemon usually launches for most of their games, but still sold on par with a lot of them, with that holiday in front of it, that tells you everything that you need to know, because there's still going to be a lot of kids and gamers that will be looking to get Pokemon in the Switch 2 for holidays or birthdays this fall. Like, we always see that. And I'd also combine that with this because there's a lot of people that want to Switch 2 to be able to play this game, because the split of Pokemon Legends ZA from the Switch 1 and Switch 2 was about 50%, despite the Nintendo Switch 1 having a significantly larger install base. So that tells you that there's a lot of people that want to play this game on Nintendo Switch 2, and the Switch 2 only has...
Yeah, I really hope the Switch can surpass the PlayStation 2. That'd be great. What is it, like 155 or whatever? So it looks like it's probably going to hit that.
As around 8 to 10 million units.
Because the Switch is still selling very well, like 300,000 units a month. So it doesn't seem to be slowing down too much.
At this point, when it comes down to the sales numbers, which I'm guesstimating, so that's a lot of people that are looking forward to playing the game on the Switch 2 and taking advantage of it. Plus, there's a lot of Pokemon fans that know that they're going to need a Switch 2 in order to play the next-gen Pokemon game, which is coming out the next year. So I expect there to be a ton of Pokemon bundle sales this holiday, and that's the reason why Nintendo, the Pokemon company, decided to bundle the Nintendo Switch 2 with Pokemon Legends. So clearly, Pokemon Legends ZA did really well. It's not one of the worst launching Pokemon games. It's actually one of the better launching when you consider everything when it comes to the amount it boosted the system, when it comes to the fact that it's not quite the holiday yet, when it comes to the fact that the split of Switch 2 is really good, when it comes to the fact where it actually sold on par with a lot of the other games, when it comes to so many different factors. And even if you're looking at it right now at this point, it's still #1 on multiple different Amazon storefronts. It's still #1 on the Nintendo Switch 1 and the Nintendo Switch 2. So anybody who's trying to put on this type of, I would say, narrative that it's one of the worst launching when it's consistently doing incredible right now as we speak, in addition to everything that I just listed here, because Pokemon games, it's not just about how much you sell, it's about how it can actually carry a system. Pokemon is a system seller. So you have to look at some of the success that a Pokemon game has, or a Pokemon game does, by how much it actually brought up the system. It was actually the original system saver for the Game Boy. Back when the Game Boy really needed something, Pokemon came out and truly pulled that system up. If you look at the Nintendo 3DS, Pokemon games were prevalent on there. If you look at the Nintendo Switch, they sold over 1.
It is the worst. This probably is the worst Pokemon game ever. Unironically, mainline entry by Game Freak at least.
100 million copies of Pokemon games on the Switch 1 era. If you look at whenever a Pokemon game launches, you look at the
this game is just genuine dog shit.
Corresponding sales of the system, and it's huge in Japan. You get big spikes.
No, Sun and Moon are not worse. Absolutely not. I would take Sun and Moon over this any day of the week.
You get big spikes here in the US, so you have to kind of factor everything in when you're talking about Pokemon and if it's successful or not, because it's always been a big system seller for Nintendo. And if you look at the actual real facts and sales numbers here, clearly Pokemon Legends ZA is bringing up the system. It's selling really good at this point, and it's still got the holiday in front of it to do even better. As we're seeing, it's still #1 across multiple different storefronts, still #1 on the eShop, still #1 in so many different ways, and more people are playing and talking about it. Now, like I said, I want to make sure that I'm very clear with this, guys. There's nothing wrong with legitimate critique and criticism. There's nothing wrong with saying, oh man, I think that the gameplay graphics are bad, or I think that they should have voice acting, or I don't really like the setting of it, or it was a step back from Pokemon Legends Arceus, or it was this, or they need to try harder. Like, that's all fine. I have zero issue with that at all. And I'm not critiquing, or I'm not saying that people can't do that, because I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this one. I am simply talking about people who pose as concerned fans, or who pose as they want better for Nintendo or whatever. But lying or manipulating the sales numbers, or trying to make it look like it didn't do well when it clearly did incredibly well, that doesn't help anything. That doesn't help anybody. All that does is feed your own ego, that you're upset because you were wrong or because it's doing good. So you're trying to convince yourself that it didn't do good. You're trying to convince yourself that the system sucks, or that it's failing, or it's this and that. And it's like, it's the complete opposite. Nintendo's selling more systems than ever when it comes to Switch 1 and with Switch 2, and Pokemon Legends ZA did incredibly good. So to me, when people start trying to make up, and I would try to say omit facts when it comes to Pokemon Legends ZA sales numbers, or trying to do some really biased comparisons and not look at the full scale of everything, I think it's a little bit silly, especially when it's before the holiday season, when Pokemon usually launches in that holiday season, and you got a brand new system, and it helped boost system sales significantly. We know that it's doing more units across the world right now because of Pokemon. I just think that's a little silly, it's a little self-serving, and obviously, like I said before, rent's kind of due for some of these people. So it's one of those ways where you can get a lot of views really quickly, and like I said, you can really just manipulate the facts and leave things out in order to try to push a narrative that honestly doesn't exist. It doesn't exist really. So that's kind of my thoughts when it comes to Pokemon.
Dude, it's worse than a mobile game. I've seen mobile games that have this exact same play style that are better.
And the sales numbers and some of the other stuff, once again,
it's just genuine trash.
People are allowed to talk, people are allowed to have their own opinions. This is my opinion, but looking at it actually factually with numbers and actually showing off and talking about what happens usually when it comes to Pokemon games.
It doesn't really matter, because like anything that has the name Pokemon on it, it's like it's gonna sell at this point, because Pokemon is so hot right now too. Like, Pokemon is, like, at peak popularity at the moment. And that's probably not changing anytime soon. What is this shit? Is this another debate?
Coming off as bigoted or as dismissive.
Here's one of the issues with Colin's statement here, is that you can talk about this stuff with nuance.
Nah, it's not. I thought it was going to be another debate. I was trying to think. There was something else I did want to watch. Dude, the thing is nobody actually ever played the Pokemon card game. The Pokemon card game has always been niche at best. The majority of people have always bought Pokemon cards to collect. There's not a single person I knew growing up who bought Pokemon cards, and pretty much every single male and female in my class had Pokemon cards. Everybody collected, nobody played the game. So, Pokemon cards have always been a collectible first card game. So the game is not very good. Yeah, we used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And collect Pokemon. That's basically what it was when I was growing up, is everybody played Yu-Gi-Oh! But we would collect Pokemon cards. Oh, God, I remember this video. This fucking dumbass. Yeah. YouTube is racist and shit. I'm so bigoted and hateful? Exactly. Oh my God, guys, he finally bought
The
one.
Nintendo Switch was a revolutionary console when it came out in 2017. Nintendo were coming off a pretty disastrous run for the Wii U, and the 3DS had already been out for a solid 6 years at this point, and was pretty much the more loved Nintendo console. So they were left with two options when it came to their home console. Either make a brand new one and see if they can capture the magic the Wii had gotten. Nothing will ever capture the magic of the Wii except a Wii 2, or bank on the handheld market and fully pivot to the 3DS. Well, they decided to do both and neither at the same time, and they just kind of created a hybrid.
But did the Wii really have magic? Yeah, people went and bought the fucking console, but then they threw it in their closet almost immediately, and the software sales on the Wii were really bad. So, yes and no. Magic is the better card game. Art style is AIDS now, unfortunately. Yeah, I've never been drawn to Magic cards, personally. I think the art style is kind of ugly.
Gaming wonder that we know and love today. I got my original Switch Christmas of 2017. Shout out Mom, with Mario Odyssey and Breath of the Wild. And oh boy, this thing had me hooked. I love that while at home I got the full TV experience, but when visiting family or going on trips during marching band, I could pack that sucker up and take it with me on the go. Like, genuinely, this thing was a major factor in why people in high school saw me as a nerd. Well, it's 2025 now, and up until now I've been rocking that original Nintendo Switch I got with the original kickstand and everything. But as time goes on and Nintendo has done what they always do and released multiple versions that are better, and oh my God, I'm fucking stuck without an OLED, I figured it was time to finally upgrade. And thankfully Nintendo had finally just released the sequel to this great console, the Switch 2, a much needed refresh of the Switch 1, which was getting outclassed by other consoles, except this wasn't really a refresh, it was Nintendo's next generation. Looking at the Switch 2, you have a lot of compelling upgrades, sort of. You have a bigger screen, except unlike the OLED model, it's not OLED and we're back to an LCD screen. In classic Nintendo fashion, we are going 2 steps forward with this system, but 1 step back. Or you could go 5 steps back if you're the Wii U. But still, the screen is nice, and so far I've had no trouble enjoying this thing in handheld mode. The battery is also larger, but due to increased hardware, the Switch 2's battery is actually shorter than its OLED counterpart. The Joy-Cons are better though, I will give them that. Some people have still had some stick drift issues, but thankfully I'm not those people, so not my problem, not a complaint. I use them every time I play Mario Kart, as my fiance likes to use the Pro Controller, and so far, I still win. Lastly, a new kickstand, which comes in handy when charging it from the top USB port. That's right, we finally got a charging port on top of this bad thing, instead of the one on the bottom that's...
Yeah, I do like the kickstand on this, though. I've used it on my bed, and it actually works pretty well, so I do think the kickstand is definitely an improvement, especially over the original Switch.
Hard to play with while charging, and it bends on your chest when it's poking you when you're trying to lay in bed.
Dude, Yu-Gi-Oh! Fucking sucked after 5Ds. 5Ds is what killed Yu-Gi-Oh! They made the game way too fucking complicated. When they started adding so many fucking autistic elements to the game, it's just like, bro, keep it simple, stupid. Now it's like literally the game is over in 1 turn. It sucks. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is trash.
Try to play Animal Crossing, and it gets on your thing, it gets annoying, and then, as you can tell, I don't like the bottom USB charging port. With these upgrades and changes, I was excited to try out some of the games on the Switch 2. And well, we'll get into that, but first I have to talk about the lack of games, as well as the fucking price of these games. $70 for a game is outrageous, and I'm going to flat out say that. For any console, not just Nintendo, it makes it so hard to get excited for any new release because of the pricing. Oh, a new Kirby game and a new Mario game came out at the same time? You better pick and choose, because that would be $140 for 2 games. I love Nintendo games, but oh my God, this shit makes me want to die. Also, the Switch 2 released with like 70% third-party and ports and non-Nintendo games. Cyberpunk is cool on the Switch 2. It's one of my favorite FPS RPGs of all time, and I will be replaying it on my Switch 2. Playing handy Cat Basketball is also an interesting choice, but it looks cool. But dude, some of these major releases are just Switch 1 upgrades, like the Zelda games. So unless the Switch is the only console you own or you genuinely have not played certain games, some of the Switch 2 library that it's releasing with is going to feel like a repeat. And that sucks because you want to get excited for release titles. So just be aware of that. So my Switch came with Mario Kart World, and then I also bought Donkey Kong Bonanza, and my fiance bought Animal Crossing. On top of this, my Switch 1 library is backwards compatible, so I have some decent games to play and test this out. The Switch 1 games don't look much better as they were designed for the Switch 1, and when you design it for certain hardware, putting on new hardware doesn't change much, but they do run better, and it does improve performance and load time, so it's still an upgrade. Mario Kart World is a blast. I can't lie. I want to say that it's the same old thing, but it's pretty fun. I finished every Grand Prix 150cc the day we got the Switch 2 because it was that addicting. Also, the way you unlock costumes by finding food during the races is pretty seamless and a unique way to do unlocks instead of just beating every race. You have to actually like plan ahead a little bit. Playing with others is also pretty fun. I've done a couple online matches, but dude, some of these shortcut sweats have been hard to deal with. Like, look at this shit. I can't do that. How am I supposed to remember that? I don't want to learn this for every track. Still a fun game, though. Donkey Kong Bonanza is the peak. The team behind Mario Odyssey created this game, so you knew they were going to cook up something sweet. And oh boy, you can tell. It is everything that made Mario Odyssey a Game of the Year contender cranked up to 11. Because Donkey Kong can smash through the terrain, the level design becomes so much more engrossing and unique and really makes you just enjoy being this giant monkey that breaks everything. I literally spent 30 minutes in the tutorial level smashing dirt like a wind-up monkey toy because I just kept getting things. This game is what made buying the Switch 2 feel worth it for me personally. Having a Nintendo game that was created...
Yeah, Donkey Kong is really good, man. I really wish they would have done a bundle with that game. I think Donkey Kong Bonanza would have been the perfect game for a bundle, personally. I can't afford this shit! Because, you know, Donkey Kong's not exactly the biggest draw for Nintendo. Like, it's not a, you know, uber popular franchise, but at the same time, if people actually got it, they'd probably like it a lot. Z-Herb with the 5. Did you see Trump has met the new Japanese PM? I think she's into him. Imagine Trump has a Japanese kawaii. Yeah, I saw, like, she gave him Shinzo Abe's personal putter and then the golf bag from that Japanese guy who won the PGA Tour, I think, and, you know, a bunch of other stuff, too. So, yeah, they definitely get along well.
Over years of development specifically for this console means that it uses every piece of hardware to its full potential, leading to that same feeling I got back in 2017 when Mario Odyssey first came out. 60 FPS, beautiful graphics and lighting, a world cultivated specifically for Donkey Kong as a character, a pretty decent story as well. It never just felt so good to play a Donkey Kong game, and after some of the lack of love he's been getting as a character in his own IP, I think this has been great. I'm hoping this leads to other Nintendo characters also getting their due. My fiance has been running around in Animal Crossing New Horizons from the Switch 1, and runs perfectly fine just like it did. It was a Switch 1 game, so the biggest difference is it runs at a constant FPS, and the loading times are faster, but not much else has changed between the two. But hey, new Animal Crossing in 2026 possibly, so we can look forward to that. Maybe this time they'll finally change the formula more drastically, because man, it is getting repetitive. Lastly, taking a look at the retro consoles on the expansion pack. It's alright, I guess. Look, I'm not a hater. Okay, that was a lie. I am a hater. But I just don't think the library is extensive enough to justify the extra price to get the more other expansion packs. Like the GameCube itself has 4 games when I launched it last. That's almost as many as the PS5. And then you look at the others, and they do have a lot more choices, but when it comes down to it, the Switch 2, if you're buying it for the retro consoles, you're better off just emulating them, because it's first-party games for the most part, and the expansion pack consoles don't have as much as even the free ones that you get with just Nintendo Switch Online. So just emulate them, honestly, and don't buy the Switch 2 for that, just that. Now, for my favorite thing to do with new technology, speculate on what I think will happen so I can justify my purchase. Yay! First up, I want more customization options. I think the joy of having a console is making it feel like no one has the same console. And I'm not talking about physical, like, you know, putting stickers on it and stuff. No, I'm talking about in the actual software. Give me a color option for the menu first. I do not want just white and black. I want multiple colors, and I want to be able to make it my favorite color.
I don't know why Nintendo doesn't have themes, honestly. Because they could sell those with the Nintendo Point Shop for, like, your platinum points or whatever. They could easily get some pretty cool themes from their games.
Give me even the ability to unlock character-specific themes where my background would be themed based on a game that I 100%ed or I played a lot of. If I 100%, I don't know, Donkey Kong Bonanza, give me a special background on my Switch. That would make it rewarding. Or, you know, give me the damn option to turn my menu into the Wii menu. That would be enough. I genuinely think if Nintendo could nail customization on the Switch 2, it would make this thing just way more enticing to a younger audience who really enjoys that aspect of it like me. I want Mario Galaxy 3, or at least something similar. Donkey Kong Bonanza has gotten me my Mario Odyssey style fix, so I don't want Mario Odyssey 2 per se, but I want something like Mario Galaxy, maybe even Mario Galaxy and Mario Odyssey combined. The fun of Mario Galaxy was how free it felt. Like, I could finish half of one world, say, I'm so over this sucks, and then go collect stars in another world. It was such a unique and free feeling that no other game really captured for me, and it was my first 3D Mario on the Wii that really got me hooked into the, you know, the Wii ecosystem. Mario Odyssey got close, but I still felt a little pigeonholed into a path that the game was recommending to me, and honestly, with how many moves there are, it felt a little overwhelming. Also, Mario Galaxy is the greatest Mario game ever created in my eyes. It took advantage of the Wii's motion control so well. It felt so seamless. So that's definitely influencing my buy it. I'm flying through space and using all those different upgrades. Also, Mario Galaxy gave us Rosalina. Like, come on, that's a W. And lastly, I just want a new Fire Emblem game that is as good as 3 Houses. Please, I am begging on my knees, just give me a new Fire Emblem game that has a story I actually care about. Engage's gameplay was awesome, and 3 Houses' story was awesome. So just combine them, and boom, 60 FPS Dream Fire Emblem game. Why is it so difficult? This franchise is one of my favorites, and I swear if they mess it up, I am not going to say what I do. And that is about it. I am enjoying the Switch 2, but have many things I hope they add to improve. If I had to give like a verdict, I believe it's worth the purchase with the huge asterisk of I had the original Switch that came out. So if you have like an OLED Switch or something, or a modded Switch, until more first-party games come out for the Switch 2, or even compelling third-party games, just wait. It's probably not worth your money or your time, or you could be like me and just be a huge Nintendo shill.
I mean, that's the thing. There's no harm in waiting. So the good thing is with Nintendo games is they don't go bad, basically. Very few of them are ever multiplayer, and the ones that are typically have a long-running player base. Like Mario Kart will be alive for the foreseeable future, despite what people say. Should we check on, the Mario Kart replacement real quick? Let's see. Oof. Damn, man. That's brutal. 827 players online. Yeah. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Mario Kart probably has a few more people. Probably has a few more people. So, yeah. Someone should have Griffin play Sonic Forces. Ooh, let's not say we did. The most corrupt churches in America.
That's me confronting the $60 million televangelist Benny Hinn.
Benny Hinn is a false prophet, fake healer, and snake oil salesman.
Base.
We're going to get into the scriptures. Can we do that now?
He lives in a $10 million mansion, bought a private jet with donations from the churchgoers, and has made his riches by claiming to perform miracles.
Mercy. And great. And healing divine.
Oh my God.
And by preaching the prosperity gospel. Basically, the idea that the more money you give to God, the more money God gives to you.
Are you facing a financial difficulty right now? There's only one way out of it. Give to the Lord. Even that little you have left, give it to God.
The only problem is, your money goes straight to Benny's bank account while your wallet gets a prayer.
He told me that my vision would be 20/20, if not better. A couple hours later, it's just like, now I can't see the TV.
And Benny's not the only one who's made millions preaching the prosperity gospel to desperate people in need of a miracle.
So I have a question for you. Do you think you've used the Lord's word to profit?
Let's begin our investigation into the world of false prophets at Kenneth Copeland's church.
He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it.
Perhaps the scariest and richest pastor in the world.
I am a rich Jew, back by a richer Jew.
I pulled up myself to see what his church actually believes in.
Not a ton of people here right now. We got Israel flag, of course. I don't know anymore. Here's the thing about these places. They're all...
It's just, this is Jewish psyops in full fucking effect. They've infiltrated the churches as cash extraction schemes.
So nice. You feel bad coming in even asking questions because they're all so sweet to you. We're gonna hop out, go to church, give some money to God, and hopefully it 10x is like crypto. What do some people misunderstand about the prosperity gospel?
I think they misunderstand the fact that in order for God to be able to accomplish what he wants to accomplish in the world, and through his people and with his people, and to those that don't know him, it takes finances to do that.
Money makes this world go round.
Absolutely.
Prosperity is an all-inclusive term. It's not about getting rich quick or anything like that, but having the kind of life that God would have you to live. Like Abraham in Genesis 13:2 says he was very rich in cattle, silver, and gold, which was what he needed. He had quite a heritage pass on to others. But whatever it is, we pass that along.
Yes, sir. And how you doing, sir? We're doing a little interview right now.
Okay, this is private property. You're not allowed to do that. So I've got the plate right here.
Why do you think people from the outside are so critical of the concept of the church having money or using money to sort of propagate or bring more people into the church?
It's been the some of the misuses and the abuses in the past that have not been godly, certainly.
I believe in the prosperity gospel because that's what Jesus preached. Prosperity in health, mind, soul, finances. So the whole Bible, the whole gospel is prosperity.
Can God's will be accomplished without money, do you think?
Well, finances is the fuel. Anything doesn't work in this world unless you have some...
God's will be accomplished without money, do you think?
Well, finances is the fuel.
Dude. I will bless those that bless you and curse those that curse you. This is a person, which is, it's literally... This is the most misquoted thing in the Bible ever. This is not this is not talking about a fucking place called Israel. It's a human being named Israel, saying that those that bless you, the person Israel, you know, you will get blessings if you bless him. It's not the actual country, but yeah. It's wild, man.
Anything doesn't work in this world unless you have some financial basis to work from. None of this would be here unless there was a financial base.
So I headed inside to see what the fuss was all about. Could this somehow be a misunderstood church with a lead pastor that happens to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars? As I entered the church doors, the first thing I noticed was Kenneth Copeland's store, selling everything you could think of and the Bible somewhere.
That is fine. That's a gotta-proof hat.
After purchasing a $38 Copeland hat, it was time to go to church and listen to what they had to say.
And we don't have to do a whole lot of deep dive into scripture to just find that from...
Look at that, dude. A fucking Israeli flag on stage. It's just sickening.
The Bible, from the Word of God, His will for you is that you prosper. About Abraham in Genesis chapter 12, and starting in Genesis chapter 12 and on, the very first thing that God did to ratify the blessing on Abraham's life was He brought him out and He made him rich. And church, I'm here to announce to you today, He's still bringing us out and He's still making us rich. He's still bringing us out and He's still making us rich. He will deliver you. He will set you on high because you've known His name. When you call upon Him, He will answer you. He will be with you in trouble, and He always...
What would Jesus do in this situation? He would rush into the building, whip in his hand, and flip over the tables and chase the money changers out of the building.
Intends to bring you out. It isn't because He's trying to get something from you, but because He's trying to get something to you. He says, be a giver. Why? Because I'm a giver. So I want you to be a giver. Therefore, you step into the covenant. So this morning, you get an opportunity to exercise on Mother's Day what your mother would say. Do what you've been told. God wants to bless you, so step into the blessing. Amen? So if you're giving this morning, you can make your checks payable to EMIC. For cash, credit, or debit giving, there's an envelope on the seat back in front of you which will populate there. Or you can text to give. This is one of our most popular ways. You can text 36609. Happy Mother's Day, and ushers, when the people are ready, you can wait on the people. Praise God.
As the ushers collected donations, I was happy to learn they also accepted credit card, but was surprised they didn't take crypto. But as the sermon began, I learned that a lot of this church's message was to basically claim blessings from God, and if you had enough faith, your life would be blessed. And if you didn't receive a blessing, it was because you didn't have enough faith.
You know, Sister Gloria really has taught us so much about what it means to apply the principles of prosperity that we find in the Word of God.
And the words prosperity and faith were repeatedly emphasized throughout the sermon, sort of like we were casting a spell upon ourselves.
Brother Copeland has taught this statement, and that is this: faith begins where the will of God is known. And there may be those of you who have never heard this before. God's will is for you to walk in prosperity. 3 John chapter 1 verse 2 says, Beloved, I pray that you may prosper in every way. Say every way. So prosperity is
Give me
God's
monies.
will for you. The issue is that sometimes when we hear prosperity, we think money. But that is
Give me
limited view of
monies.
what prosperity is. It includes your money.
Give
But
me
it also
monies.
includes your marriage. It includes your family. In God, it includes our finances. Amen?
Give me money.
My interpretation of this sermon is that God is like a miracle machine where I can will miracles into my life, and if I give Him my faith and money, He will give me whatever I desire. Ultimately,
remember when Protestantism was, created because of indulgences by the Catholic Church, where you could pay to make your sins go away? Well, we've come full circle now, and Protestantism has devolved into a point where it was worse than indulgences in the Catholic Church by an exponential degree.
God is there to make my life amazing. And after a sprinkle of sermon, this church began plugging harder than most YouTubers.
And in addition, for the people in the room, at the WordWorks bookstore, we have a Mother's Day sale going on.
Give me monies.
Special items are up to 50% off.
Give me
Everything
monies.
is up to 20% off. So you can
Give me
celebrate
monies.
your life with a special gift today. So again, thank you so much, moms. We honor you, and we are so grateful for you.
As this old man began preaching, it was clear that Kenneth was nowhere to be found and was probably taking a nap in his mansion on the property right next to his private jet. So I drove south to Houston to confront the next biggest prosperity pastor I could think of, Joel Osteen. You may have seen Joel on the news 7 years ago after Hurricane.
Yeah, dude, I remember that during the hurricane, and he refused to let people into his mega church to take shelter.
And Harvey ravaged the city of Houston.
Television pastor Joel Osteen is speaking out this morning, answering critics who say he waited too long to open his Houston megachurch to flood victims. The building, once a 16,000-seat arena, is now filling up with volunteers, supplies, and evacuees. But that didn't happen until yesterday.
From what I've seen, he's almost like a motivational speaker who has co-opted God and Jesus as his mascots to make money. I went to go see for myself.
Pastor Joel and Victoria Osteen. This is no longer a humble carpenter preaching the gospel.
Pastor Victoria. See, immediately, that's how you know it's a fake church. Women cannot be pastors, priests, bishops, whatever. They can't even be deacons.
This is an industrial corporate entity bringing in almost $100 million a year. What are your thoughts on Joel Osteen being super rich as a pastor?
I don't think it's ethical. I don't believe like super rich people should exist in general. I think especially in the context of religion and you know the communities that they supposedly drive and support. As far as having religion be the basis of your own way to get there is extremely, I guess, hypocritical. You know, there are these self-proclaimed middlemen between God and the people, and they definitely use it to their advantage, unfortunately.
It was time to enter the church and see what their service even looked like.
Oh, he does meet and greet on the second floor.
Okay. Before we attended service, I went upstairs to explore Joel's massive bookstore to see his latest product line. With so many products lining the shelves here besides the Bible, and with Joel's face plastered around the church like that of Jesus himself.
He's got a lot of books. His latest book.
One has to wonder if Joel uses his church's estimated $90 million annual...
At least there's no Israeli flag, so already I have more respect for him, but yeah.
budget, and his mega church has a massive marketing machine to sell as many books as possible. But if the Bible is the true word of God, why would one need any of the countless books written by Joel?
There's so many books here, you couldn't even read them all. It's like they have a metro lift to the church. That's crazy. This is huge. It's a massive auditorium.
As I took one of the 16,000 available seats here in the largest church in America, after a digital greeting from Joel,
hey, we're so blessed to have you. Always a joy to come into your homes. We just feel blessed and honored.
Sunday service had begun.
Yep. There's the drum set.
And then the hype man himself had entered the building ready to preach.
How many of you are ready to worship the Lord this morning? God's been good to all of us. We're so honored to have you here in person. And I know we have some of our homecoming weekend crowd with us as well, too. Thank you guys for coming in. I hope even right now that you just realize that God is smiling down on you. He's got great things in store for each one of us. And we wouldn't be alive unless
Praise
Jesus.
And I won't lie, the energy in here was contagious, and it was easy to feel fuzzy inside.
It's all a bunch of fucking boomers, dude.
Take a moment to worship the Lord with our tithes and our offerings. We want to thank you for your generosity and your donations. Together, we're impacting people with hope and the love of Christ all over the world. Proverbs 18 says, when you give, it can open doors. That's what we're believing for you, among other things.
Give me money!
You're going to see God open some doors that you couldn't open on your own. That happens when you're faithful, when you honor God with your life, with your decisions, and of course with your funds as well. And that's what you guys do every week, so get that down in your spirit. God can open doors that no person can shut. In your business, in your finances, in every good area. For your children, for the schools they need to go to.
But did the attendants come here to worship God, or to get a motivational speech from Joel and a blessing from God? But of course, no matter how charismatic Joel was, or how blessed his hairline is, his church preaches that the more faith and money I give to God, the more blessed my life is. And at the end of the day, financially giving to God, or rather Joel's church, is essential to open doors that are impossible to open on my own. And this sales pitch works. Luckily for me, there was a meet and greet with Joel right after service.
People are donating. Prosperity is to come. What you giveth, you may receive it in 10 times. That's the hope at the very least. I mean, I guess I have a few basic questions, but I really want to know,
what is the justification for the belief in that giving to God is required for God to bless you? And of course, has Joel himself profited off of God's word to enrich himself?
Come on, Joel. Let us in, please, God. Please. For just one more, please. Please,
I
man.
have to have them out at a certain time.
Oh.
We do have books that are already signed that
please,
I can
man. This close.
Now listen.
Oh, yes.
I need a promise.
All right.
You gotta go quickly.
All right.
You can't dilly-dally.
Right.
Don't start a story
Fair,
with
fair.
when I was 5.
Fair.
Okay?
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Joel, how you doing?
Good. How about you?
I'm doing good. Did you sign my book?
I'd be glad to.
All right, thank you so much. I'm from Austin, Texas. Joel, I have a question for you. Do you think you've used the Lord's word to profit? Like grossly? Do you think you distorted the Lord's word to make money? Whoa. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
I asked you not to do that in obedience to God. He has a blessing, and you're here, and we asked you not to do it, and you still did that.
Ma'am.
I asked you not to do that in obedience to God.
In the obedience to God, our God, Joel Osteen.
He has a blessing, and you're here, and we asked you not to do it, and you still did that.
Okay, you're right.
That's not cool. God bless you.
God bless you. God bless you. All right, I mean, pretty softball question, I thought. God bless. I don't even know what the problem was, I'll be honest. I kind of stumbled the question out. How many books have you sold today?
Clearly, Joel didn't want to give me anything besides an opportunity to buy his newest book. So I headed to the River Church in Tampa, Florida, that claims to be able to perform miracles and heal things like cancer, AIDS, blindness, deafness, Alzheimer's, and anything else you can think of.
Jesus, man.
I see you full of the life of God. I see you full of God's healing power. Oh, I see your bank account even overflowing. Hallelujah. Oh, I see the bank telling you, you got it somewhere else.
Real quick.
Dude, these people all have a nice fucking spot picked out for them in hell.
Quick, before we investigate our next megachurch in this era of media corruption and bias, it's tough to know what's fake news and what's real news. But luckily, the sponsor of this video, Straight Arrow News, can help you find fact-based reporting from the right and attack. There's from the outfit aims to be able to perform healing miracles. I have chronic neck, back pain, receding hairline, and erectile dysfunction. Let's see if it can cure me and anyone else who's attending. Hi there. How are you? Good to meet you. Tyler. Are we in the right spot? Healing school?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you guys registered?
Yeah, we're registered. Yeah.
Okay, so is this your first day?
First time, yeah, first day.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so you're gonna hold this right below your chin.
Okay.
You can put the water bottle down.
Yeah.
Okay, right here. Keep your head up.
Okay. Sorry, I have bad posture, a little bit of neck pain.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Not for long.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. That's why we're here.
Before we hear the Healing School's pastor list miracles he's performed, like making a young boy's asshole regenerate, I want to introduce you to a few people whose families were torn apart by the prosperity gospel and the word of faith movement.
I was raised in the Pentecostal faith, more charismatic. My dad's a Pentecostal evangelist. He was come up in the Church of God originally when we first started out, and traveled all around setting up stands and in churches and auditoriums and things. Around 2020, I left that ministry and came here to this church.
And Christians who adhere to God's word as their standard would never treat people this way.
We're not meant to struggle through life. The Bible says, but God didn't redeem.
You have to return to the original faith, bro. The only two churches that are legit nowadays, for the most part, are Orthodox and Catholic. That's it, bro. Like, Protestantism is fucking dead. It has been completely just corrupted and maligned from its original intention. So, allowing people to create their own faiths has been a fucking disaster for the Christian world.
Us and save us so we can be oppressed and pushed around and tormented. God called us to walk in victory. And it's important on what you listen to and who you listen to. Because some preachers, some churches you go to, they'll preach, life is difficult, we always go through challenges, try to have a good attitude because help will come eventually. And so it's all about our behavior in society, which I'm not taking away from that. The Bible does talk about loving your neighbor, but that's not the whole gospel.
How much of these misunderstandings, in your opinion, stem from biblical illiteracy?
Massive amounts. We had discussed earlier, a lot of people that are skeptic of the Christian faith can easily say, well, Christians don't even read their Bible. And I'm sure many Christians have even heard that. And speaking as a Christian myself, it is more true than you would think. The difference from true biblical Christianity is the ability to handle the text in context, to rightly divide the word of God and understanding exactly what it's talking about. Because these word of faith and NAR belief sets.
Because the thing... This is why the Catholic Church was kind of smart for not letting people read the Bible. Because the Bible is not meant to be taken, like, literally. The context of the Bible is literally a guidebook for priests. The Bible was not supposed to be a general reading material. That's the thing. Is like the Bible was constructed in a way at the Council of Nicaea to be basically the textbook of a priest. It was not meant to be like something you read and everything in it is literally taken at face value. You had to go through training. You had, the different levels of priesthood before you were ever allowed to actually preach to the public and lead a worship service. Like, the Bible was meant to be a basically textbook for the clergy, which is why it was never supposed to be read by the layman as like a storybook. So there's a lot of context and a lot of, intricacies that people don't understand. So it's not just, oh yeah, read the Bible and you have 100% understanding of Christianity. It's like, no, there's a lot more to it. Like, you have to read the teachings of the early church fathers and all that type of shit too, man. Like, people don't even know, like, there are these collections of books that are literally written by, the disciples and the early church fathers and priests and pastors. Like, all this, like, additional material that contextualizes this Bible that was compiled. So that's the problem, is a lot of people just, oh, well, it says this in this part. Okay, well, does it say it in the New or Old Testament? If it's in the New Testament, then yes, it is taken as gospel. But if it's in the Old Testament, you only take it as gospel as long as it's not contradicted in the New Testament. So, again, it's more complicated than just reading it and going, well, it says this. It's meant to be, a guidebook, essentially. and a reference material. I don't know, dude. It's a very complicated issue. And the thing is, too, is there's a lot of translation issues as well, because ancient, Greek, for example, and ancient Hebrew and, like, all the source material, the words have multiple meanings, and it's not like a one-to-one translation with a lot of them. So there's also that aspect, too, but, yeah. So it basically was a reference point for, priests and the clergy. But it was not the definitive, like, okay, if it literally says this, then it literally is. And nothing, I don't know, man. Too many cooks in the kitchen, basically, is what it boils down to. Neonverse animations of the two. This is why I hate the Middle East. Well, for better or for worse, that's where all this stuff stems from. And Musashi with the two. This is why I greatly despise the 3 Abrahamic cults. Yeah, I can see it. Not elites, but official staff.
Are built completely on lies. And 1 Peter 2:24 makes it very clear that we are healed of sin sickness. That is what we are healed of.
It's almost like bishops get their authority from a bishop who got their authority from the apostle. Yep, pretty much, man. Yep, exactly.
That we are absolved of our sin before God because of Christ's work. We haven't received our glorified bodies yet. We await an inheritance upstairs. So these bodies will decay and fall away. So for somebody to make millions upon millions, telling people, well, you don't have enough faith for healing, give me some money, buy my books, but also has a pacemaker, is super, super rich, and people are dying all around him.
For one thing, like I said, it takes God out of the equation in a lot of the things. You don't have a relationship with God. It's all about you. How big is your faith? How much have you prayed so you can build up your faith and you can have this power? But one of the biggest things about this is it's a literal faith killer. When you are praying, let's say you have a daughter or a son that's going through a horrible deal, and you have this pastor, so-called pastor, saying, you can speak what you want, and it will be done. If you have the faith, it'll be done. And you truly have faith. You truly believe what the pastor's telling you. You truly pray with true faith. And it never happens. Where does that put you in your faith? My big downfall was laziness, spiritual laziness. Like I said earlier, he was my spiritual mentor, and I just kind of listened to his preaching. I heard his preaching several days a week my entire life. And it was a lazy excuse. That got me into 40 years of trouble.
It's family. I love these people. And no matter what, we don't agree on a lot of things biblically, but I love them. They're my family, and it breaks my heart.
We've had some creative miracles in here. I told you about the guy who had the colon and was using the bathroom in the bag, and then the power got touched him the next day. The Lord rerouted him, gave him a miracle, and he was using the bathroom right.
You see that? The woman on the fucking floor.
His name was Scott. He was homeless. He had been backslidden. He had diabetes. He'd have toes amputated. His body was just weak. And he'd heard about healing school. So he pulled himself in his weak state out of his wheelchair into his bike and rode 5 miles to get here. And the Lord helped him, and he made it. So he was out of the wheelchair, and he was bike. Like the Lord strengthened him because he just said, I need help. It was almost like his body was so messed up that he was just like, Lord, you gotta do something. On his one foot, they cut off a couple toes, and then by mistake had severed a tendon. And then on the other foot, they took off a couple toes, and they had to remove the bone that went down the part of the foot. This is what he said later while he was telling the testimony. He said the power of God came into his foot. He felt his foot start burning. He went back to his seat, and the Lord said, check your foot. Well, when he went to do it, it was a bone. The Lord regrew a bone in his foot. It was a creative miracle.
The people that are oftentimes the easiest to deceive are the ones with the best intentions. These people are so often victimized. They're innocent, they're lovely people, and they go into these churches wanting to find God, wanting to find community, and they're perfect victims for people to say, oh, well, I see that your uncle has cancer. You know how you deal with that. You give a little money into the tithe bucket. That's, before you know it, they don't know any better. Healing theology is probably the most disgusting version of Christianity out there that I see, because you see people dying literally, because you see people stop taking their medications, giving away all their money, giving away their estates, because they're desperate, because they just don't want to die from terminal cancer.
My knees hurt, right? Knee, be healed. Be healed. And I command healing to my knee right now in Jesus' name.
Like whipping God into shape.
Right. It's like you're gonna jerk him over here and be like, heal that. Who are you? Who do you think you are? I don't believe that God doesn't work miracles. I just don't believe that there are men or women out there that have the ability, like a superhero, to just go on command, touch somebody and heal them. That's God's sovereign will, and we are to ask for that. And he can do.
And it, like, this directly contradicts the Bible too. Because I forget which person it was in the Bible, but there was like the guy that Jesus refuses to heal, but he sends him out to go heal other people. And it's like, you know, basically to show that despite him not personally receiving a blessing, he still has faith, and therefore he can bestow that blessing on other people. Like, it's in direct contradiction. Like, you know, literally in the Bible it says that you're given your, you know, individual struggles that test you and, you know, see if you falter, essentially. But I don't, dude, this shit's so fucking disgusting, genuinely. Musashi the 2, all sand N-word. Abrahamic religions are fake, period. I mean, I don't know. Personally, I disagree, but hey. It's easy to feel that way seeing this type of shit, that's for sure. And David with the 2, can you reach God with a low IQ? Yeah, you actually probably have a better chance because you're not gonna, you know, overthink things, maybe. I don't know. Let's just say God didn't want Adam and Eve to eat the apple. Well, it's not like knowledge in the sense that it made them smart. It was the knowledge of sin that was the fruit. So it wasn't like actual, like, oh, well, 5 times 20 is 100. Not that type of knowledge. It was the knowledge of, you know, impurity and sin. So without eating the fruit, they had no knowledge of anything bad.
Do it if he so chooses.
You got to consider, though, too, when they're broken emotionally, these types of churches go after them when they come through the door. So it's this love bombing.
They're an addict or something, and they're just like desperate for anything to work, and they're going to give you things to do and give you a lot of false hope, I would say, because there's going to be these fantastical stories that I had these visions, I have, you know, and they'll begin to, there's a healing presence right now. You have an ailment, come, be always in God's presence. The more you come being in God's presence, then you can be healed.
This guy never testified, but I like to tell his testimony. But he was 13 years old, and he had been born without a butthole. At birth, they had to do a surgery to create one for him. But he never had muscles to control his bowel movement. So everything worked, but he didn't control it. So he's 13 and he's worn a diaper his whole life. Well, they came for healing school, and they went into their one-on-one with Pastor Shannon. Pastor Shannon heard the situation, prayed for him. The next morning when he woke up, he said, for the first time, I was able to control my bowel movement. The Lord put muscles in for him. I won't make things up. I promise you. Oh, he's got resurrection power for you right now on this Wednesday. Oh, Jesus' name. Hallelujah. Oh, I see your bank account even overflowing. Hallelujah.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You gotta go somewhere else. We're too small to go back to handle your transactions. Hey, hallelujah. Oh, I see the word of God. I see you full of God's healing. We had a young man come to healing school. He had never been a believer. And then he's like, I need to come to church. So he comes to church and he gives his life to the Lord. He receives Jesus Sunday. Comes back the next week, gets water baptized, and then hears about healing school. So then he shows up. He's been born again for like 2 weeks. So one day he's like, oh, I gotta go to the doctor. I gotta go get another blood test. I'm like, listen, cancel that and come and stay. Come and be in healing school today. Let the Lord touch you. And he sat down. And then I prayed for him and I cursed him. I cursed this foul disease in the blood. I cursed this thing in Jesus' name. You know, he went back and got a blood test while the session was going on, and there was no more STD. Things went good.
Hallelujah.
Life in your marriage, life in your body, life in your finances, life in your job, life in your attitude, life in your joy. You will ask whatever you want, and it will be done for you. Lift the word. One more time, why don't you lift those hands and talk with me?
Yes. Thank you.
You can take it now today by your faith. You can take it, you can reach out, and you can receive by your faith. Reach out and receive by your faith today. I'm glad my mom left. She doesn't need me. She was here for a while. She told the woman that I hugged in the face. That's my mom. So, the woman that pissed on the head. I just want to make it clear. I'm married to one woman, and that was my mom. So.
Your mom should be sickened by you. You're a false charlatan. You're a scammer. You're a liar. He's gonna get some of you killed. If someone you knew were to ambush Benny Hinn at one of his spiritual conferences,
like you,
what would you ask him?
I would want him to give me a representation of the gospel.
Okay.
A lot of these people, I don't believe, can give a heart-convicting, truly biblical, accurate representation of the gospel.
All right, Daniel. Time to go ask Benny for some answers.
Best of luck, sir.
He's a liar. All security. You guys are gonna get killed by his false teaching. I'm quick. After trying to warn the sick people there of this charlatan claiming to heal their illness, after buying a $99 ticket to the Spirit Life Conference, I headed to Chicago, Illinois to meet their guest speaker, Benny Hinn. We're in Chicago, windstorm is approaching. It is time for Benny's judgment. Real quick.
I'd be like, going down the road, you fuck.
If you want to support our boots on the ground independent journalism that is not bought and paid for by corporate interests, along with exclusive DLC content that YouTube won't let me upload, and uncensored early access to all my videos before they go up on YouTube, go subscribe at patreon.com/Tyler Oliveira for less than $5 a month.
And God's people said, amen. You may be seated. Enough is enough, brother. Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
Peaceful.
Yeah.
He's abusing the word of God, somebody!
Hallelujah, man. It's all right. No problem. It's all right, brother. Calm down.
While I was getting the George Floyd treatment, fighting for each breath, my cameraman ran for his life to avoid a similar fate.
So we're going to get into the scriptures. Can we do that now?
Only to get captured
Can we do that now?
And beaten with his own camera.
I was hit twice. I was hit twice with a golf cart, assaulted by a person here. Then he tackled me and threw me into the middle of a active road. And after that, they kept beating my head. And then they grabbed my camera and they were trying to delete the footage. Actively.
I just got hogtied, body slammed and tackled. Pasha went running and apparently they clipped him with a golf cart and proceeded to beat his head in and delete the footage. So things are not looking good. We are headed to the hospital right now where he is. Gonna make sure he's alive. Apparently they deleted all the footage from the camera, so it's gone. I've been trespassed. I'm headed to the hospital making sure Pasha's alive. In an ironic twist of fate, the church themselves beat the shit out of us. What it sounds like, beat the shit out of Pasha. So we're gonna check in.
They tampered with video evidence. They deleted the first one. They could have done this the second one.
How are you telling me what happened? What did they do?
He ran me over with a golf cart twice. So I'm going to die today. He threw me into the middle of the active roadway. In front of a semi-truck. He beat my head with an asshole. Like 4 or 5 people on top of me.
Yeah.
Beating my head, ankles, knees. They snagged the camera out. They hit my head with the camera.
Shout out the son of Bishop Dan Willis, off-duty cop Chad Willis, for throwing me around like a ragdoll with his goon squad and giving me the George Floyd chokedown. And shout out this bald security schmuck for trying to murder Pasha with a golf cart. This video is by no means meant to be an attack on faith, but rather a demand for accountability to those who distort the word of the Bible, predate on the biblically illiterate, desperate, naive, and poor to make themselves wealthy. And in the words of Matthew 7:15, beware of the false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravenous wolves.
What they do is scriptural macaroni. So they'll grab a verse here, and a verse here, and throw those all together and be like, see, if we make that soup, that's who I am. So for example, in Genesis 2, it says, we shall make them in the image of God. So the creation of us. Big issue that we have there is that they leave out likeness.
Not exact replica, one for one.
We're not like a clone or anything.
Okay.
We are like God. We have the image of God.
It's so clear if you just read it for yourself, without somebody else twisting it, without somebody just cherry picking one little verse out of its context and holding it against you, and realize that, hey, they've been lying to me the whole time.
God, he is big enough and more than capable of communicating what he wants us to know. Go back and look exactly at what he said.
I wonder what they had to cut at the end. But yeah, bro, those fucking mega church pastors are so fucking bad. They are so bad. Pokemon Legends ZA can't defeat Palworld?
Bruh.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it has. I'm pretty sure it already has. You know, ZA sold very fucking well. Benny is going down soon. Who is that? Oh, the false priest. Okay, yeah, definitely. Do I watch MXC? I don't know what that is, no. Most extreme elimination. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Gold explained? What the fuck? Bro, why would you even need to explain gold? Hold on.
If we took all of the gold that has ever been mined in all of human history, put it all in one place in a giant cube here in Washington, D.C., it would look like this. Oh, this is it? I mean, it's pretty big, but I kind of thought it was going to be a lot bigger. So what's all this gold even used for? Well, 45% of it...
Bro, I live in Washington, D.C.
...is used for, like, decoration and jewelry. You got necklaces, you got earrings, you've got this giant Buddha that's just solid gold. There's an old Egyptian coffin made of pure gold. Largest gold coin in the world, it's got a kangaroo on it. It's 45% of all the gold. You got a small portion of all this stuff that gets used for industry, stuff like the fillings in your teeth or electronic components that use the special properties of gold to work. But then a huge portion of all of this gold is just sitting in vaults around the world, mostly in New York and London, in the form of bars, gathering dust. Governments and investors have been on a gold buy.
Mostly in New York and London. Yeah, about that. Yeah, I really don't think it's in New York and London, man. Yeah, I think they have a new owner. So there's a reason why Israel is able to export so many diamonds and gold despite having 0 mines.
Buying spree lately. I mean, look at the price of gold.
President Trump is seeking more control of the Federal Reserve.
Gold prices soared to a record high after US President Donald Trump criticized Federal Reserve.
Russia and China have been buying a lot of gold bars. And Florida is trying to make it so that gold can be used as real money again. It seems like gold is having a...
Yup, but this is the thing. We need silver. We don't need gold. We need silver. Silver-backed currency. Gold is too easily manipulated. The U.S. has a large silver reserve that has never been touched. We can control the supply entirely. We should have silver-backed currency.
Comeback. But actually, what I'm learning is that it never went away in the first place. Would you look at that?
There is something very intoxicating about holding gold and silver, though. It's hard to describe, but, you know, it is very satisfying.
So how did all of this gold get here to Earth? Well, a lot of the gold that humans mined came to us on one of these, an asteroid loaded up with heavy metals that formed from exploding stars. If you zoom into one of those metals, you'll see some really weird-looking atoms. The electrons are moving nearly the speed of light. This absorbs the blue light and reflects the yellow and red light. Look, it's yellow. It's shiny, like the sun. No other metal does it quite like this. These gold deposits sat in Earth's crust for billions of years, undiscovered. Some rivers dug in, eroding the Earth and revealing these pieces of
to accept it. In early societies, one of the most common things was cattle.
Yep, we're talking about cows. We'll get back to gold in just a sec. Let's go inside the human brain to see how money evolves. So yeah, instead of just trading something I want for something you want, humans started settling on commonly useful things that they could carry around. Hundreds. Banks have gold in their vaults. They give you a piece of paper that says you're entitled to the gold in the vault. But it turns out human beings are struggling to adopt the paper thing fully.
There are a series of financial panics. You probably don't want to get into the causes of the panics. The banks had a limit to how many banknotes they could issue. So when people wanted more currency and they couldn't get banknotes, they would take gold and silver coins out of the bank vaults. And now the banks are losing reserves. Now they have a problem.
So here they all are at the same time rushing to the bank to pull their money out all at once. This is not good for an economy that...
Well, that's because the banks were limited to how many notes they could print, but as we've seen in many such cases, some people realize that only 15% of people ever actually cashed in their coupons for gold and silver, and instead chose to use the banknotes instead as tender, which resulted in the early form of fractional reserve lending, in which banks fraudulently printed banknotes, assuming that no one would ever come to collect the gold or silver. It's really amazing, isn't it? The origins of our banking system, fractional reserve lending, is literally based on lies and deceit surrounding a physical, tangible asset. But now, fractional reserve lending doesn't even have a physical or tangible asset behind it. It's literally just fucking make-believe shit.
Grows when you give banks money to lend out to other people and trust that not everyone's going to try to take it all out at the same time. We made a whole video about this, how modern finance and credit works and how that multiplies the money supply in these weird ways. You can check that out. But for now, just look at this picture of a bunch of people on Wall Street trying to get their gold out and know that this is not good for the economy. So the US government decides that having all of these decentralized private banks who are giving out paper money is just too prone to these vulnerabilities, to everyone going and taking all the money out at the same time. So they decide to make one bank to rule them all, aka the central bank, aka the
Who's they?
Federal Reserve, aka the Fed. We're just going to call it the Fed from now on. Why did the U.S. government decide they needed to centralize this around a single bank?
It's a federal institution that will cope with potential panics and shortages of currency and shortages of back reserves.
The Fed would be the big bank that would be given a bunch of power to set the rules for the rest of the banks.
By issuing more currency when it's desired.
Now, it was still technically pegged to the gold standard, but a huge difference was now you couldn't just go to the bank and exchange your paper for gold. And the Fed would be in charge of controlling how many of these banknotes were floating around the economy.
And so in the United States, we have the Federal Reserve that is the monopoly provider of dollars.
Which in turn determines how the economy works, how people spend money, how people borrow money. And their goal at first was just to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Look at this fancy machine that the Fed has. Not a literal machine, this is completely symbolic. Don't overinterpret the analogy here. So to be clear, we're still on the gold standard at this point. It's like 1913 or something. Every 20 bucks is pegged to an ounce of gold. But now the Fed has all of these levers to play with. These levers that invisibly incentivize people to borrow money, that's the interest rate, to spend money. And with their new power, the Fed starts fiddling around with all of these levers. Hey look, if you lower the interest rate, more people will borrow money, they'll spend money, they'll start businesses, more jobs.
Many critics have said that they kept interest rates below where they should have been. They made credit too abundant, and so you had an overinvestment boom in the 1920s that, although there were genuine investment opportunities due to technological change, electrification, the automobile, things like that.
Wow, look, it's an economic boom. It's the roaring 20s. The stock market just quadrupled in 5 years. Times are good. Thanks in part to the Fed pulling some of these levers. Though this, like many assertions I'm about to say, is kind of debated. Try not to get stuck down the economic debate rabbit hole here. So things were good in the 1920s, maybe a little too good. Uh-oh.
The Fed overamplified that boom and raised it to an unsustainable pitch.
The bubble burst, the good times ended, and the US and the rest of the world falls into a Great Depression.
The money supply in the early years of the Great Depression, starting in 1930, there are bank runs that drain a lot of the gold out of the banking system into individuals' wallets and under their mattresses.
Again, we made a whole video about what recessions and depressions are. Check that out. Okay, but watch what happens here. One of the very important levers that the Fed has on this symbolic machine is to put more money into the economy, and they do this through a bunch of different indirect mechanisms. But the result is there's more money to go around, and borrowing money is cheaper. They can make the interest rate go down, so it's like it doesn't cost that much to borrow money. During the Great Depression, most economists agree that the Fed should have done this. So why aren't they using this? It's the Great Depression. People aren't spending money. People are losing their jobs. Lower the interest rate. Get more money into the economy. But look, they can't really do that very much. The money supply is fixed to gold.
If the Fed started to issue more notes, it could reach a point where it was constrained by not having enough gold to back them.
If you lower the interest rate, then people are going to borrow a bunch of money. But then what if they show up to the bank with all that money and demand gold bars in exchange for their paper? They might do that. Everyone's kind of panicky. So
Well, isn't it amazing that the Great Depression corresponds to a time immediately after World War I, where the United States came into the possession of massive amounts of gold reserves, but decided not to print more money with this newfound gold, instead choosing to fucking squeeze the money supply deliberately in order to crash the economy so that the people who took possession of said gold could sell it to the government at an opportune time and then buy everything up for pennies on the dollar.
Bruh.
It's almost like the Great Depression was manufactured.
Fed is envisioning this nightmare scenario where all of their gold goes away and the whole system falls apart. So instead of lowering the interest rate, they hike it up. They defend their gold. The historians who debate this stuff don't agree on all of this, but they do agree that this course of action made the whole thing worse, made the Great Depression last a lot longer. 10 years of misery.
And so the Federal Reserve, instead of saying, hey, we made a big mistake, we shouldn't have caused this bubble in the economy, they said, you know what, we need even more power to control the money supply. And that's what happened.
That resulted in the president coming out and saying, hey, the gold standard really just screwed us over. We weren't able to pull all of our levers because we were pegged to this.
Look what president it is, guys. The one who sold us out.
Obsession with being backed by gold. So let's be done. Enough is enough. We need flexibility in a crisis. And if you want to go way down the technical rabbit hole, look up the unholy trinity. That's a very technical explanation of what's going on here. All the sources are in the description as always. So it's 1933 and FDR comes out with an executive order saying that Americans need to turn in their gold bars in exchange.
I don't think he's going to talk about this, so I pulled it up just in case. Look at this. The domestic confiscation of gold. The government paid citizens $20.67 per troy ounce for their gold, and then immediately revalued the gold at a price of $35 an ounce. Bruh. Wow. Which, this is what's ironic, is the government did not revalue the gold. The Federal Reserve revalued the gold. So what they did is they had FDR confiscate everyone's gold. And then once they got everybody's gold for, you know, a fraction of the actual real price of said gold, they decided, well, actually, you know, the gold's worth $35, so we're going to print even more money than we initially said we would. Aren't we clever? And guess what? Now that we just set a new price for gold, we have a lot of gold from international sources in Europe that we're now going to move over and sell to the U.S. government at the new $35 rate. It's amazing how it works, man. He who controls the money supply controls the country. So, the Federal Reserve is the greatest tragedy in the United States' history.
For flimsy dollar bills, and the government could now print as much or as little money as they wanted to guide the economy's behavior to keep it humming along, and hopefully keep prices stable. Now, you don't have a finite thing called gold that is like there's only so much of it, because now you just have an infinite thing called dollars, and a central bank who can effectively print as much of it as they want. The more they print, the less each is worth, so prices go up. That's inflation. Anyway, let's go back into the brain, because this is like the biggest psychological leap of them all. Money is still belief, but without the gold standard, the belief is in the government, in their paper, even if it's not backed by anything. It is a belief in the government.
It is backed by something. It's backed by their ability to tax you and imprison you if you don't pay your taxes.
Ability to run.
They basically enslaved the U.S. population.
Run this machine properly.
It's biblical. Hold on, let's see. So much of our world can be explained. Here you go. The statement refers to a story from the biblical book of Genesis, where during a severe famine or financial crisis, the Egyptian people sold their land, eventually themselves, to Pharaoh for food. They offered to become servants to the Pharaoh in exchange. Joseph, a Jew, as Pharaoh's representative, bought their land and promised to provide them with seed for future harvest, leading to a situation where they were obligated to give a fifth of their produce to Pharaoh. Now, if you want to interpret this in a modern context, what is the Great Depression if not a famine? A financial famine of sorts. What did we offer in order for temporary relief? Well, we offered, you know, taxes, income tax, all this stuff. You know, the New Deal paved the way for basically the, you know, financial servitude of the American population, all for temporary security. And if you look at this part, obligated to give a fifth of their produce. Well, back in ancient Egypt, they didn't have currency, so produce was their currency. If you bought something in ancient Egypt, you paid with grain. So essentially, this means they were obligated to give a fifth of their produce, aka 20% income tax. Does it sound kind of similar to our situation today? Do we own our lands? No, because we have to pay property tax or else the government seizes it. We're forever renting our houses. Our wages, a portion of it goes to Pharaoh of sorts. And who's the orchestrator? Joseph, aka the Federal Reserve. So, again, very applicable to today's life. It's almost like a guide.
This is called fiat money, and it's a whole lot different than cows, where we started. It started in 1933. This is how money was valued in the United States by a decree from above. Now, full disclosure, I went to Brigham Young University, studied econ, and studied under a school of thought that was very much like pro-Fed. The Fed and fiat money is sort of like the best thing we got going. It makes mistakes sometimes, but like it's better than gold standard. I intentionally talked to 2 economists for this story who were like a little more skeptical of that take.
No, silver standard is the answer. That's why they killed JFK.
Kind of help balance me out. And my hope is that the story I just told you about this moment in time is a fair characterization. But if there's any professional economists watching, I would love your take on this. Like, I would love a good faith critique or like a alternative view or whatever. Like, economics is not science, it is psychology. And so we get to debate it endlessly. So gold is out. And so what, are we at the end of the road for this shiny metal, this thing that humans have loved forever? Not so fast. So 1944, World War II is winding down. The US is realizing that in just a matter of years became the most powerful country in the world and defeated the 2 rising empires and was now on top of everything. So they get all of their ally countries together, a couple dozen countries, in a hotel in the mountains of New Hampshire with the goal of designing a new global economic system, a set of rules that everyone will play by. And the US, of course, takes the lead on what this system will look like. They propose that instead of creating some universal global currency, as some were proposing, the world should instead opt for the US dollar to become the universal, globally accepted currency that everyone else's currency would be like attached to. And the rest of the countries are like, seems kind of sketchy that we're just trusting you and your dollar. And the US says, okay, but remember, all of our dollars are still backed up with gold. Normal citizens can't turn it in for gold, but we promise to you countries that all of your dollars can be turned in for real gold bars, $35 per ounce. You can come to us and exchange them for gold whenever you want. And we promise we'll keep it in the vault. Speaking of the vault, look at our vault. This is Fort Knox. It's in Kentucky. This is where we keep our gold, and we have a lot of it now because a lot of you all, world, gave us your gold in exchange for weapons we made for you during the war. So the dollar is king, and we'll back it up with gold. Take it or leave it, guys. And they indeed took it. And the dollar became the king of global trade and investing, and gold was once again at the center of our concept of money, but not for long. Turns out the US couldn't keep its promise to back up all of its dollars with gold in its vaults. They were printing more money, they were giving it out, and the world catches on, and some countries get kind of pissed.
Until finally, there were so many dollars that they started to redeem them, Germany and France in particular.
Like France apparently sends a Navy ship in the 60s to show up to New York to be like, hey, we're gonna give you our dollars, we want our gold.
And the Treasury ran out of gold, and we shut the gold window in 1971.
I directed Secretary Connolly to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets.
And finally, the president at the time, who is President Nixon, comes out and is like, okay. Yes, we don't have the gold anymore. You got us. But guys, come on, be reasonable. We're all used to using the dollar by now. The whole global economy is used to this. We're America. We've proven that we're stable. You can trust us. I mean, look at our economy and look at our military. We are safe and stable. Use our currency. Invest in our government, and you can sell those bonds whenever you want. We'll give you dollars, and you can use that to buy like oil and whatever you want in the global economy. We promise we're good. And the world, without much choice, was like, okay, fine. And just when we thought we couldn't get any further away from
gross oversimplification, but
cows, here we are. Our concept of money takes one more bonus step to here, where so much of the global economy runs on a currency that is built off of collective belief in a story, in a system, in an S with a line through it, in 19 people who sit in a fancy white building in Washington, D.C. and try to accurately predict the future and make decisions, to pull proverbial levers, to ensure that the dollar doesn't lose its value in all of our minds.
Well, it already has, because it's depreciated 50% in the past 20 years.
So have they done a good job? Well, a lot of people say yes.
People from the Fed
would
say, look, we've done a great job. You know, the Federal Reserve is better than putting this into a private market like we had before the Fed.
That being able to create new money in the economy helped us.
It is a private market. The Federal Reserve is privately owned.
recover relatively quickly in the 2008 crash or during COVID. But a lot of people say no, that the Fed does a terrible job.
But I think the evidence says that actually they have not done very good. The Fed basically caused the Great Depression.
That inflation is out of control and that the people running it are never faced with the consequences for not doing a good job. Several economists I talk to think that it's a lot of power to put in a government agency that isn't incentivized by the free market. But most monetary economists, the people who study this stuff, like the vast majority, think that, hey, the Fed's not perfect, doesn't get it right all the time, but like this is the best version of a modern complex economy and it generally works.
What you described as the Fed has made some mistakes, but we can't imagine living without it, that's probably 90% of the econ profession, or maybe higher. But everybody now has grown up in a world where it's hard to imagine what things would look like without the Fed. And it's especially hard to imagine once you're on a fiat money standard. If you're on a fiat money standard, somebody has to control the quantity of fiat money. And if it's not a central bank, how do you do that?
I'm actually not going to have an opinion on this. I'm still kind of making up my mind. So let's wind this video down by getting back to the central question at the beginning that we started with, which is, why are people buying gold again? Why is this happening?
The price of gold is near an all-time high. Have you seen the price of gold lately?
Gold is up more than 13% this year. So since we've gone totally off the gold standard since 1971, in fact, even before that, people have started holding gold as a hedge against inflation.
Despite all of these mental leaps and these vast abstractions of economic value, here we are turning back to gold. First off, foreign governments never got rid of their gold. The US still has huge stores of thousands and thousands of tons of gold in Fort Knox.
Allegedly.
And other facilities, and so do a lot of other countries. A lot of countries store their gold in the United States and New York City in this gold reserve that is buried like 50 feet into the bedrock of Manhattan, and it just sort of sits there, gathering dust and being a little reserve, a just-in-case type of thing. But a lot of regular people, investors, buy gold too, whenever they start to feel a little bit sketchy about the big psychological bargain they've made with the government. All of this is pretty, actually, kind of squishy. It's very mental. All of this requires us to believe, but over here really requires us to believe, and even trust a U.S. government and economy, and recently, that trust has been waning. America has rival nations that are trying to get the world to stop trusting the dollar. They want to replace it. They don't like how much leverage it gives the US. The US economy and government have also been kind of all over the place recently. The stop and go of tariffs from the Trump administration's first few months in office got people really spooked. Like, can we trust these people with our entire sense of value in our currency? And now that Trump is attacking the Fed and threatening to control it, people are turning to gold in a bigger and bigger way.
He should send the military into fucking... Damn. All right, maybe I should be careful what I say on that one, but... Yeah, I think Trump should take over the Fed by force.
And for at least for now, while I'm recording this, there seems to be some trepidation about people believing in the dollar. So that's why you see this kind of going back in time on the psychological leaps.
In the last few months, well, since the start of the Trump administration, there's been a loss of faith in the dollar vis-a-vis other fiat currencies. People are worried inflation may go up, either because of real shocks like the imposition of tariffs.
So people are rushing to other stores of value that don't rely on a central...
It's all Trump's fault, guys.
...government. The shiny metal, gold, is one of them. But there's another currency that people are opting for that kind of looks a little bit like gold, at least mentally.
Bitcoin is essentially the new gold. It's becoming really the true digital gold.
I think a lot of young people are comfortable with digital assets and digital currencies and would switch over to Bitcoin or something different. Either one of those things would provide a check on the Federal Reserve because people would have an alternative and the Fed would know that if they create...
How much Bitcoin does that one mystery person own? How much of the supply is owned by that one guy? Let's see. I'm trying to see. Yeah. 5% of the Bitcoin supply is held by one person. What do you think happens to the price of Bitcoin when all 5% of that gets dumped at once? Dude, that shit is definitely a central bank product. Bitcoin is the testing ground for the, central banking digital currency. So it's just basically the, social experiment. So it's basically to, warm up the water in a sense so that people don't realize they're boiling. Let's see. The boss ranker with the 5. Appreciate it, man. Hey, Griffin. PWR just quit YouTube. Wait, really? Uh-oh. He crashed out on the past couple of streams and said he's going to leave YouTube to write a book about detractor abuse. Oh, my God. Jesus, man. Brutal. I wonder if Kino Casino will cover him again. It'll go full circle. Noski Woski with the 5. If only there was a documentary that's over 3 hours long. Yeah, I think that one I sent previously. And then also with the 5. I won't give context, but you'll yeah, is that it? Oh, no, it's a short. Okay.
Burn the heretic!
Yo.
Kill the mutants! Purge the unclean!
Exactly. You know, I love works of fiction like that.
Created too much inflation, people would switch over.
Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies may represent a future path for this psychological journey of money that we've seen here, but it seems to be too early to tell. But it does seem like we are entering a new chapter on this journey of our sense of value and currency and trust and belief. I'm not sure what it's going to look like. I don't presume to know, but as we've seen in this story, I think it's a pretty good guess that no matter what happens next, no matter what we invent with crypto or whatever, that shiny metal, that thing that has fascinated us for thousands of years, the thing that can be divided and stored and doesn't tarnish and that shines like the sun, gold,
This is the 3-hour documentary for anyone who wants to learn about the Fed. There you go.
think will always remain in the background as this thing that we turn to when things feel uncertain.
Yeah, so long as we have the Federal Reserve, man, we'll never be able to fix things properly. As long as we have the Federal Reserve, things are never going to truly get better. Yeah, I have the Creature of Jekyll Island book as well. I read that way back in the day, like in middle school. Oh my god. The bank is trying to kill me, but I will kill it. Yeah, dude, Andrew Jackson's based. There's a reason why, like, you know, historians, air quote, try so hard to discredit Andrew Jackson. That guy is, like, mega fucking based. What do I think about the SNAP benefits being frozen? I think it's wonderful. They should be permanently deleted. And then if people are actually going to starve, give them beans and rice. You know, give them a bag of dry beans and dried rice, enough for however many people they have in their household, and there you go, they won't starve. It's more financially efficient, and it ensures people are actually getting what they need to survive, so... But yeah, we should just get rid of SNAP benefits. It's unnecessary. Most people just spend it on fucking junk food anyway. Or in the case of California, you can spend it at the liquor store or at fucking McDonald's and other places. So, yeah. Unnecessary. Relic from a different age. Get rid of it. Even slop provider depends on the sale of subsidy junk food and corn. Yeah, exactly, bro. Dude, our entire economy is propped up on welfare. This shit needs to crash and fucking burn, man. Genuinely. It's unsustainable and someone needs to rip the fucking Band-Aid off. You know, we are due for a economic collapse and it needs to happen because the longer it's kicked down the fucking road like a piece of fucking garbage, the worse it's gonna get. You know, we can keep kicking the fucking can for infinity, but the longer we do, it gets worse and worse and worse and worse, man. So, I don't know, bro. We definitely are due for a reckoning. That's for sure. Holy shit. No. Ah. I thought I was going to sneeze. But no such luck. Oh my god. Who's going to be rioting though when it happens? Well, I think the usual suspects, man. The usual suspects. You can't afford groceries, you need your benefits? Well, that's too damn bad, PK. This is the white man's world, so back of the bus, boy. It's almost time for work. I know. Yup. Unfortunately. When is Trump gonna fix it? I hope he makes it crash. Because that's what needs to happen. We need a correction, man. Desperately. Things have to get worse before they get better. And, you know, the longer we kick the fucking can down the road, the longer we prolong the suffering. So... that is the unfortunate reality. Because we saw what happened after the 2008 financial crash, right? We had one of the biggest periods of economic prosperity ever in the United States. Same with post-World War II. So, you know, they might be manufactured, you know, tragedies, but they can be to the benefit in some cases. But... I don't know, man. I do need to hop off. It's already almost, what, 8:30, so... I gotta go work, unfortunately. You know, I'm not on my professional YouTuber status yet, so... maybe someday, guys. But, anyway, hopefully y'all have a wonderful, what is today? Tuesday. And I'll talk to everybody later. Peace out, guys.